Preface: Driving domestic growth and resilience through deregulation. Lower Preface: Driving domestic growth and resilience through deregulation. Lowering the cost of business through deregulation will make a significant contribution to accelerating economic growth and employment amidst unprecedented global challenges. It will be over 6 months since the last economic survey when you lay your hands and cast your eyes on this document and this preface. In theory, there should not be much to write in this preface, given the short time lapse since the last survey. In reality, there is. The world is perhaps evolving more rapidly than we realize. In the longer span of history, this is par for the course. But we will leave that contemplation for another occasion. 2024 was a year of elections. 3 big democracies went in for elections: India, America, and Indonesia. India returned the incumbent to office for a 3rd term. The ruling party continued in Indonesia with a different leader at the helm. In America, there was a change in the presidency. The new president has been in office for less than 2 weeks now. The world has had an early inkling of policy changes that will affect the global movement of goods and labor. Europe faces both political and economic uncertainties. Europe's biggest economic engine, Germany, experienced economic contraction for 2 successive years. Political uncertainty, too, is a factor since elections are due to be held in February this year. France has had political uncertainty due to developments in the wake of the snap elections called there. The United Kingdom had a change of government. After a long gap, the Labour Party came into office amidst fiscal pressures and a slowing economy. In general, Europe is facing competitiveness pressures amidst much higher energy costs caused, in part, by the transition towards renewable energy. To a large extent, these developments have affected the global economy. The index of global economic activity of the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas has been volatile since the pandemic began slowing at the end of 2023. The reopening of the Chinese economy after the COVID shutdown has not led to a spurt in economic growth rate as overcapacity and financial strains in the real estate sector have come to the fore. Due to weak aggregate demand, the economy is in deflationary mode. The absence of a significant policy stimulus to boost domestic consumption means excess capacity spills over into external markets. Chinese exports are thriving. China's trade surplus in 2024 was nearly $1 trillion. Recent strength in the US dollar and rethinking in the Federal Reserve about the path of policy rates in America have caused emerging market currencies to weaken. Fiscal strains and low real rates relative to history have led to rapid erosion of value in some currencies compared to others. Borrowing costs for sovereigns are also rising as financial markets reevaluate the outlook for inflation, policy rates, and fiscal prudence. Several stock markets worldwide are at elevated levels and do not appear unduly concerned about economic growth and earnings uncertainties. Nor have financial stability risks phased investors, even though serious concerns are re-emerging about securitization, leveraged loans. 1C2 Wall Street's complex debt bonanza hits fastest pace since 2007, Financial Times, December 10, 2024. 8.3 Defaults on leveraged loans soar to highest rate in 4 years, Financial Times, December 24, 2024. And private credit. Based on several metrics, current valuation and sentiment levels in the U.S. stock market may be the most extreme or among the top 3. In his report, The Future of European Competitiveness, Mario Draghi wrote, "The EU also benefited from a favorable global environment. World trade burgeoned under multilateral rules. The safety of the U.S. security umbrella freed up defense budgets to spend on other priorities. In a world of stable geopolitics, we had no reason to be concerned about rising dependencies on countries we expected to remain our friends. But the foundations on which we built are now being shaken. The previous global paradigm is fading. The era of rapid world trade growth looks to have passed, with EU companies facing both greater competition from abroad and lower access to overseas markets. This is the global backdrop for India as it seeks to steady and sustain the growth momentum that the economy has experienced post-COVID. The passing of the era of rapid world trade growth clouds the outlook for India's export growth because, historically, India's export growth has been a high beta play on global export growth. This means domestic growth levers will be relatively more important than external ones in the coming years. The report on European competitiveness could easily have been written for India. Most of the challenges cited therein apply to India, except that India is an aspiring nation, and the European continent has the cushion of a higher per capita income. Europe is, by and large, aging, but India has a more youthful demographic profile. That is an advantage, but it comes with a huge responsibility. One of the refrains in the Draghi report is the China challenge to European competitiveness. It is no less for India. Several commentators have recently written about the manufacturing colossus that China has become in the last 6 years. India faces limitations in producing critical goods at the scale and quality required to serve the infrastructure and investment needs of an aspiring economy. For instance, India has low production capacity in the solar energy sector for key components like polysilicon, ingots, and wafers. The production capacity of monocrystalline silicon ingot is expected to quintuple by 2025 from 2 gigawatts in 2023, but it won't be enough to meet the demand in the country. Several solar equipment manufacturers in the country significantly depend on Chinese supply chains and related services. The single-source concentration risk in several product areas exposes India to potential supply chain disruptions, price fluctuations, and currency risks. India's task is cut out. It means going all out to attract, promote, and facilitate further domestic and foreign investments that India needs to become a competitive and innovative economy. It will not be easy because competition for investment is not only with other emerging economies but advanced economies, too, who are determined to keep their businesses at home. Equally, investing in and strengthening domestic supply chain capability and resilience will be the hallmarks of strategic and long-term thinking on the part of the private sector. Alternative sources of supply, where possible, have to be located and nurtured, going beyond short-term cost considerations. 9. Another priority related to the above that calls for a calibrated and careful approach is climate change and energy transition. Public policy will have to recognize the role of energy security and energy affordability in enhancing and maintaining competitiveness. It means forging India's own path to energy transition and diversification away from fossil fuels. In this regard, electric mobility makes economic sense in a country which imports most of its oil and has abundant renewable energy and coal. However, it raises important challenges that need addressing. The import intensity of e-vehicle production, especially from countries with whom India has persistent and large trade deficits, is very high. The extent to which electric mobility is incentivized in the short run needs to keep this factor in mind. Indigenizing the technology and raw materials for electric mobility is an urgent task. Finally and importantly, given India's vast size and limited land availability, public transportation is a more efficient alternative for viable energy transition. Therefore, national-level policies and local nudges must promote and facilitate its use, going beyond the focus on tailpipe emissions of private transportation choices. It will also require appropriate skilling and education for India's youth to take advantage of technological advances such as artificial intelligence, enabling its population to stay one step ahead of technological developments. That would minimize or even eliminate the potential adverse impact on employment and, if possible, turn it into a force for augmenting employment. It would require a departure from business as usual for collaboration between academic institutions and businesses. Innovation should be facilitated through resource flows, setting up centers of excellence in different technologies and expanding autonomy for academic and research institutions to attract top talent from the rest of the world to India. Policy action on this front is already underway, with recent budgets reflecting a clear focus on a technology-driven economy. This includes establishing artificial intelligence centers of excellence at top educational institutions across India and the announcement of a 1 Indian rupee lakh crore financing corpus to catalyze private sector innovation and R&D in sunrise sectors. Achieving competitiveness will be an incomplete project without raising productivity in the primary sector. As we wrote in the Economic Survey 2023-24, the agriculture sector needs to be freed, empowered, and emboldened to diversify away from water-dependent crops. Simultaneously, irrigation cover has to rise. Agricultural research will need a leg up. Much more can be done. Farmer support policies can benefit from a perusal of a report that the OECD put out in November. Above all, underpinning specific policy efforts will have to be the philosophical approach to governance. Getting out of the way and allowing businesses to focus on their core mission is a significant contribution that governments around the country can make to foster innovation and enhance competitiveness. The most effective policies governments, union, and states in the country can embrace is to give entrepreneurs and households back their time and mental bandwidth. That means rolling back regulation significantly. That means vowing and acting to stop micromanaging economic activity and embracing risk-based regulations. That means changing the operating principle of regulations from guilty until proven innocent to innocent until proven guilty. Adding layers of operational conditions to policies to prevent abuse makes them incomprehensible and regulations needlessly complicated, taking them further from their original purposes and intents. 6. Agricultural Policy Monitoring and Evaluation 2024. Innovation for Sustainable Productivity Growth, November 6, 2024. X. Getting out of the way is not easy for societies that are still structured around communities, groups, and kinship. These societies are largely hierarchical in nature. Various institutional forces propelled people in Western societies to go out and build relations with strangers. This process started as early as the first millennium. As a result, dealing with strangers and building networks and communities with them became necessary. Scale became inevitable and easier. One has to trust to deal with and form relationships with strangers. Written contracts formed the basis of such trust, and other institutional developments followed. However, in close-knit and kinship-based communities such as India, the trust quotient is still high within but low without. That inhibits scale. The low trust quotient also gives rise to elaborate verification, compliance, and reporting requirements. Further, by and large, hierarchical societies are not made for disruption, change, and innovation, but for maintaining the status quo. Even in such societies, in places and industries where this pattern is broken, innovation, competitiveness, and scale emerge. The information technology sector and the startup ecosystem that emerged in Bengaluru in the 90s are examples. But get out of the way and trust people, we must, for we have no other choice. Business as usual carries a high risk of economic growth stagnation, if not economic stagnation. Yes, trust is a two-way street, and the non-government actors in the economy have to vindicate the trust reposed. In fact, quite a significant chunk of the complicated compliance requirements stem from the efforts of businesses wanting to keep out domestic and foreign competition to the detriment of other industries and the economy. Nonetheless, wiping out the trust deficit in the country is imperative, and government agencies have to set the agenda in this regard. Then, it is a good bet that the Indian public will overcome the challenges and turn them into opportunities on the way to Viksit Bharat by 2047. One crucial aspect of the low trust, without, is that practices and policies that evolved in Western societies may be inapplicable and unlikely to succeed in India. India has to choose its own path suited to its context and history. While every chapter of the economic survey makes a case for simplification and deregulation wherever possible and necessary, it also acknowledges areas where more and/or appropriate regulatory intervention may be necessary. For example, it is reasonable to expect that financial regulators hold themselves to the same standards that they expect of regulated entities. At the same time, in the chapter on monetary and financial sector developments, we also caution against the risk of financialization and asset price bubbles that are now endemic to the West. That is why some measures India's regulators took to rein in excessive and financially ruinous speculation for investors were necessary, not just for systemic stability. They were welfare measures in effect. Similarly, if India were to realize the vast potential of its youthful population, their mental, emotional, and physical health need to be nurtured. Scientific evidence abounds that the consumption of ultra-processed foods is a big factor in undermining both physical and mental health. In this regard, globally, self-regulation has been ineffective. Stringent front-of-the-pack labeling rules are needed and to be enforced. It is not an exaggeration to suggest that the country's future growth potential rides a lot on this measure. According to a WHO report published in 2023, India's consumption of ultra-processed foods shot up from about $900 million in 2006 to over $37.9 billion in 2019. That is an 7. Henrik, Joseph, The Weirdest People in the World, How the West Became Psychologically Peculiar and Particularly Prosperous. Penguin Books Ltd. Kindle Edition 8, In a Pickle, Why It's Time for Psy to Wake Up and Crack the Whip. Mint, May 19, 2024. 11. Annual compounded growth rate of over 33%. It is unclear if India has clear front-of-the-pack labeling stipulations for HFSS food. In the Economic Survey 2023-24, in the chapter on the social sectors, we focused on the impact of screen time and ultra-processed foods on children. This time, the chapter examines the impact of work culture, lifestyle, and eating habits on mental health. These are some of the areas where the state has to step in. At the same time, when it comes to higher education, the chapter posits that the implementation of the national education policy is held back by regulations that are supposedly voluntary but effectively mandatory. Further, the chapter delves into the policy priorities for women, farmers, youth, and the poor. Facilitating their productive and enhanced participation in economic activity is the litmus test of inclusive development policies. Investment in education, skill, and physical and mental health will be the focus for the youth of both genders. The poor will be provided targeted support to improve their livelihoods and opportunities to move from the periphery to the center of economic activity. It is about finding pathways for advancing their income and living standards through empowerment. For women, governments around the country will have to eliminate legal and regulatory hurdles that hold back their participation in the labor force. For women, governments around the country will have to eliminate legal and regulatory hurdles that hold back their participation in the labor force besides undertaking facilitative measures. In other words, governments must get out of the way of women joining the workforce. The chapters on the industrial sector and employment and skill development bat for deregulation to boost capital formation and accelerate employment and output growth. In particular, the chapter on industries notes the positive correlation between states that score on the ease of doing business parameters and the level of industrial activity. States that aspire to raise their industrialization quotient know what they need to do. At the same time, the chapter celebrates the success story of the production-linked incentive scheme in air conditioners, which is a story of successful indigenization through government intervention. The chapter on external sector developments wades into the challenges that India will face in the near future, such as the threat of restrictive trade policies that the European Union has initiated in the name of avoiding carbon leakage and saving the forests of the world. These have the potential to restrict India's exports and widen the current account deficit at a time when the net foreign direct investment into India is declining because of successful exits by foreign investors, incentives given by many governments for investments to stay onshore, and higher interest rates in hard currencies. Therefore, the chapter raises the question of whether India's sustainable current account deficit is lower than previously estimated. That has implications for capital formation and investment efficiency, or lowering the incremental capital output ratio. In that sense, this chapter provides a neat segue for the domestic issues covered in later chapters. The special essay on artificial intelligence and its implications for employment generation in India is a brave attempt on our part to put forward some hypotheses on whether the technology would be hugely and adversely disruptive to employment. It suggests with all humility tentatively that some of the fears might be misplaced. The chapter does not answer the question of whether the problems that the world faces need a technological solution, such com/industry/in. A pickle, why? It s. Time for psi to wake up and crack the whip 1171610692195.html. As artificial intelligence. Technologists would scoff at such a question. They would counter that technology evolves due to the creative ingenuity of humans and that applications follow. Further, given the rapid aging in some societies, this was perhaps a welcome development for them. It may not be so for all countries, particularly so for a labor-rich country like India. Therefore, policymakers in those countries have to question whether AI is necessary. If the answer is unclear, it warrants closer scrutiny of its costs and benefits with necessary follow-up action. Even in countries where AI may fill the shrinking labor force, AI's enormous demand for water and electricity is slowly coming into view, much to the bewilderment of policymakers. Therefore, whether the world is better or worse off with AI is not easily answered now. The topic of climate change and energy transition, as well as their international implications and linkages, has figured prominently in the last couple of editions of the Economic Survey. It is no different this time. The topic will be with us at least for another decade or two. This is another area where the government is front and center, and the private sector will be somewhat peripheral since public goods are not the private sector's priority. Globally, strong evidence is emerging that high and rising dependence on intermittent sources of power and high energy costs are strongly correlated. Indeed, causality is likely running from the former to the latter and is one of the causes of the rapid and deep slide in industrial production in Germany, as industries, citing higher energy costs, relocate to other places. Research notes that firm low-carbon resources, including nuclear power, bioenergy, and natural gas plants that capture CO2, help reduce the costs of lowering the carbon emission of electricity generation as, without these resources, costs rise rapidly as CO2 limits approach zero. While global warming warrants energy transition, as Professor Mike Hume pithily titled his book, Climate Change Isn't Everything. 13. Need to get the domestic economic engine purring by pulling all the levers of deregulation. As is the tradition with all economic surveys, the first chapter gives our outlook for the real economy growth rate for the financial year 2025 to 26. I am not going to reveal it here and stop you from flipping the pages further. You can see the number at the end of the first chapter. The philosophy behind the growth projection is consistent with the philosophy that the government and the Ministry of Finance have adopted in the last 5 years with respect to fiscal goals. Be realistic and strive harder to do better than that. The stellar progress in bringing public finances on track in this period is a vindication of this approach. This edition of the Economic Survey does not deal with state capacity issues. The previous edition published in July 2024 did so. The demand for state capability and capacity to respond to these developments and make progress on social and economic indicators amidst rising geopolitical conflicts will be unlike anything we have experienced since independence. Meeting that demand is a priority above all else. The Indian economy is on a steady growth path. The macroeconomic health checklist looks good. As the country aims to accelerate its economic growth rate in the coming years, it has the tailwind of strong balance sheets in the domestic corporate and financial sectors. But globalization is on the retreat. Hence, raising the growth average in the next 2 decades will require reaping the demographic dividend through a deregulation stimulus. As the Spartans apparently believed, the more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. This economic survey is all about that, or so we would like to believe. I hope this preface has given you a flavor of this economic survey and whetted your appetite to know more about what it packs between the pages. I am responsible for the views expressed and the errors, if any, committed in this document. Please let us know what you think of the former and point out the latter. We promise to get better at each outing. As always, putting it and pulling it all together is a labor of love and a yagna. Making the changes happen in reality is a sadhana. V. Anantha Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India, January 31, 2025. 15. Acknowledgement. The Economic Survey 2024-25 is the outcome of collective effort. The observations and reflections of the Honorable Finance Minister SMT Nirmala Sitharaman have been of immense value. The survey sincerely acknowledges the support from the Honorable Minister of State for Finance Shri Pankaj Chaudhary, Finance Secretary and Secretary Shri Tuankana Pandey, Secretary DA Shri Ajay Seth, Secretary Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary Shri Arunesh Chawla, and Secretary Shri M. Nagaraju. The contributors to the survey from the Economic Division and Office of the CEA include Chandni Raina, Anni Siriak, Anuradha Guru, Kokala Jairam, Dharmendra Kumar, Harish Kumar Kalega, Deepika Srivastava, Gurvinder Kaur, Neha Singh, Venkat Hariharan Asha, Megha Arora, Mamta, Shruti Singh, Gargi Rao, Ritika Bansal, Isha Swarup, Pradyut Kumar Pine, MD Aftab Alam, Radhika Goyal, Rajesh Sharma, Mrityunjay Kumar, Amit Kumar Kesarwani, Diep Duty Sarkar, Hema Rana, Rohit Kumar Tiwari, Ajay Oja, Manju, Saloni Bhutani, Sonali Chowdhury, Bharadwaj Adaraju, Meera Uni Krishnan, Akash Pujari, Sarabi Seth, Tanika Luthra, Vishal Gori, Ritesh Kumar Gupta, Muna Saw, Bridgebal, and personal staff of the officers. The survey has benefited from the contributions and comments from several officials in the Department of Economic Affairs: Rajiv Mishra, Chunchal C. Sarkar, Solomon Arokyaraj, Baldio Purushartha, Syed Zubair Naqvi, Kapil Patida, Seema Joshi, Aprajita Tripathi, Harish Yadav, and Kanal Bansal. Apart from the above, various ministries, departments, and organizations of the Government of India contributed in their respective sectors. These include Ishtiaq Ahmed, Lal Sanglar, Nilambuj Sharan, Piyush Srivastava, Yogesh Suri, Indrani Kaushal, Preeti Nath, Rajashri Ray, Samir Kumar, Dr. Kamkanthang Gait, Kusum Mishra, A. Shrija, M. Subramanyam, Anuja Bhapat, Dr. Bajaya Kumar Behera, Shefali Dhingra, Dr. C. Vanlaram Sangha, Dr. Ishita Ganguly Tripathi, Sonia Pant, Gayatri Nair, Anupam Prakash, M. G. Jaishri, Jaipal, Sarah Mujib, Aman Garg, Shweta Kumar, Abhishek Acharya, Devi Prasad Mishra, Anupa Nair, Surjit Karthikeyan, Manoj Madholia, Swati Singla, Anushri Raha, Shalini Gupta, Rabi Ranjan, Ashish Shinde, Nitish Man, Rajkumar, P.K. Arya, Reshma Rajivan, Kamil KPS Bullar, Parul Jain, Chirag Ravit, R.S. Mahesh Kumar, Srijith O.P., Mukesh Kumar Singh, Rajesh Kumar, Vishal Vishwanath Nair, Mrityunjay Jha, Purnima M., J. Ramesh Kumar, Ruchi Sharma, Puneet Bhatia, Ananyabrata Malik, Kushwant Kumar, J. Rajesh Kumar, Sunita Yadav, Imtiaz Ahmad, Unmana Sarangi, Vijay Rana, Mohit Varma, Chitvan Singh Dhillon, Shobit Srivastava, Deepak Kumar, Meena, Riaz Ahmed Khan, Svati Senin, Rimjim T. Desai, Sonam Chowdhury, Mayank Trivedi, A.C. Matthew, Yar Roy, Anu Varma, Shashi Ranjan, Kushbu, Amit Kumar, Dr. Rabindra Kumar Panagrahi, Sweta Satya. We also received help from several experts, industry bodies, public institutions, and private sector entities including SEBI, RBI, IBBI, IFSCA, Gift City, PFRDA, IRDAI, CBC, NIUA, NASCOM, CDUT, ONDC, NHB, NABARD, World Bank staff, Arun Roy, Dr. Bharat Ramaswamy, Drive NR, Banumurthy, Dr. M. Suresh Babu, Dr. Tirthankar Patnaik, P. Senthil Kumar, S. Vishwanathan, Priya Vedavali, Nilanjan Sarkar, Shalandar Swaminathan, Sweta Singaro, Dr. Pratibha Narayanan, T.A. Padmanabhan, Sandeep Sachdeva, Dr. Amit Kapoor, Bhuvna. 16. Anand, Shubho Roy, Dr. Vinny Jauhari, Ravi Venkatesan, Digvijay Singh Negi, Shirish Joshi, and Dr. Beena Vigneshwaran. Able administrative support was given by Manoj Sahai, Aparna Bhatia, Jasbir Singh, Susruta Samanta, Ajay Kumar Singh, Dilip Kumar, Pankaj Kumar, Devendra Kumar, Navneet Pathak, Rahul Goyal, and other staff members of the DEA. Hindi translation of the survey was done by Shishir Sharma, Harish Singh Rawat, Rajneesh Kumar, Anupam Arya, Samtha Rani, Babita Gunjal, J.K. Mondal, Vinay Kumar, Maya Meena from Hindi section, DEA, and Vibha Middle, Satendra Reddy, Dr. Gautam Sharma, Manish Bhatnagar, Manoj Kumar, Raghavendra Pandey, Divakar Shukla, Ravi Shankar Meena, Dr. Dharmendra Kumar from Central Translation Bureau. Hindi version of the survey was typed by Jia Lal Mathani and Sanjay Prasad from Directorate of Printing, Minto Road. The page setting of the English and Hindi versions of the survey was done by Izzur Rahman, Deepak Agarwal, and Divyansh from Signature Printers. Further, the cover page for the survey was designed by Izzur Rahman. The economic survey owes deep gratitude to the families of all those involved in its preparation for their patience and support. V. Ananthan Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance. Chapter 01. 1. State of the economy, getting back into the fast lane. The global economy exhibited steady yet uneven growth across regions in 2024. A notable trend was the slowdown in global manufacturing, especially in Europe and parts of Asia, due to supply chain disruptions and weak external demand. In contrast, the services sector performed better, supporting growth in many economies. Inflationary pressures eased in most economies. However, services inflation has remained persistent. Although commodity prices have stabilized, the risk of synchronized price increases persists. With growth varying across economies and last-mile disinflation proving sticky, central banks may chart varying paths of monetary easing. This will lead to uncertainty over future policy rates and inflation trajectories. This apart, geopolitical tensions, ongoing conflicts, and trade policy risks continue to pose significant challenges to global economic stability. In this global context, India displayed steady economic growth. As per the first advance estimates of national accounts, India's real GDP is estimated to grow by 6.4% in FY25. Growth in the first half of FY25 was supported by agriculture and services, with rural demand improving on the back of record kharif production and favorable agricultural conditions. The manufacturing sector faced pressures due to weak global demand and domestic seasonal conditions. Private consumption remained stable, reflecting steady domestic demand. Fiscal discipline and strong external balance, supported by a services trade surplus and healthy remittance growth, contributed to macroeconomic stability. Together, these factors provided a solid foundation for sustained growth amid external uncertainties. Looking ahead, India's economic prospects for FY26 are balanced. Headwinds to growth include elevated geopolitical and trade uncertainties and possible commodity price shocks. Domestically, the translation of order books of private capital goods sector into sustained investment pickup, improvements in consumer confidence, and corporate wage pickup will be key to promoting growth. Rural demand backed by a rebound in agricultural production, an anticipated easing of food inflation, and a stable macroeconomic environment provide an upside to near-term growth. Overall, India will need to improve its global competitiveness through grassroots-level structural reforms and deregulation to reinforce its medium-term growth potential. Introduction. 1.1 Global economic conditions are shaped by changing growth dynamics, fluctuating commodity prices, and evolving monetary policies, which influence domestic inflation, trade balances, and capital flows. At present, this interconnectedness is complicated by unusual levels of geopolitical tensions, supply chain disruptions, and climate-related shocks. Against this background, this chapter is organized broadly into 4 sections. The first section outlines the global economic scenario comprehensively, highlighting growth and inflation trends, policy stances, and key emerging risks and uncertainties. The second section focuses on the domestic macroeconomic situation, examining developments from the demand and supply sides. The third section delves into the emerging trends in public finances, inflation, external sector, financial markets, and employment. The concluding section presents the prospects and outlook for growth in the presence of global headwinds while capitalizing on domestic growth drivers. Global economic scenario. Steady global growth and varied regional dynamics. 1.2 globally, 2024 has been an eventful year. The year witnessed unprecedented electoral activity on the political front, with more than half of the global population voting in major elections across countries. Meanwhile, adverse developments like the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the Israel-Hamas conflict increased regional instability. These events impacted energy and food security, leading to higher prices and rising inflation. Cyber attacks also became more frequent and severe, with growing human and financial consequences due to the increasing digitization of critical infrastructure. Geopolitical tensions have reshaped global trade. Geopolitical risks and policy uncertainty, especially around trade policies, have also contributed to increased volatility in global financial markets. 1.3 Nonetheless, global economic growth has remained fairly moderate. The global economy grew by 3.3% in 2023. The International Monetary Fund has projected growth of 3.2% and 3.3% for 2024 and 2025, respectively. Over the next 5 years, global growth is expected to average around 3.2%, which is modest by historical standards. While the overall global outlook remains steady, growth varies across different regions. 1. S&P Global. Geopolitical risk. S&P Global. 2. Reserve Bank of India. Press release. Minutes of the Monetary Policy Committee meeting, December 4 to 6, 2024. 3. 1.4 Despite higher interest rates, advanced economies witnessed stable growth in the first half of 2024. This was on account of moderating inflation and sustained employment and consumption. However, the growth outlook differs between the United States and the euro area. Growth in the U.S. is expected to remain strong at 2.8% in 2024 and may decline slightly in 2025, reflecting a moderation in consumption and exports. 1.5 In the euro area, growth is expected to improve from 0.4% in 2023 to 0.8% in 2024 and further to 1% in 2025 on the back of improving services activity. However, growth outcomes in Europe have been varied. Some countries like Spain, France, Poland, and the United Kingdom have benefited from the strength of their services sector. Meanwhile, manufacturing-intensive countries like Germany and Austria are being weighed down by weak demand. Germany's structural weaknesses, particularly in manufacturing, have been noticeable, contributing to the slackness in Europe's manufacturing. Political developments in France and Germany are also adding to policy uncertainty in Europe's major economies. 1.6 The divergence of the growth trajectories of Europe and the US can also be seen in Citi Economic Surprises indices for these countries. These indices compare actual data releases with analyst expectations. A value above 0 indicates the data. 3 Euromonitor International. Global Economic Outlook, Q3 2024. Euromonitor International. https:// For International Monetary Fund. Regional Economic Outlook, Western Hemisphere, October 2024. https:// 5 International Monetary Fund. Regional Economic Outlook, Europe, October 2024. https:// com/2s377x4z. 4. Was stronger than analyst expectations, while a negative value indicates weaker actual data compared to expectations. Between January 2023 and November 2024, data for the U.S. economy continued to present more positive surprises than the EU, compared to the analyst estimates. 1.7 Within Asia, Japan's growth was hindered by domestic supply disruptions in the early part of the year, while China's growth weakened after the first quarter, affected by sluggish private consumption and investment, alongside challenges in the real estate sector. Services sector growth steady, manufacturing faces challenges. 1.8 The Global Composite Purchasing Managers Index has stayed in the expansion zone for the 14th month in a row. The services sector continues to show strength, while manufacturing PMI indicated contraction. 1.9 In 2024, the global manufacturing PMI started strong, moving into expansion for the first time since mid-2023 and remained so through the first half of the year. By July 2024, weaker conditions pushed the PMI back into contraction. Following 4 months of gradual declines, the global manufacturing sector stabilized in November with an index value of 50.0, indicating no overall change in operating conditions. Output growth in consumer and intermediate goods offset a downturn in investment goods. Increased production was attributed to stabilizing new order intakes and the clearance of backlogs of work. 6. International Monetary Fund. Regional Economic Outlook for Asia and the Pacific. October 2024. 7. S&P Global. Global growth accelerates as solid service sector expansion offsets manufacturing weakness. 8. S&P Global. Global Manufacturing PMI highlights. 5. Chart I.5. Global manufacturing stabilizes in November 2024. 1.10 production trends varied widely across regions in December. Production rose in 13 of the 30 nations for which December PMI data were available. The Eurozone saw the steepest contractions, led by France, Germany, and Austria. North America showed mixed results, with Canada's growth offset by declines in the US and Mexico. India reported the strongest expansion of output. The outlook for global manufacturing also remained subdued in December, with business sentiment dipping to a 3-month low. Source: Bloomberg. 9. S&P Global. J.P. Morgan. Global Manufacturing PMI. Global manufacturing contracts at end of 2024. 6. 1.11 on the global services front. The Global Services PMI Business Activity Index rose to a 4-month high of 53.8 in December. This signals expansion for the 23rd consecutive month. Expansion was recorded across business, consumer, and financial services. Financial services experienced the fastest pace of expansion. Inflationary pressures ease, but risks of synchronized price pressures persist. 1.12 inflation rates across economies have trended downward steadily, approaching central bank target levels. This has been the result of tighter monetary policy regimes across the globe and supply chains adapting to higher levels of economic uncertainty. As a consequence, price pressures eased in 2023 due to a reduction in fuel prices. In 2024, it was attributed to a broad-based reduction in goods inflation. 1.13 However, disinflation seems to have slowed due to the persistence of services inflation, while core goods inflation has fallen to negligible levels. The IMF World Economic Outlook October 2024 reasons that this is on account of higher nominal wage growth as compared to pre-pandemic trends. The report notes that there are early signs that these pressures are abating, thereby aiding the disinflation process. 7. Source: OECD Economic Outlook, Volume 2024 Issue 2. 1.14 However, recent disruptions in global shipping have pushed goods prices up. These events have also pressurized the global supply chains. This is reflected in higher levels of the Global Supply Chain Pressure Index in the quarter ending September 2024. Chart I.10 shows that while container freight rates normalized in 2023, they experienced a significant surge in 2024. This was due to stronger demand, shipping route disruptions in the Red Sea, and delays at the Panama Canal, all of which have partially sustained inflationary pressures. 1.15 The risk to inflation from increases in commodity prices seems limited in 2025-2026. After softening in 2024, commodity prices are expected to decline moderately. While this easing is a positive sign, the risk of synchronized price increases remains, especially during periods of global economic stress. Although recent shocks like geopolitical conflicts and extreme weather have caused price fluctuations, their impact has largely subsided, leading to more varied commodity prices. However, escalating tensions continue to pose a risk of synchronized price increases, undermining the effectiveness of inflation mitigation. Easing monetary policy stances amidst divergent expectations. 1.16 Taking advantage of the steep decline in inflation, major central banks have implemented a policy pivot to lower policy rates. Given the differentials in the trajectories of economic activity across countries, the pace of policy rate reduction is bound to differ. There is also uncertainty regarding the levels of the year ahead and terminal policy rates across economies at the end of the current monetary easing cycle. 10 United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Trade and Development Report 2024. 11 World Bank. Commodity Price Synchronization, a New Era? 8. 1.17 In the short term, the U.S. market expectations of the federal funds rate were much lower than the actual FFR level for both 2023 and 2024. Similar uncertainty may persist over the course of 2025. One way to visualize the uncertainty regarding the FFR over the long term is through the expectations of policymakers about the long-run policy rate. The Federal Open Market Committee presents a dot plot of its members' assessment of the direction of the policy rate over different time horizons. Chart I.13 presents the dot plots that represented the FOMC members' assessments in December 2021, December 2023, and December 2024. The dot plots show that while 12 Ashworth, M, and Gilbert, M. Politics, Economics, and Markets create a 2025 three-body problem. Bloomberg. 9. The long-run policy rate is likely to be higher. The variance in members' expectations is also larger, indicating increased uncertainty over the terminal policy rate. 1.18 The success in inflation control, the consequent easing of monetary policies, and expectations of lower borrowing costs began to reflect in the downward trajectory of sovereign bond yields of advanced economies between April and September 2024. However, renewed global uncertainty over inflationary pressures in the direction of monetary policies have pushed bond yields up in October, December 2024. Lower growth prospects and deflationary pressures have pushed Chinese sovereign bond yields lower, thereby widening the sovereign yield spread between the world's two largest economies. Note: yield on 10-year sovereign bonds. 10. Geopolitical uncertainties continue to pose risks to the global economic outlook. 1.19 Geopolitical risks remain elevated due to ongoing conflicts, which pose significant risks to the global economic outlook. These risks can influence growth, inflation, financial markets, and supply chains. An intensification of the evolving conflicts in the Middle East, or the Russia-Ukraine conflict, could lead to market repricing of sovereign risk in the affected regions and disrupt global energy markets. The oil market is well supplied for now. However, any damage to energy infrastructure could tighten supply, adding uncertainty to the global economic outlook. 1.20 Tensions in the Middle East have disrupted trade through one of the critical shipping routes, the Suez Canal. About 15% of global maritime trade volume normally passes through the Suez Canal. In response, several shipping companies have diverted their ships around the Cape of Good Hope, which has increased delivery times by 10 days or more, on average. These disruptions have led to higher freight rates along major shipping routes, which in turn impact global trade activity. 1.21 Heightened risks are also evidenced by other indices, such as the Geopolitical Economic Policy Uncertainty Index, which remains elevated due to global concerns about economic policies. Similarly, the World Trade Uncertainty Index has risen, driven by trade tensions and policy shifts in major economies. Trade policy uncertainty has increased sharply in recent months, though it has not yet reached the levels seen in 2018-19. The stock of import restrictive measures within G20 economies continues to. 13 OECD. OECD Economic Outlook, Volume 2024 Issue 2. 11. Grow, now affecting 12.7% of G20 imports, more than 3 times the coverage of such measures in 2015. If uncertainty persists and trade restrictive measures continue to rise, they could increase costs and prices, deter investment, hinder innovation, and ultimately reduce global economic growth. In light of these developments, Chapter 5 of the survey on the medium-term outlook elaborates on the global factors and the importance of strengthening the levers of domestic growth. Domestic economy remains steady amidst global uncertainties. 1.22 As per the first advance estimates released by the National Statistical Office, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, the real gross domestic product growth for FY25 is estimated to be 6.4%. From the angle of aggregate demand in the economy, private final consumption expenditure at constant prices is estimated to grow by 7.3%, driven by a rebound in rural demand. PFC as a share of GDP is estimated to increase from 60.3% in FY24 to 61.8% in FY25. This share is the highest since FY03. Gross fixed capital formation is estimated to grow by 6.4%. 1.23 On the supply side, real gross value added is also estimated to grow by 6.4%. The agriculture sector is expected to rebound to a growth of 3.8% in FY25. The industrial sector is estimated to grow by 6.2% in FY25. Strong growth rates in construction activities and electricity, gas, water supply, and other utility. 12. Services are expected to support industrial expansion. Growth in the services sector is expected to remain robust at 7.2%, driven by healthy activity in financial, real estate, professional services, public administration, defense, and other services. The analysis of growth trends in this chapter, hereinafter, is mostly based on the trends in the first half of FY25, on which the information base is more comprehensive. Resilient recovery. 1.24 The COVID-19 pandemic caused widespread disruptions to economies worldwide. Economic Survey 2023-24 compared the post-pandemic trends until Q4 FY24 with the pre-pandemic trajectory and concluded that the economy grew briskly enough to avert any permanent loss of output. This section extends the analysis to Q2 FY25 with a sectoral view of the economy. 1.25 The overall picture is encouraging. Aggregate GVA surpassed its pre-pandemic trend in Q1 FY25, and it now hovers above the trend in the H1 FY25. The agriculture sector remains strong, consistently operating well above trend levels. The industrial sector has also found its footing above the pre-pandemic trajectory. The robust rate of growth in the recent years has taken the services sector close to its trend levels. 1.26 A closer look at industrial subsectors reveals a spectrum of performances. Construction has been a standout, gaining momentum since mid-FY21 and soaring approximately 15% above its pre-pandemic trend, an impressive feat driven by robust infrastructure development and housing demand. The utilities sector, including electricity, gas, water supply, and other services, reached its pre-pandemic trend by the end of FY23 and has consistently stayed above these levels. Manufacturing, while steadily recovering, remains slightly below its pre-pandemic trajectory. Meanwhile, mining continues to operate below its pre-pandemic trend. 1.27 The recovery within the services sector has been uneven. Financial, real estate, and professional services have taken the lead, surpassing pre-pandemic trend levels by the end of FY23. Public administration, defense, and other services followed suit, exceeding the trend for the first time in Q1 of FY25 since the onset of the pandemic. However, trade, hotels, transport, and communication services are gradually catching up with the pre-pandemic trend. These contact-intensive sectors face challenges due to lockdown, restricted demand for travel, and reduced demand for hospitality, entertainment, and personal services. 14 Economic Survey 2023-24, Chapter 1, State of the Economy, Box I.1. Growth in GDP, GVA, and their components ensure no permanent losses in demand and output. 15 H1 refers to the first half of the corresponding financial year, that is April to September. 14. Growth in H1 FY25 driven by agriculture and services sector. 1.28 The real GVA grew by 6.2% in H1 FY25. A strong growth momentum in Q1 FY25 was followed by a subdued performance in Q2 FY25. The agriculture and services sectors emerged as key growth drivers during this period. However, the overall growth was tempered by moderation in industrial growth, particularly in manufacturing, which faced challenges from slowing global demand and supply chain disruptions. Improved agricultural prospects in FY25. 1.29 Agriculture growth remained steady in H1 FY25, with Q2 recording a growth rate of 3.5%, marking an improvement over the previous 4 quarters. Healthy kharif production, above normal monsoons, and an adequate reservoir level supported agricultural growth. As per the first advanced estimates of agricultural production for 2024-25, total kharif food grain production is estimated at a record 1,647.05 lakh metric tons, higher by 5.7% compared to 2023-24 and 8.2% higher than the average food grain production in the past 5 years. The estimated increase is mainly on account of the rise in rice, maize, coarse grains, and oilseeds output. A normal southwest monsoon in 2024 has improved the water levels in reservoirs, ensuring sufficient water for irrigation during the Rabi crop production. As of January 10, 2025. 15. Rabi sowing of wheat and gram was 1.4% and 0.8% higher, respectively, compared to the previous year. Improved agricultural prospects also bode well for softening of food inflation pressures over the course of the year. Manufacturing sector growth moderates but shows positive expectations. 1.30 The industrial sector grew by 6% in H1 FY25. Q1 saw a strong growth of 8.3%, but growth moderated in Q2 due to 3 key factors. First, manufacturing exports slowed significantly due to weak demand from destination countries and aggressive trade and industrial policies in major trading nations. Second, the above-average monsoon had mixed effects. While it replenished reservoirs and supported agriculture, it also disrupted sectors like mining, construction, and, to some extent, manufacturing. Third, the variation in the timing of festivities between September and October in the previous and current years led to a modest growth slowdown in Q2 FY25. 1.31 Disaggregated data reveals that while many manufacturing subsectors experienced growth, others faced challenges, likely due to global and seasonal factors. Oil companies suffered due to inventory losses and lower refining margins, while steel companies faced price pressures and lower global prices. The cement sector faced weak demand in Q2 due to heavy rains and lower selling prices. However, with the conclusion of the monsoon season and the expected pickup in government capital expenditure, sectors such as cement, iron, and steel are expected to see a recovery. Further, mining and electricity are expected to normalize after the monsoon-related disruptions. 1.32 Despite various challenges, India continues to register the fastest growth in manufacturing PMI, which is also reflected in chart I.7 of the previous section. The latest manufacturing PMI for December 2024 remained well within the expansionary zone. The expansion rate for December 2024 exceeded its long-term average, driven by new business gains, robust demand, and advertising efforts. Meanwhile, international orders grew to a 4-month high midway through the third fiscal quarter, signaling recovering external demand, as reported by companies. 16 RBI Governor's Statement, December 6, 2024. 16. 1.33 According to the RBI's Industrial Outlook Survey, manufacturing firms reported improved demand conditions in Q3 FY25 and expect further improvements in Q4 FY25 and Q1 FY26. The survey also reflected better expectations for production, order books, employment, capacity utilization, and the overall business environment during Q4 FY25 and Q1 FY26. Robust growth in the services sector. 1.34 The services sector continues to perform well in FY25. A notable growth in Q1 and Q2 resulted in 7.1% growth in H1 FY25. Across subcategories, all the subsectors have performed well. The robust performance of the services sector is also reflected. 17. In high-frequency indicators, PMI services have been in an expansionary zone during H1 FY25, supported by growth in new orders, rise in output, improvement in sales, and enhanced employment generation. The hospitality sector performed well, with hotel occupancy rates in H1 FY25 similar to the previous year. Average daily rates and revenue per room increased due to higher corporate and leisure travel. Air cargo activity grew in double digits, while port traffic remained stable. Information technology companies also performed better than the previous quarter. Analysis of GDP by expenditure categories. 1.35 India's GDP at constant prices grew by 6.7% and 5.4% in Q1 and Q2 FY25, respectively. This implied a real GDP growth of 6% in the first half of the current fiscal. Statement 14. Annual and quarterly estimates of GDP at current prices, MOSBI. 1.36 From a demand perspective, private final consumption expenditure firmed up in H1 FY25, growing by 6.7% YOY. While national accounts data is not disaggregated by geography, indicators such as two-wheeler and three-wheeler sales and tractor sales signal that rural demand contributed to private consumption growth. This is also reflected in the January 2025 round of National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development Rural Economic Conditions and Sentiment Survey, where 78.5% of rural households reported an increase in their consumption expenditure during the last year. The impulse from rural demand is expected to continue in the second half of the fiscal year with the returns from a bumper Kharif crop and higher MSPs for a prospectively good Rabi crop. 17 Reserve Bank of India. RBI Bulletin December 2024. 18 NABARD, Rural Economic Conditions and Sentiment Survey. 1.37 On the other hand, indicators of urban demand presented mixed trends. According to data from the Federation of Automobile Dealers Associations, the growth of passenger vehicle sales has slowed to 4.2 per YOY in April. November 2024 compared to 9.2% in the corresponding period of the previous year. Fast-moving consumer goods sales in urban areas, as per Nielsen IQ, have recorded a moderate growth in H1 FY25. However, there is steady growth of 7.7% YOY in air passenger traffic in April, November 2024. The 7.3% YOY growth indicated by the first advance estimates for PFC at constant prices for FY25 indicates a pickup in the most recent months. 1.38 The moderation in real GDP growth can be traced to a softening of growth and gross fixed capital formation from 10.1% in H1 FY24 to 6.4%. 19. Source: Various Real Insight Residential Reports by PropTiger. 1.40 The slowdown in investment activity is likely temporary. Green shoots and capital formation are visible. Union government capex is up 8.2% in July, November 2024, and is expected to pick up further pace. Early results of the RBI's order books, inventory, and capacity utilization survey showed that the seasonally adjusted capacity utilization in manufacturing firms was 74.7% in Q2 FY25, above the long-term average of 73.8%. A private sector report's analysis of a sample of capital goods companies indicates that the order books of these companies have registered a sharp increase of 23.6% in FY24 as against a compound annual growth rate of 4.5% in the preceding 4 years. Moreover, in H1 FY25, there has been a growth of 10.3% compared to the end of FY24. The RBI's report on private investment showed that investment intentions increased to 2.45 Indian rupees lakh crore for FY25 as compared to 1.6 Indian rupees lakh crore for FY24. Along with fresh investment, some of the existing intentions would spill over and be implemented in FY26. 1.41 on the external front, exports of goods and non-factor services at constant prices increased by 5.6% in H1 FY25, while imports increased by 0.7%. In Q2 FY25, imports of goods and services at constant prices contracted by 2.9%, primarily driven by a decline in commodity prices. As a result, net exports contributed positively to real GDP growth in this period. 1.42 As India's economy continues to expand, the growth process has been ably supported by stability on fronts such as inflation, fiscal health, and balance of payments. 20 The top 8 cities refer to Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Delhi NCR, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Mumbai, and Pune. 21 Footnote number 19, RBI Governor's Statement, December 6, 2024. 22 Care Ratings. India's CAPEX story gives a mixed picture. 20. The following section presents a closer examination of these stability factors and provides valuable insights into the resilience and sustainability of the Indian economy in the face of global and domestic challenges. The following section presents a closer examination of these stability factors and provides valuable insights into the resilience and sustainability of the Indian economy in the face of global and domestic challenges. Economy characterized by stability and inclusivity on multiple fronts. Improving public finances support macro stability. 1.43 Since the COVID-19 pandemic, judicious fiscal management has helped to rein in general government savings. This assumes greater significance in sustaining the overall savings in the economy. With private corporate savings hovering around 14% of GDP, persistent general government savings could have implied a greater reliance on foreign funding. Prudent fiscal management in the last 4 years kept the overall savings investment gap from widening and ensured a comfortable financing of the current account deficit, even though the household saving rate moderated. Fiscal discipline of the Union government. 1.44 The Union government's indicators of fiscal discipline have improved progressively. Quality of expenditure approximated by capital expenditure as a percent of total expenditure of the Union has continuously improved since FY21. 21. Source: Union budget documents. Provisional actuals for FY24. 1.45 During April-November 2024, 3 major facts stand out in Union finances. First, following an unprecedented expansion of capital expenditure in the last 4 years, it remained subdued during Q1 FY25, owing to general elections. However, it rebounded after July despite a reduction in non-debt receipts owing to an increase in the devolution of taxes to states. Until November 2024, defense, railways, and road transport accounted for about 75% of the capital expenditure, whereas significant YoY growth occurred in power and food and public distribution. Second, despite the gross tax revenue increasing by 10.7% YoY during April-November 2024, the tax revenue retained by the Union, net of devolution to the states, hardly increased. This was because of increased tax devolution, which helped the states to manage their expenditures smoothly. Thirdly, as of November, the deficit indicators of the Union were comfortably placed, leaving ample room for developmental and capital expenditure in the rest of the year. Chart I.36, Sound and Sure Footing of Union Finances in FY25. Source: CGA Monthly Provisional Accounts. Note: GTR Gross Tax Revenue, NRR Revenue Receipts, NTC Tax Revenue, NDR Non-Debt Receipts, TD Tax Devolution to States, RE Revenue Expenditure, IP Interest Payments, CE Capital Expenditure, TE Total Expenditure, FD Fiscal Deficit, RD Revenue Deficit, PD Primary Deficit. 22. Varying Patterns in State Finances. 1.46 A review of preliminary unaudited estimates of 27 states for the period April-November 2024 corroborates the second point above. The GTR of the Union and own tax revenue of the states have increased at comparable pace during this period. However, the overall tax revenue position of the state governments appears better as of November because of increased tax devolution by the Union. Among the state-specific taxes, stamps and registration, sales tax, state excise duties, and other taxes and duties registered positive growth, whereas land revenue declined, for states as a collective. 1.47 for 15 states, OTR accounted for more than half of their total tax receipts, the highest being Telangana at 88%, followed by Karnataka and Haryana at 86% each. Further, states with a higher ratio of own revenue receipts to total revenue receipts also tended to have relatively lower ratios of revenue deficit to total revenue receipts. 23 Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Odisha, Punjab, Rajasthan, Sikkim, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Tripura, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and West Bengal. April 24th to July reference period for Jharkhand, April to September for Arunachal Pradesh and Manipur. 25 Land revenue for Himachal Pradesh included in other taxes and duties. 26 Share of central taxes for Mizoram and Sikkim included in other taxes and duties. 27 EBIT. 28 out of 25 states, Mizoram and Sikkim excluded. 23. 1.48 for 23 states, GST was the main source of revenue amongst ORR with the greatest reliance thereon by Manipur and Nagaland at 78% and 72%, respectively. States garnering the highest shares in respective ORRs, WRT stamps and registration, sales tax and state excise duties were Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and West Bengal, respectively. Odisha exhibited the highest share of non-tax revenue in ORR at 49%. Chart I.41. States own revenue receipts through an assorted lens. Source: CAG Monthly Provisional Accounts. 29 EBIT. 24. 1.49 The revenue expenditure of the states grew at 12% during April to November 2024, with subsidies and committed liabilities registering a growth of 25.7% and 10.4%, respectively. With expenditure on capital account for states declining by 5.6%, total expenditure grew by 9.5%. However, 11 states witnessed an increase in CAPEX. 1.50 in the quality of expenditure, measured by capital outlay as a percent of revenue expenditure over the 5 years ending FY24, states exhibited considerable variation. RE revenue expenditure, CE expenditure on capital account, TE total expenditure. Chart I.44, varying degree of capital outlay as a percent of revenue expenditure. Source: RBI States Database. Revised estimates for FY24. 30 Interest payments, salary and pension. For Mizoram and Sikkim, expenditure on pension and subsidy. For Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, expenditure on salaries and wages and subsidies. And for Arunachal Pradesh, expenditure on subsidies included in other expenditure on revenue account. 31-28 states. 25. 1.51 in April-November 2024, 11 states maintained revenue surplus. The chart shows that revenue surplus is correlated with higher capital expenditure. Inflation, a combination of low and stable core inflation with volatile food prices. 1.52 Retail headline inflation, as measured by the change in the Consumer Price Index, has softened from 5.4% in FY24 to 4.9% in April-December 2024. The decline is attributed to a 0.9 percentage point reduction in core inflation between FY24 and April-December 2024. While the average inflation in FY25 has trended downward, monthly volatility in food prices and a select few commodities have been responsible for CPI inflation printing towards the upper side of the tolerance band of 4.2%. 1.53 Pressures in food prices have been driven by factors such as supply chain disruptions and vagaries in weather conditions. Food inflation, measured by the Consumer Food Price Index, has increased from 7.5% in FY24 to 8.4% in FY25, primarily driven by a few food items such as vegetables and pulses. Chart I.47 plots headline retail inflation excluding the following commodities: tomato, onion, and potato. These commodities together constitute 2.2% of the CPI basket. 26. External sector stability safeguarded by services trade and record remittances. 1.54 India's external sector displayed mixed trends, primarily due to volatile global conditions. A decline in commodity prices affected India's merchandise exports through the petroleum goods channel. Data on merchandise trade shows that India's merchandise exports grew by 1.6% YoY in April-December 2024. However, non-petroleum exports were up by 7.1%. Non-petroleum and non-gems and jewelry exports rose by 9.1%. Merchandise imports rose by 5.2%. This growth was primarily driven by an increase in non-oil, non-gold imports. Gold imports also grew, influenced by higher global prices, early purchases ahead of festive spending, and demand for safe haven assets. 1.55 While the outpacing of merchandise imports over merchandise exports widened India's merchandise trade deficit, India's services trade surplus has lent balance to the overall trade deficit. India's robust services exports have propelled the country to secure the seventh-largest share in global services exports, underscoring its India's robust services exports have propelled the country to secure the seventh-largest share in global services exports, underscoring its competitiveness. 32 Further, if gold and silver are also excluded, CPI inflation excluding these five commodities is even lower. 33. 27. In this critical sector, in addition to the services trade surplus, remittances from abroad led to a healthy net inflow of private transfers. As per the World Bank, India was the top recipient of remittances in the world, driven by an uptick in job creation in OECD economies. These two factors combine to ensure that India's current account deficit remains relatively contained at 1.2% of GDP in Q2 FY25. 1.56 Comfortable financing of the CAD by the capital account has ensured external sector stability. Within capital flows, gross foreign direct investment inflows increased 17.9% YoY in April-November 2024. Gross FDI inflows during April-November in FY25 are higher than the levels witnessed in the corresponding period of any previous years except FY21. Net FDI inflow declined over this period, primarily on account of the uptick in repatriation, which is higher by 33.2% YoY after a growth of 51.5% in FY24. The rise in repatriation through the channels of secondary sales and initial public offerings by multinational companies amid strong stock market performance points to investor confidence in profitable exits for direct investors. 34 World Bank. In 2024, remittance flows to low- and middle-income countries are expected to reach $685 billion, larger than FDI and ODA combined. 35 Behind India's growth over last 10 YRS increase in repatriations, steady FDI inflows. https://tinyurl.com/2tt3pxsf. 28. Chart I.49. Rise in repatriation even as gross FDI inflows remain robust. Source: calculations based on FDI figures from RBI Bulletin, Table Number 34. 1.57 On the other hand, foreign portfolio investment flows have been volatile in the second half of 2024, primarily on account of global geopolitical and monetary policy developments. Net FPI inflows slowed to $10.6 billion in April-December 2024 from $31.7 billion during the same period the previous year. The inclusion of India's sovereign government securities of certain tenors in the JP Morgan EM bond index induced heightened activity within the debt segment of the FPIs. Further elucidation of the impact of the inclusion of Indian G-Secs and global bond indices can be seen in Chapter 3. 1.58 As a result of stable capital flows, India's foreign exchange reserves increased from $616.7 billion at the end of January 2024 to $704.9 billion in September 2024 before moderating to $634.6 billion as on January 3, 2025. India's forex reserves are sufficient to cover 90% of external debt and provide an import cover of more than 10 months, thereby safeguarding against external vulnerabilities. 1.59 Looking ahead, global policy changes could influence India's external trade. The evolving trade stance of a few major economies could affect key Indian export sectors such as chemicals, machinery, textiles, and electronics. In the short term, diversifying export markets is essential, while medium-term efforts should focus on increasing market share. Over the long term, India must position itself as a strategic partner in high-value sectors like biotechnology and semiconductors. Strategic technology partnerships provide opportunities for enhanced cooperation in key areas like space, semiconductors, quantum technologies, and advanced telecommunications. 29. Financial sector prospects amid a moderation of growth and credit dispersal. 1.60 The banking and financial sector remains stable and well-capitalized, and is catering to the financing needs of the economy. While credit dispersal by scheduled commercial banks is growing in double digits, there has been a moderation in the growth in recent months. This is on the back of a high base and also due to regulatory tightening in sectors where high growth was observed. In view of high growth in certain components of consumer credit, the RBI had, on November 16, 2023, raised the risk weights on unsecured retail loans by 25 basis points. However, expansion in the segment continues to be broad-based, with housing loans as the major contributor. Apart from personal loans, credit to the services sector is the other major driver of expansion in gross bank credit. Industrial credit growth is picking up but remains below growth rates in other major sectors. Source: calculations based on credit figures in Table Number 170, Deployment of Gross Bank Credit by Major Sectors, Handbook of Statistics on the Indian Economy. 1.61 Stability in the banking sector is underscored by declining asset impairments, robust capital buffers, and strong operational performance. As per the RBI's Financial Stability Report, December 2024, the gross non-performing assets in the banking system have declined to a 12-year low of 2.6% of gross loans and advances. The capital-to-risk-weighted assets ratio for SCBs stands at 16.7% as of September 2024, well above the norm. The profitability of SCBs improved during H1 FY25, with profit after tax surging by 22.2% YOY, while the return on equity and return on assets have improved on a YOY basis. Macro stress tests suggest that banks' overall capital levels would stay above the regulatory minimum even in adverse scenarios. 36. ID equals 12567 and mode equals 0. 37 Reserve Bank of India. Financial Stability Report. Source: various editions of RBI Financial Stability Report. 1.62 While the long-term stability of the banking system is safeguarded, there was scrutiny over the short-term dynamics emerging from the mismatch of credit and deposit growth rates. The RBI FSR's analysis of previous episodes where credit growth outpaced deposit growth shows that the average duration of such cycles where credit growth exceeds deposit growth is 41 months. The merger of a bank with a non-bank has elongated the cycle in this episode. The analysis reveals that credit growth precedes deposit growth and that convergence is usually achieved through a fall in credit growth. 1.63 Another area of concern within the banking system is the stress on unsecured credit, i.e., personal loans and credit cards. As of September 2024, 51.9% of the fresh addition to the stock of NPAs in the retail loan portfolio emanated from the slippages in the unsecured loan book. The RBI FSR notes that nearly half of borrowers with credit card and personal loans also have another active retail loan, often substantial, such as a housing or vehicle loan. When a borrower defaults on any loan category, financial institutions classify all loans of that borrower as non-performing. Hence, their larger, secured loans face delinquency risks due to defaults in smaller personal loans. 1.64 Apart from active monitoring of the banking system, there is a need to be cautious regarding developments in the Indian and global stock markets. While the Indian financial sector shows resilience, international market conditions may have some influence on India. Any correction in the U.S. stock market could have implications for global markets. 38 Reserve Bank of India. Financial Stability Report. 39 Reserve Bank of India. Financial Stability Report. 31. Employment Trends. 1.65 India's labor market growth in recent years has been supported by post-pandemic recovery and increased formalization. As per the 2023-24 Annual Periodic Labor Force Survey Report, the unemployment rate for individuals aged 15 years and above has steadily declined from 6% in 2017 to 18% to 3.2% in 2023-24. The labor force participation rate and the worker-to-population ratio have also increased. In Q2 FY25, the urban unemployment rate for people aged 15 years and above improved slightly to 6.4% compared to 6.6% in Q2 FY24. Both LFBR and WPR also increased during this period. Source: Annual PLFS Report 2023-24, MOSBI Note. LFBR, Labor Force Participation Rate, WPR, Worker-to-Population Ratio, UR Unemployment Rate 2. Statistics presented are by usual status for persons aged 15 years and above. 1.66 The formal sector in India has seen significant growth, with net employees Provident Fund Organization subscriptions more than doubling from 61 lakh in FY19 to 131 lakh in FY24. In November 2024, net additions reached 95.6 lakh, driven largely by youth. Workers aged 18 to 25 years contributed to 47% of the net payroll additions. This indicates a growing trend towards formal employment, which enhances workers' access to social security and stability. Government initiatives are playing a key role in enhancing the formalization of the job market. 1.67 Technological developments over recent years have generated much discussion on the impact of artificial intelligence on India's labor market. The integration of AI into India's labor market presents an opportunity to enhance productivity, elevate workforce quality, and create employment, provided systemic challenges are effectively addressed through robust institutional frameworks. For India, a services-driven economy with a youthful and adaptable workforce, the adoption of AI offers 32. The potential to support economic growth and improve labor market outcomes. Prioritizing education and skill development will be crucial to equipping workers with the competencies needed to thrive in an AI-augmented landscape. By capitalizing on the global infancy of AI, India has the opportunity to prepare its labor force for a future defined by collaboration between human and machine intelligence. An elucidation of these dynamics can be found in Chapter 13. Outlook and Way Forward. 1.68 A steady growth trajectory shapes the global economic outlook for 2024, though regional patterns vary. The near-term global growth is expected to be a shade lower than the trend level. The services sector continues to drive global expansion, with notable resilience in India. Meanwhile, manufacturing is struggling in Europe, where structural weaknesses persist. Trade outlook also remains clouded in the next year. 1.69 Inflationary pressures have been easing globally, though risks of synchronized price pressures linger due to potential geopolitical disruptions, such as tensions in the Middle East and the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict. Central banks have adopted more accommodative monetary policies. However, the pace of rate cuts varies across regions depending on the growth imperatives and the pace of disinflation, creating potential divergences in economic recovery. 1.70 On the domestic front, rebounding rural demand augurs well for consumption. Investment activity is expected to pick up, supported by higher public capex and improving business expectations. Capacity utilization in manufacturing remains above the long-term average, and private sector order books have shown steady growth, alongside a rise in investment intentions. However, these gains could be tempered by the global excess capacities in sectors such as steel, leading to aggressive trade policies in search of demand. 1.71 Going forward, food inflation is likely to soften in Q4 FY25 with the seasonal easing of vegetable prices and Kharif harvest arrivals. Good Rabi production is likely to contain food prices in the first half of FY26. Adverse weather events and rise in international agricultural commodity prices, however, pose risks to food inflation. Global energy and commodity prices have softened in the recent past, making the core inflation outlook benign. However, risks remain on account of significant global political and economic uncertainties. 1.72 In brief, there are many upsides to domestic investment, output growth, and disinflation in FY26. There are equally strong, prominently extraneous downsides too. 33. Nonetheless, the fundamentals of the domestic economy remain robust, with a strong external account, calibrated fiscal consolidation, and stable private consumption. On balance of these considerations, we expect that the growth in FY26 would be between 6.3 and 6.8%. 1.73 Navigating global headwinds will require strategic and prudent policy management and reinforcing the domestic fundamentals. The Budget 2024-25 laid out a multi-sectoral policy agenda for sustained growth push. In this context, Chapter 5 elaborates on the need for deregulation and reforms at the grassroots level to improve the overall competitiveness of the economy and to lift trend growth rates, supporting higher levels of economic activity. This page has been left blank. 02 Chapter 35. Monetary and financial sector developments, the cart and the horse. India's monetary and financial sectors have performed well in the first 9 months of FY25. Bank credit has grown at a steady rate in the current financial year, with credit growth converging towards deposit growth. There has been a consistent improvement in the profitability of scheduled commercial banks as reflected in a fall in gross non-performing assets accompanied by a rise in the capital-to-risk weighted asset ratio. The government has also achieved significant progress in financial inclusion, with the Financial Inclusion Index of the Reserve Bank of India increasing from 53.9 in March 2021 to 64.2 at the end of March 2024. Rural financial institutions have been an important player in facilitating India's financial inclusion journey. Development financial institutions have contributed significantly to the country's economic progress by financing infrastructure development projects. The capital markets have demonstrated strong performance, driving capital formation in the real economy, increasing the financialization of domestic savings and supporting wealth creation. As of December 2024, the Indian stock market has recorded new highs, consistently outperforming its emerging market peers despite geopolitical uncertainties and election-driven market volatility challenges. Meanwhile, the insurance and pension sectors continue to perform with the vision of achieving universal coverage and strengthening the financial ecosystem further. The financial sector is currently undergoing a transformative period marked by several emerging trends. Notably, there is an increase in the share of consumer credit and overall credit extended by banks and a rise in non-bank financing options. Additionally, equity-based financing has gained popularity, with the number of initial public offerings increasing sixfold between FY13 and FY24. While these developments herald a new era for the financial sector, they also introduce potential risks from a regulatory standpoint. The rise in consumer debt, the expansion of unsecured lending, and the growing number of young investors underscore the need for balancing growth and stability. Such regulation should encourage financial sector growth while ensuring stability and resilience. 36. Introduction. 2.1 Financial institutions play a pivotal role in shaping a country's economic growth trajectory by facilitating savings, investments, and credit for economic activities. The prevailing monetary policies influence the interplay between financial intermediation and economic growth. This chapter examines the key trends and policy changes in monetary policy in the financial intermediation ecosystem in India. These developments are shaped by evolving domestic and global factors, including inflation trends, economic activity projections, and interest rate movements in major economies like the US, EU, and Japan. 2.2 The chapter is structured into two parts. The first part of the chapter explores the evolving monetary policy and key indicators, such as reserve money, broad money, and money multiplier, among others. The second part focuses on the various developments in the financial sector. It begins with an analysis of the banking sector's performance and credit availability, including the contributions of RFIs and DFIs to economic growth. The next section under the discussion on financial sector developments examines capital market trends, particularly the rise in investor participation in the equity segment. Subsequent sections cover developments in the insurance and pension sectors, followed by an overview of the role of financial sector regulators in maintaining financial stability. The chapter also discusses the government's mechanism for addressing cybersecurity in the financial sector and the role of the Financial Stability and Development Council. It concludes with a financial sector outlook, highlighting key challenges for the future. Monetary developments. 2.3 The primary objective of monetary policy is to maintain price stability while also considering the goal of economic growth, as stable prices are essential for sustainable growth. The RBI employs various policy instruments, such as maneuvering the interest rates, conducting open market operations, altering the cash reserve ratio and statutory liquidity ratio, etc., to achieve this stability. 2.4 During the first 9 months of FY25, the Monetary Policy Committee of the RBI, in its various meetings, decided to keep the policy repo rate unchanged at 6.5%. Until its August 2024 meeting, the committee retained its stance on the withdrawal of accommodation to ensure inflation aligns with the target while supporting growth. Considering the prevailing and expected inflation growth dynamics, the committee, in its October 2024 meeting, decided to change the policy stance from the withdrawal of accommodation to neutral. In its December 2024 meeting, the MPC announced a cut in CRR to 4% of the net demand and 37. Time liabilities from 4.5%. The decision is expected to infuse around 1.16 Indian rupees lakh crore liquidity in the banking system. 2.5 Examining the trend in various measures of money supply in the economy, viz. different aggregates that reflect varying degrees of liquidity, it is seen that the monetary base, viz. the most liquid form of money, M0, recorded a year-on-year growth of 3.6% as of January 3, 2025, compared to 6.3% a year ago. The growth in M3, excluding the impact of the merger of a non-bank with a bank, was 9.3% as of December 27, 2024, compared to 11% a year ago. Component-wise, aggregate deposits were the most significant component and contributed most to the expansion of M3. Amongst sources, bank credit to the commercial sector was a major contributor to the increase in M3. As of December 27, 2024, i.e., the ratio of M3 to M0, stood at 5.7 against 5.5 a year ago. Adjusted for reverse repo amounts, analytically akin to banks' deposits with the central bank, the adjusted was lower at 5.6 as of December 27, 2024. Source: Money Stock, Components and Sources, Publications, Weekly Statistical Supplement, RBI Reserve Money, Components and Sources, Publications, Weekly Statistical Supplement, RBI. One RBI press release dated December 6, 2024, Maintenance of Cash Reserve Ratio, PXK checks NDD. 2 components of broad money equals currency with the public plus aggregate deposits. 3 sources of broad money equals net bank credit to government plus bank credit to commercial sector plus net foreign exchange assets of banking sector plus government's currency liabilities to the public banking sector's net non-monetary liabilities. For the money multiplier measures the maximum amount of money that a banking system generates with each unit of central bank money. 38. 2.6 A country's is influenced by 2 main factors: the amount of cash individuals hold and the reserves that banks maintain. When individuals keep more cash, the banking system cannot create money, resulting in a lower multiplier. In this case, cash in hand acts as a leakage from the banking system. Similarly, the reserves that banks hold with the central bank also count as a leakage, further decreasing the In India's case, banks hold a portion of their deposits as reserves with the RBI, known as CRR. 2.7 A higher indicates that the banking system is generating a greater money supply from the money provided by the central bank. In India, recent efforts to promote financial inclusion have encouraged people to hold less cash in hand relative to their deposits, which partly explains the increase in the Chart 2.2 shows that has been on an upward trend over the years. It declined during the COVID-19 pandemic as increased economic uncertainty caused individuals to increase their cash holdings, resulting in a fall. However, after FY22, it has resumed its upward trajectory, reflecting enhanced liquidity generation in the economy. Chart 2.2. Increase in money multiplier over the years. Source: Database on Indian Economy, RBI. Financial intermediation. 2.8 Financial intermediaries are critical in implementing and transmitting monetary policy actions. Policy rates set by the MPC are transmitted to the real economy through financial intermediaries adjusting their lending and deposit rates. Similarly, the CRR and SLR requirements influence the lending capacity of the financial intermediaries. All these policy rates/ratios, in effect, have a bearing on the economic growth, price levels, and financial stability of the economy. The performance of financial intermediaries, such as banks, capital markets, insurance, pension sector, etc., is discussed in this chapter section. 39. Performance of the banking sector and credit availability. Improvement in asset quality of banks. 2.9 The GNPA ratio of SCBs has declined consistently from its peak in FY18 to a 12-year low of 2.6% at the end of September 2024. Lower slippages and a reduction in outstanding GNPAs through recoveries, upgradations, and write-offs have led to this decrease. Lower GNPAs and higher provisions accumulated in recent years also contributed to a decline in net NPAs at around 0.6% at the end of September 2024. Improvements in asset quality parameters were observed across all major bank groups. 2.10 The restructured standard advances ratio, which is the share of RSA in total gross loans and advances, for SCBs declined from 1.8% at the end of March 2022 to 0.7% at the end of September 2024. All major bank groups reported a decrease in this ratio. The CRR of SCBs has increased in the post-asset quality review period, which was conducted from August to November 2015. For FY24, around 93% of the increase in the capital funds was contributed by the rise in Tier I capital of banks, indicative of the robustness of capital buffers. At the end of September 2024, the CRR of SCBs stood at 16.7%, and all banks met the Common Equity Tier 1 requirement of 8%. 2.11 The profitability of SCBs improved during H1 of FY25, with profit after tax surging by 22.2%. The cost of funds rose in sync with the tightening monetary policy cycle. During Q2 of FY25, the cost of funds increased marginally for SCBs. As the transmission was faster for lending rates relative to deposit rates, and the overall yield on assets remained broadly stable during the last year, the net interest 40 margin has marginally declined across all bank groups. Despite a contraction in NIM, both return on equity and return on assets ratios improved in September 2024. Further, as the GNPAs and slippages declined, the provision coverage ratio improved further to 77% at the end of September 2024 from 74.9% in March 2023. Trends in bank credit. 2.12 Against the backdrop of the recent monetary policy tightening cycle in India, bank deposits continue to exhibit double-digit growth. However, their profile has gradually shifted towards schemes offering higher returns. Growth in term deposits continues to outpace the current and savings account deposit growth. As of the end of November 2024, the YoY growth in aggregate deposits of SCBs stood at 11.1%. The growth in bank credit has started converging towards deposit growth. At the end of November 2024, the growth in overall bank credit moderated to 11.8% from 15.2% a year ago over the same period. Moreover, the growth in overall bank credit up to December 27, 2024 in the current financial year moderated to 7.7%. 2.13 in the current financial year. Up to December 27, 2024, the growth rate in non-food credit has been 7.5% compared to a growth of 11% over the same period last year. The moderation in credit growth can be attributed to an increase in lending rates and the imposition of increased capital requirements for unsecured personal loans, credit cards, and lending to non-banking financial companies by the FI. The statistics in this section on bank credit exclude the impact of the merger of a non-bank with a bank. 41. RBI from 100% to 125%. Source: RBI data on sectoral deployment of bank credit. 2.14 Sector-wise, the growth in agriculture credit as of November 29, 2024 in the current financial year was 5.1%. The growth in industrial credit picked up and stood at 4.4% as of the end of November 2024, higher than 3.2% recorded a year ago. Across industries, bank credit to micro, small, and medium enterprises have been growing faster than credit dispersal to large enterprises. As of the end of November 2024, credit to MSMEs registered a YoY growth of 13%, whereas it stood at 6.1% for large enterprises. Credit growth to the services and personal loans segments also moderated to 5.9% and 8.8%, respectively, as of the end of November 2024 in the current financial year. Amongst the services sector, the moderation has been driven by a slowdown in credit dispersal to NBFCs. Vehicle and housing loans drove the moderation in the personal loans segment. In terms of increasing risk weights to NBFCs and credit cards, RBI's policy interventions contributed to the moderation of credit growth in those segments. 2.15 In December 2024 MPC, the RBI announced an increase in the interest rate ceiling on foreign currency non-resident deposits with maturities of 1 to 3 years and 3 to 5 years. Accordingly, banks can now garner fresh deposits under these categories by offering a higher rate of interest. It has also decided to link the foreign exchange retail platform with the Bharat Connect platform to enhance access to foreign exchange for MSMEs. These measures will not only help banks attract investable funds for credit growth, but will also help attract more foreign inflows into India. Another 6 RBI notification, regulatory measures towards consumer credit and bank credit to NBFCs, dated November 16, 2023. 7 RBI press release dated December 6, 2024, interest rates on foreign currency accounts deposits. 42. Significant measure to improve credit access for small and marginal farmers includes increasing the limit for collateral-free agricultural loans from 1.6 Indian rupees lakh to 2 Indian rupees lakh. 2.16 The credit/GDP ratio is a good statistic to evaluate where an economy stands in the financial cycle. If the ratio is significantly greater than its trend value, it may indicate a buildup of stress in the lending sector. On the other hand, if the ratio is lower compared to its trend, it indicates ample room for growth. In the case of India, there was a positive credit/GDP gap between 2006 and 2012, indicating excessive credit growth. This also coincided with the investment boom over that period. A bust followed this in the credit cycle. Higher NPAs impaired the banking sector's lending ability, leading to a significant slowdown in credit growth. Source: Bank for International Settlements. 2.17 After tiding over this situation and the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, an upward trend in the credit/GDP ratio is observed, with the gap steadily closing. With credit growth outpacing nominal GDP growth for 2 successive years, the credit GDP gap narrowed to 0.3% in Q1 of FY25 from 10.3% in Q1 of FY23. Therefore, despite the double-digit growth in bank credit post-April 2022, the credito-GDP ratio is below the trend line, indicating that the recent growth in bank credit is sustainable. 8 RBI press release dated December 6, 2024, credit flow to agriculture collateral-free agriculture loans, https:// 9 Gizi J. Anderson H. Bush O. Castro C. Farag M. and Kapadia S. The credit to GDP gap and complementary indicators for macroprudential policy, evidence from the UK. International Journal of Finance and Economics, 19, 25-47. 10 credit/GDP includes all lending sectors and all borrowing sectors. 43. 2.18 A cross-country comparison indicates that India's bank credit to private non-financial sector to GDP ratio is lower than that of advanced economies such as the US, UK, and Japan. Compared to emerging market economies, the ratio is also lower. Still, it is higher than that of Indonesia and Mexico. 2.19 Although pockets of stress have appeared lately, as we shall see later, India's credit landscape highlights the recovery in the credit environment from the crisis of the second decade, now trying to consolidate itself. At the heart of this growth lies a strong policy emphasis on financial inclusion, as reflected in the significant rise in RBI's Financial Inclusion Index from 53.9 in March 2021 to 64.2 by March 2024. The next section explores the crucial role of rural financial intermediaries in closing the gap between financial services and underserved regions, thereby advancing financial inclusion across the country. Rural financial institutions. 2.20 RFIs are vital in ensuring inclusive growth through financial inclusion, credit accessibility, agricultural financing, and empowerment of rural entrepreneurs. These institutions comprise a network of organizations that provide banking and financial services in rural areas. This multi-agency system includes regional rural banks, rural cooperative banks, SCBs, small finance banks, NBFCs, microfinance institutions, and local area banks. The system supports rural India through a network of banking outlets, which include branches and banking correspondents. The national 11 average of bank credit to the private financial sector as percentage of GDP in the first 2 quarters of 2024. 12 The index measures progress achieved in financial inclusion across 97 indicators in 3 dimensions: access, usage, and quality of financial services. Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development oversees the performance and health of RRBs and RCBs, focusing on aspects such as growth, the composition of assets and liabilities, business structure, and profitability indicators. 2.21 RRBs were established in 1975 under the Regional Rural Banks Act of 1976. Starting from an initial number of 5 in 1975, they have significantly expanded in reach, branch count, total deposits, and advances. There were 133 RRBs in 2006. Following certain mergers, liquidations, and amalgamations to improve their performance, the number was brought down to 43 in 2023. Their coverage expanded from 523 districts in 2006 to 696 districts, and the number of branches grew substantially from 14,494 in 2006 to 21,856 in 2023. As of March 31, 2024, there were 43 RRBs with 22,069 branches, with operations extending to 31.3 crore deposit accounts and 3 crore loan accounts in 26 states and 3 UTs. 2.22 The government approved Indian rupee 80 crore in recapitalization assistance to RRBs during FY22 and FY23. This recapitalization scheme included operational and governance reforms as part of the Sustainable Viability Plan designed to revitalize RRBs. The plan aimed to achieve several objectives, including credit expansion, business diversification, reduction of NPAs, cost rationalization, technology adoption, and improvements in corporate governance. As a result of this recapitalization assistance and the implementation of the Viability Plan, the performance of RRBs at a consolidated level has shown significant improvement over time. During FY24, these banks achieved historic highs across all metrics. The consolidated net profit of RRBs increased from Indian rupee 74 crore in FY23 to 7,571 Indian rupees crore in FY24. The consolidated CRAR rose from 13.4% as of March 2023 to an all-time high of 14.2% by March 31, 2024. The number of RRBs with a CRAR of less than 9% decreased from 9 as of March 2023 to 4 as of March 2024. Additionally, the number of profit-making RRBs grew from 37 in FY23 to 40 in FY24, while the number of loss-making RRBs fell from 6 to 3 during the same period. 2.23 Asset quality of RRBs measured by GNPA as a percentage of gross advances improved from 7.3% in FY23 to 6.1% in FY24, which is the lowest level in the past 10 years. During the same period, net NPAs declined from 3.2% to 2.4%. Credit expansion contributed to an increase in the consolidated credito-deposit ratio, which rose from 67.5% as of March 2023 to 71.2% as of March 2024, the highest in 33 years. All RRBs successfully met the regulatory targets and sub-targets set by the RBI under the priority sector lending guidelines during FY24. 13 NABARD Report on Empowering Rural Financial Institutions. 14 IBID Note 13. 45. Development Financial Institutions. 2.24 DFIs are key players in supporting economic progress. Their main objective is to boost economic expansion through funding infrastructure developments. These institutions offer extended financial and technical aid across different sectors. DFIs supply technical assistance, including reports on projects, studies on their feasibility, and advisory services. By improving access to credit for infrastructure and housing projects, DFIs encourage more loans to be directed towards these critical areas. DFIs play a vital role in India by providing long-term funding for key sectors, supporting economic growth, fostering industrial expansion, improving infrastructure, and helping develop small and medium-sized businesses. 2.25 The early DFIs were set up in the 1950s to 1960s. They included the Industrial Financial Corporation of India, Industrial Credit and Investment Corporation of India, and Industrial Development Bank of India. Over time, these DFIs became universal banks or commercial banks. As two major DFIs converted into commercial banks, there were fewer institutions to address the macro needs of industrial and infrastructure development. Institutions such as Infrastructure Development Finance Company, India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited, and more recently, the National Bank for Financing and Infrastructure Development have focused on funding infrastructure development. The performance of some of these is discussed in the following paras. 2.26 IFCL has supported India's infrastructure development over the past 18 years. As a long-term financing institution, it is amongst the most diversified public sector infrastructure lenders in terms of eligible infrastructure subsectors and product offerings. It is mandated to finance greenfield and brownfield projects, covering direct lending, takeout finance, refinance, and credit enhancement across all infrastructure subsectors as notified by the government in the Harmonized Master List of Infrastructure Subsectors. As of September 2024, IFCL had approved co-financing for over 780 projects with a total outlay of over 13 Indian rupees. Lakh crore. This includes more than 500 public-private partnership projects, representing about 28% of the country's total PPP projects. IFCL's total sanctions and disbursements on a cumulative basis exceed 2.8 Indian rupees lakh crore and 1.4 Indian rupees lakh crore, respectively, while the outstanding loan book stands at Indian rupee 5 crore. Overall, IFCL has accorded loan sanctions to projects having around 31,000 kilometers of highways, 95 gigawatts of installed energy capacity, 22 gigawatts of installed renewable energy capacity, and 880 million tons of port capacity. 15 Harmonized Master List of Infrastructure Subsectors. 16 Based on the inputs received from the Department of Financial Services. 2.27 Given the need for a long-term capital provider with a holistic sectoral mandate, as opposed to the niche mandate of other DFIs, the National Bank for Financing and Infrastructure Development was established as an infrastructure-focused DFI through NABFID Act, 2021. The RBI accorded it an All India Financial Institution status on March 8, 2022, making it the fifth AFI after NABARD, Small Industrial Development Bank of India, NHB, and Exim Bank. NABFID has both financial and developmental objectives. Its financial objective is to lend or invest, directly or indirectly, and seek to attract investment from private sector investors and institutional investors in infrastructure projects to foster sustainable economic development in India. The developmental objective of the institution is to coordinate with the central and state governments, regulators, financial institutions, institutional investors, and other relevant stakeholders. 2.28 NABFID has sanctioned 1.3 Indian rupees lakh crore loans as of September 30, 2024. The road and energy sector, including renewable energy, account for over 3/4 of loans sanctioned. The institution has identified a project pipeline across sectors such as roads, power generation, renewables, railways, ports, transmission and distribution, data centers, and social and commercial sectors like hospitals, ropeways, and others. It is targeting sanction of loans aggregating over 3 Indian rupees lakh crore by the end of FY26. It offers longer tenor loans, longer reset on loans, and fixed interest rate loans up to 15 to 25 years, helping infrastructure developers navigate the interest rate cycle and manage risks therein. Use of artificial intelligence by banks. 2.29 Over the past several decades, banks have consistently adapted the latest technological innovations to redefine customer interactions. Globally, banks introduced ATMs in the 1960s and electronic card-based payments in the 1970s. The 2000s saw the widespread adoption of 24/7 online banking, followed by the rise of mobile banking in the 2010s. Now the world is in the artificial intelligence, powered digital age, driven by decreasing data storage and processing costs, greater accessibility, and connectivity. These innovations can lead to higher automation and often enhance human decision-making speed and accuracy when correctly managed to mitigate risks. 2.30 The use cases of AI and machine learning applications by banks in India range across areas such as credit underwriting, regulatory capital planning, liquidity management, fraud detection and prevention, risk assessment and management. 17 IBID Note 16. 18 McKinsey & Company Report, AI Bank of the Future. Can banks meet the AI challenge? https://tinyurl.com/2suiwi. 47. Portfolio optimization, pricing models, and chatbots. The rapid pace of technological evolution in India, particularly in areas like AI, blockchain, and data analytics, has created new opportunities to reimagine traditional financial services and processes. AI and large language models have enhanced customer service through interactive chatbots and personalized experiences, while blockchain offers secure, transparent, and efficient transactions. Moreover, evolving consumer behavior and expectations, driven by the rise of digital natives and increasing demand for personalized, seamless, and convenient financial solutions, encourage established companies and newcomers to innovate to remain competitive. 2.31 Along with the benefits, using AI in the banking system entails a few risks. The black box nature of AI systems can make it difficult to assess the system's reliability or contest its decisions. This lack of transparency can lead to trust concerns and challenges in validating the fairness and accuracy of AI decisions, making it challenging to audit or interpret the algorithms that drive the decisions. Accountability risks include difficulty in tracing decisions to their source and establishing liability. Other risks include those related to human resources, such as inadequate human oversight, over-reliance on AI, and loss of human expertise. Cyber risks. Malicious usages like synthetic identity frauds, rogue trading, and market manipulation. System-related risks such as inability to intervene and market correlations, and third-party dependencies and service provider concentration. 2.32 International bodies such as the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development have outlined core principles governing the use of AI, which include inclusive growth, respect for the rule of law, transparency and explainability, robustness and safety, and accountability. The Hiroshima AI Process Comprehensive Policy Framework established in December 2023 includes a set of guiding principles and a code of conduct, marking a significant step towards a coordinated global approach for the responsible development of AI. Different techniques are being adopted by regulators across the globe, most of which are focused on principles-based guidance. 2.33 Establishing robust AI governance is the first and crucial step in addressing the challenges that come with the implementation of AI systems. Without an appropriate governance framework, AI systems may operate without clear guidelines or oversight, leading to potential abuse or misuse of technology. As vulnerabilities could evolve with the pace of innovation and degree of AI integration in financial services, regulatory and supervisory effectiveness may take a back seat if financial regulators' AI-related skills. 19 PwC India Report, Mapping the FinTech Innovation Landscape in India. 20 Based on the inputs received from RBI. 21 OECD AI Principles. 22 Hiroshima AI Process. 48. And knowledge do not keep pace with developments in this space. Accordingly, the RBI has proactively engaged with regulated entities and experts to assess the ongoing developments while effectively communicating its expectations through multiple engagement forums. It has also created a regulatory sandbox focusing on innovative technology products/services. Further, the RBI announced the establishment of a committee to create a framework for responsible and ethical enablement of artificial intelligence in the financial sector. Efficacy of insolvency law. 2.34 While financial intermediaries play their part in providing credit to various agents of the economy for economic activity, debtors may sometimes fail in their endeavors. This requires a mechanism to rescue them and provide an honorable exit to honest debtors or an attempt to resolve the stress and get them back into the business. For this purpose, enacting the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, 2016 has ushered in a modern and comprehensive insolvency resolution framework for distressed entities. By addressing financial distress and NPAs, the code has had an indelible impact on the health of the country's banking sector and redefined the debtor-creditor relationship. 2.35 Till September 2024, 1068 resolution plans approved under the code have resulted in creditors realizing 3.6 Indian rupees lakh crore, 161% against liquidation value, and 86.1% of the fair value. The haircut for creditors relative to the fair value of assets was around 14%, while relative to their admitted claims, it was around 69%. Further, until September 2024, 79 corporate debtors were closed by sale as a going concern under liquidation. These 79 CDs had claims amounting to 1.4 Indian rupees lakh crore, as against the liquidation value of 4,678.2 Indian rupees crore. The liquidators in these cases realized 3,674.1 Indian rupees crore. 2.36 Resolutions under the code have spanned across all sectors, from large steel manufacturing companies and real estate projects to small FMCG companies. Out of the 12 large accounts referred by the RBI for resolution under the code, 10 have been successfully resolved. This highlights that the resolution process under the code is designed to be sector agnostic so that all types of distressed entities can find a viable solution to their financial distress. 2.37 The deterrent effect of the code has led to a significant shift in debtor behavior. Thousands of debtors are resolving distress in the early stages of distress. They are 23 Das, Shaktikanta, inaugural address at RBI at 90 Global Conference on Digital Public Infrastructure and Emerging Technologies, August 26, Bengaluru. 24 RBI press release dated December 26, 2024. 25 This realization does not include the corporate insolvency resolution process cost and many probable future realizations such as equity, realization from corporate and personal guarantees, funds infused into corporate debtors, including capital expenditure by the resolution applicants, and recovery from avoidance applications. 49. Resolving when default is imminent, on receipt of a notice for repayment but before filing an application, after filing application but before its admission, and even after admission of the application, and making best effort to avoid consequences of resolution process. Most companies are rescued at these stages. Till March 2024, 28,818 applications for initiation of SERPs of CDs having underlying default of 10.2 Indian rupees lakh crore were withdrawn before their admission. 2.38 The outcomes of the IBC in terms of its efficiency and effectiveness are discernible from various statistics such as the number of resolutions, early resolutions before the financial distress becomes chronic, and time taken for the processes to complete, etc. However, beyond these numbers, the code has other far-reaching impacts through its interaction with the higher-level systems like the legal, economic, and financial systems. Some of these systemic benefits of the law, flowing through multiple channels, as proven by research, are as follows. Forex hedging by firms. Research shows that the likelihood for currency mismatches in the corporate sector has reduced after India's bankruptcy reform. As per BS Research, the introduction of the new bankruptcy law raised the probability of currency hedging by 13.7% for firms which originally had a high degree of currency mismatch. Thus, there is an incentive for firms to hedge currency exposure risk better in the presence of a bankruptcy law. Reducing bond credit spreads. Sengupta and Vardhan highlight that the IBC lowered the credit spreads for bonds issued by non-financial firms from FY17 to FY20 compared to the bonds issued by the finance firms in FY15 and FY16, especially when other issue-level determinants of credit spreads are considered. This shows an encouraging development and reinforces the fact that an effective bankruptcy resolution regime is critical for bond investors to develop confidence in the Indian market. Currently, the bond market is skewed towards high-rated bonds, which account for more than 85% of all issuances. Investor confidence in effective bankruptcy resolution will be crucial to developing a deep and liquid market for lower-rated bonds. Exports, Khan and Chakraborty. Study a large sample of 4,434 firms between 2000 and 2020 and find that exporting firms in India have benefited from the bankruptcy reform law by helping them better access credit and get out of financial constraints. 2.39 Macroprudential tools are handy for muting the effects of credit cycles. However, 26 Mohani, M. S. and Sundaresan, S. M. FX hedging and creditor rights. BS paper, https://tinyurl.com/2f828. 27 Sengupta, R. and Vardhan, H. Bankruptcy regime change and credit risk premium on corporate bonds. Evidence from the Indian economy. Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, https://tinyurl.com/5n8nep6c. 28 Khan, T. A. and Chakraborty, I. Financial Constraints and Export Behavior, an Analysis of Indian Manufacturing Firms. 50. A good bankruptcy regime acts as a backstop during downswings, in turn reducing the need for costly macroprudential interventions. A continuously evolving and improving IBC framework is important to achieving a 7 to 8% growth over the next decade. India's growth aspirations require capital to operate at the frontiers of productivity and efficiency. An efficient bankruptcy system will free up capital, allowing better production, employment, and growth prospects. 2.40 The next step towards insolvency and bankruptcy reform is to improve operational efficiencies to speed up the resolution process. This is especially important for MSMEs, for whom legal costs can prove to be substantial. Improving time efficiencies in the system comes down to using innovative resolution routes such as the pre-pack arrangements for MSMEs, interdisciplinary capacity building of resolution professionals across legal, financial, and industry basics, and minimizing judiciary delays in proceedings. Operational efficiencies require a balancing act between fairness and fastness of resolution. Further, improvements are also required to ensure the timeliness of the insolvency and bankruptcy processes under the Code. Box 2.1 discusses the issue of delays in the processes under the IBC. Box 2.1. IBC and National Company Law Tribunals. The IBC lays a time limit of 180 days from the date of admission for closure of an insolvency process, with a provision for extension by 90 days with the approval of the Committee of Creditors and the adjudicating authority, i.e., the NCLT. The regulations provide detailed timelines for various processes to be undertaken in the corporate insolvency resolution process and liquidation processes. This aspect of the insolvency law has been crucial in determining its performance, and with time, the delays in the completion of processes have become a concern. Within 3 years of implementation of the Code, the difficulties in complying with the timelines were evident, and it was amended to provide a 330-day outer limit for a CRP, including judicial proceedings. Current evidence shows that the 1068 SERPs, which have yielded resolution plans, took an average of 582 days for conclusion, and the 2,630 SERPs, which ended up in orders for liquidation, took on average 499 days for conclusion. This average time for a CRP does not include the time taken for an application to be admitted and time periods that are excluded by the order of the AA for reasons assigned by it. The time excluded by AA in the cases resolved so far was, on average, 116 days. This constitutes about 64% of the time intended in the Code to complete the entire process. The exclusion of time done by the AA helps address compliance with the Code. Still, it does not address the impact on the erosion of business and economic value of the corporate debtor. The NCLT/Tribunal was made the AA for insolvency and bankruptcy matters, along with their pre-existing adjudicatory role under the Companies Act 2013 and the competition law. The government has taken comprehensive measures to strengthen the NCLT. As of September 51, 2024, 30 courts and 16 benches were functioning headed by the President, and 31 each of judicial and technical members. As of the end of July 2024, the NCLT has, quite notably, reported as adjudicated 34,690 cases under the IBC against 35,501 cases numbered, i.e., close to 98% adjudication, and disposed of 29,705 cases. However, there are 2,593 cases awaiting admission and 4,723 pending after admission. Further strengthening the number of courts, benches, and members and ramping up physical infrastructure, as envisaged in the Union Budget 2024-25, will help improve the disposal rate. Further, addressing issues in the insolvency procedures and the tribunal's administrative processes would help to reduce pendency in the long term. Delays in admission are of particular concern since, until admission, the company continues to be controlled by the defaulting debtor. While admission is awaited, the opportunities for value shifting, funds diversion, and assets transfers increase, leading to further erosion of the value of the CD. While the prescription is admission in 14 days, in FY21, the average time for admission of 153 applications by operational creditors was 468. In FY22, an average of 650 days was taken in the admission of 207 applications. Reasons for delay in admission occur as the AA tries to establish the existence of debt and default, as promoters file objections, including evidentiary proof in the form of contracts, GST filings, etc., is all provided for, but all of this can be contested. The financial system with digital credit information repositories, receipts, trading platforms, and the information utility, set up under the IBC, is quite robust and should be harnessed. And a means for verification of debt and default may be enabled, especially for applications filed by financial creditors. If developed by the market, such a service would address the problem and may also be monetizable, as the applicant creditors will benefit from early admission of applications. Providing in the code for the use of IU records as conclusive proof about the occurrence of a default in general, with necessary exceptions, would enable such services. Tribunals could improve the time taken for admission with the use of technology and the aid of the court registry for verification, scrutiny, and clearing of defects in the application. The proposed integrated platform for use by various stakeholders can include such features. This would eliminate the need for pre-admission hearings and help reduce the time to admit an application. In the case of applications filed by operational creditors, a voluntary mediation mechanism, if made applicable, may help address default and hence obviate the need for admission. Another source of delays at the AA during the CRP is the adjudication of interlocutory applications. It includes procedural requirements like the appointment of an insolvency. 29 National Company Law Tribunal. 30 Para 61 and 62 of the Union Budget, 2024-25. 31 Standing Committee on Finance, 32nd Report August 2021 Implementation of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, Pitfalls and Solutions. 32 Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board, April 2022. Consultation paper on issues related to reducing delays in the corporate insolvency resolution process. 33. 34 Discussion paper, January 2023, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. 35 Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, Quarterly Newsletter, January 2023. 36 Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board, November 2022. Report of the Colloquium on Functioning and Strengthening of the IBC Ecosystem. 52. Professional, appointment of an authorized representative, consideration of delayed claims, the constitution of the COC, etc., and frivolous applications. In instances where an objective criterion to determine the achievement of a procedural milestone can be assessed, or when decisions are arrived at by consensus among stakeholders, it can be taken on record of the AA. It may not be considered for formal posting before the court. Extending engineering principles, the process, method, and output of repetitive procedural tasks, which are amenable for standardization, should be standardized, such as the use of template-based submissions and orders. In dealing with frivolous applications, the tribunal needs to be more stringent, and using prevention by way of the imposition of high costs would have the necessary deterrent effect. Tribunals have addressed the burden on the traditional judicial system by enabling specialization in narrower domains to enable speedy relief by reducing formalistic procedures and complexity. Tribunals are envisaged to reduce costs and improve efficiency. The same would be possible if the trappings of the traditional judiciary were avoided both in procedure and stakeholders' mindsets. The IBC provides a non-adversarial resolution process but has not been enabled in practice at the NCLT. The design and execution of procedures in the NCLT may be revisited, keeping the quasi-judicial nature of the mandate as a foundational tenet. Separate rules for the NCLT and its role as the AA under the Code may also provide more clarity in dealing with procedural matters and improve the efficiency in its functioning. Development in capital markets. 2.41 Capital markets are central to India's growth story, catalyzing capital formation for the real economy, enhancing the financialization of domestic savings, and enabling wealth creation. As of December 2024, the Indian stock market has achieved new highs, with intermittent corrections, in the midst of geopolitical uncertainties, currency depreciation, and domestic market volatility challenges. Investor participation has been a contributor, with number of investors growing from 4.9 crore in FY20 to 13.2 crore as of December 31, 2024. This growth, combined with active listing activity and recent measures by the regulator, viz. Securities and Exchange Board of India, to temper excesses, is expected to foster sustainable market expansion. 2.42 The primary markets continue to witness heightened listing activities and investor enthusiasm in FY25, notwithstanding the market volatility and geopolitical uncertainties. As per the ENY Global IPO trends, Indian stock exchanges provide conducive market conditions for foreign conglomerates to list their local subsidiaries, thereby offering a good opportunity for unlocking value. India's share in global IPO listings surged to 30% in 2024, up from 17% in 2023, making it the leading contributor of primary resource mobilization globally. 2.43 The total resource mobilization from primary markets stands at 11.1 Indian rupees lakh crore from April to December 2024, which is 5% more than the 37Y Global IPO Trends Report. 53. Amount mobilized during entire FY24. This also amounts to 25.6% of gross fixed capital formation of private and public corporations during FY24. The number of IPOs increased by 32.1% to 259 during April to December 2024 from 196 in the corresponding period of the previous year, while the amount raised almost tripled from 53,023 Indian rupees crore to Indian rupee 1,5387 crore in the same period. The mainboard platform witnessed a significant increase in issue size as the average IPO deal size rose to 2,124 Indian rupees crore, up from 814 Indian rupees crore in entire FY24. In the case of small and medium enterprises IPOs, the average deal size increased to 3 Indian rupees crore from 31 Indian rupees crore during the same period. 2.44 Reflecting the buoyant market conditions, qualified institutional players emerged as the preferred equity fundraising mechanism for the corporates during FY25, with 11.4% share in total capital raised. Resource mobilization through rights issues remains buoyant, with 16,881 Indian rupees crore raised during April to December 2024, compared to 6,538 Indian rupees crore in the corresponding period of the previous year. 2.45 The domestic corporate debt market continued to gain significant traction during the year. The value of corporate bond issuances stood at 7.3 Indian rupees lakh crore from April to December 2024, with an average monthly issuance of 0.8 Indian rupees lakh crore, higher than the average of 0.66 Indian rupees lakh crore in the corresponding period of the previous year. Private placements remained the preferred channel for corporates, accounting for 99.1% of total resources mobilized through the bond market. Increasing investor demand and elevated costs of borrowing from banks have made these markets more attractive for corporates for funding requirements. 2.46 In contrast to the equity market, the debt market in India remains undercapitalized. As a percentage of GDP, the corporate bond market is only 18% in India, as opposed to 80% in Korea and 36% in China. The market for corporate bonds comprises high-end bonds, with 97% of corporate bond issuances concentrated in the top 3 rating categories. Issuers who are unable to get these ratings are unable to access the bond market. This may explain why most issuers are NBFCs or public sector undertakings. 2.47 An overwhelming majority of corporate bond issuance happens through the route of private placement, which actively deters the participation of retail investors. In FY24, the public placement of corporate bonds stood at 1,000 Indian rupees crore against the private placement of around Indian rupee 838,000 crore. The financial services sector dominates the issuance of corporate bonds at nearly 60% of the total. International Monetary. 38 SEBI Annual Bulletin. 39 IMF Paper, India's Financial System Building the Foundation for Strong and Sustainable Growth, https://tinyurl. com/3xmz39pw. 40 ORF, 2024. 54. Fund, 2023. Outside financial services, real estate and power generation/supply comprise the rest. Consequently, corporate bond issuance from manufacturing and non-energy infrastructure sectors is a very small proportion of the overall bond market. From April to December 2024, 16,456 Indian rupees crore was raised by real estate investment trusts and infrastructure investment trusts. 2.48 If liquidity has to enter corporate bond markets, problems such as entry costs, information asymmetry, and the absence of a secondary market must be addressed. For example, insurance and pension funds cannot be invested in bonds that are lower than AA rated. This effectively crowds out small players in the corporate bond market. Liquidity is also bottled through regulations that prevent provident funds from investing in corporate bonds for more than 3 years. Moreover, insurance funds are not allowed to invest in debt issued by private companies. Secondary market. Positive performance amidst volatility. 2.49 Turning to the performance of the secondary markets. Since the commencement of FY25, they have experienced significant volatility driven by various events. These include the general elections in June 2024, the unwinding of carry trades in Japan in August 2024, the escalation of conflict in the Middle East, and the U.S. presidential election. Notwithstanding the intermittent corrections, the markets showed a consistent upward trend until September 2024, scaling new all-time highs. Strong domestic economic prospects, robust domestic institutional investor inflows, foreign portfolio investments, anticipated policy pivots from major central banks, etc., drove the uptrend. However, this trend has moderated since October 2024, driven by economic stimulus measures in China, the U.S. presidential elections, and valuation concerns. On account of recent corrections, the benchmark index, Nifty 50, delivered a return of 4.6% return from April to December 2024. The highest returns were delivered by Hong Kong's Hang Seng, followed by Nasdaq Composite, Singapore FTSE Straits Times, and South Africa's FTSE/JSE All-Share Index during the same period. 2.50 However, on a longer-term basis, Indian markets have been among the best-performing markets in the world. The compounded annualized returns of Nifty 50 for the past 10 years stand at 8.8%, trailing below few indices, such as the U.S. Nasdaq Composite Index and U.S. Dow Jones, among a select set of significant markets as of December 2024. The corresponding CAGR of China's Shanghai Composite Indices stands at 3.2%. The positive performance of the Indian stock was driven by strong profitability growth, rapid traction of digital financial infrastructure, expanding investor base, and substantial reforms in products and processes. In line with the performance of Indian 55 markets, India's weight in the MSCI index reached a new high of 20% in July 2024 before settling down at 19.4% at the end of December 2024. This is only the third highest after China and Taiwan. 2.51 On May 23, 2024, the total market capitalization of BSE-listed stocks closed above the $5 trillion milestone for the first time. At the end of December 2024, BSE's market capitalization increased by 14.2% since March 2024 to reach 445.2 Indian rupees lakh crore. BSE market capitalization to GDP ratio stood at 136% at the end of December 2024, rising significantly over the last 10 years. Table 2.1. Market capitalization to nominal GDP ratio. Rise in investor participation in capital markets. 2.52 The period since the pandemic has seen a surge in individual and household participation as capital market investors through direct and indirect channels. Healthy corporate earnings, stable macro fundamentals, efficient and robust technology architecture facilitating efficient trading, clearing, and depository systems, and trust garnered by mutual fund ecosystem and online digital investment platforms have encouraged greater participation in capital markets. 2.53 The incremental addition to demat accounts has been continuously increasing, with the number of demat accounts rising sharply by 33% to 18.5 crore at the end of December 2024 on a YOY basis. In the equity cash segment, individual investor share turnover was 35.6% from April to December 2024. There are 11.5 crore unique investors with demat accounts and 5.6 crore unique investors in mutual funds as of the end of December 2024. Higher investor participation has engendered a self-reinforcing cycle of strong market returns, bringing in even more investors. This, in 41 share turnover refers to the ratio of the value of traded shares of individual category to the total turnover in the cash market. Turn will eventually transform the securities market into a more diverse, inclusive, and robust platform for wealth creation. 2.54 The mutual fund industry has grown well in the last few years and is now crucial in channeling financial savings towards risk capital formation and leveraging technology and innovation. The rise in retail participation through mutual funds is reflected in the doubling of unique investors from 2.9 crore in FY21 to 5.6 crore as of December 2024. The total number of folios increased from 17.8 crore at the end of FY24 to 22.5 crore at the end of December 2024. And retail investors held mutual fund units worth 18.6 Indian rupees lakh crore. This surge in participation, coupled with strong market performance, has led to a remarkable increase in mutual funds assets under management, which rose to 66 Indian rupees lakh crore as of December 2024, registering 25.3% growth from March 2024. 57. Box 2.2. Risks for the Indian stock market in 2025. As we move into 2025, the U.S. financial landscape is characterized by high stock market valuations, record corporate profits, and extremely optimistic investor sentiment. With the U.S. comprising 75% of the MSCI World Index, any correction in its market could have profound ripple effects on global markets, including India, underscoring the need for heightened vigilance. U.S. markets at a record high. Notwithstanding accentuated geopolitical tensions, the U.S. equity markets had a solid run for the second year in a row, outperforming the broader developed market pack. Following a 24% gain in 2023, the S&P 500 index is well on course to generate a 20% plus return in 2024. This outperformance came on the back of economic resilience, robust corporate earnings that have surged to record high levels, strengthening rate cut expectations early in the year, and an all-time high investor confidence. That said, the surge in U.S. stock market valuations to an unattractive zone, currently at their third highest levels as indicated by Shiller's S&P 500 CAPE ratio, warrants some caution. Further, the rally over the last 2 years has been largely driven by a few mega-capitalization technology companies: Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, and Nvidia. This is reflected in a strong 40% plus year-to-date return in the S&P 500 Top 10 Index. The performance of the S&P 500 Equal Weight Index, which assigns equal weight to all 500 constituents, effectively diluting the impact of the largest companies, is also a good assessment of the performance of the S&P 500 excluding these companies. The performance of the S&P 500 Equal Weight Index, which assigns equal weight to all 500 constituents, effectively diluting the impact of the largest companies, is also a good assessment of the performance of the S&P 500 excluding these companies. The S&P 500 index has rallied by a total of 56% in 2023 and 2024, more than double that generated by the Equal Weight Index. This, along with tapering rate cut expectations, with the U.S. Federal Reserve's dot plot now suggesting a 50 bps cut in 2025, down from the earlier guidance of 100 bps, has added to the potential risks and uncertainties. Chart 2.9, S&P 500 vis-a-vis S&P 500 Index. Source: LSEG Workspace. Note: data for the S&P 500 Index and the S&P 500 Equal Weight Index is from January 2023, both rebased to 1,000. Data is till December 24, 2024. 44 data source: Federal Reserve Economic Data, National Income, Corporate Profits Before Tax, Billions of Dollars, Quarterly, Seasonally Adjusted Annual Rate. 58. Interestingly, investor sentiments this time have been heavily influenced by sustained demand for high-growth stocks and extreme and unreasonable optimism, as indicated by an all-time high divergence between the share of respondents expecting an increase in stock prices and income levels. However, history shows sentiment-driven rallies are often fragile, with confidence shifting rapidly in response to external shocks, such as geopolitical events, policy changes, or economic slowdowns. This makes the current environment particularly susceptible to volatility, with any unexpected developments potentially triggering significant market corrections. At the same time, questions are emerging about the sustainability of U.S. corporate earnings, particularly as they are concentrated within a few major technology firms and supported by strong government spending, up 10% YOY to $6.75 trillion from October 2023 to September 2024. Furthermore, investor demand for structured and complex products, where returns are backed by revenues from unconventional assets such as data centers, music catalogs, and solar panels revenues, has surged to the highest level since the global financial crisis. Chart 2.10, U.S. Corporate Profits versus Non-Tech Corporate Profits. Source: LSEG Workspace. Note: the technology sector has been identified based on Thomson Reuters sector classification and market capitalization as of December 26, 2024. Retail participation in India at record high. Indian equity markets have also had a steady run since the onset of the pandemic, driven by factors that extend beyond global influences. One such notable factor has been a surge in retail participation over the last 5 years, both in terms of investor numbers and trading activity. The unique investor base at the National Stock Exchange surpassed the 10 crore mark in August 2024, tripling in the last 4 years, and currently stands at 10.9. 45 U.S. Treasury website. 46. 47. This excludes the 85 technology companies within the top 503 companies, where corporate profit data has been available for the last 10 years. 59. Crore. The number of client codes, indicating a number of investor accounts at NSE, has risen from a little under 6 crore at the end of 2019 to nearly 21 crore as of December 2024. Regarding activity, the number of individuals that traded at least once a month in the NSE's cash market segment increased from 32 lakh in January 2020 to 1.4 crore in November 2024. The rise in individuals' participation in Indian equity markets is also reflected in the amount of money invested by them. After remaining on the sidelines for the previous 11 years, individuals turned net buyers of Indian equities in 2020, only to strengthen it further over the ensuing years. In the last 5 years, individuals have invested a net amount of 4.4 Indian rupees lakh crore in the NSE's cash market segment, with net inflows in 2024 surging to a record high of 1.5 Indian rupees lakh crore. This, along with strong indirect participation via mutual funds, has more than made up for volatile FPI outflows over the last 5 years. Notably, direct and indirect ownership of individual investors at 17.6% in the NSE-listed companies is now at par with FPIs. This gap was as high as 7.1 percentage points in FY21. Note, T is the month when the event occurred. For COVID-19, T is February 2020, and for GFC, it is August 2008. Active investors are those investors who have traded at least once during the month. Individual investors include individual domestic investors, NRIs, sole proprietorship firms, and HUFs. Net flows are calculated as by traded value. Sell traded value in the NSE's cash market segment. Net flows include investments in securities in EQ, B, SM, and ST series, including ETFs only. 60. Source: NSE EPR note. Individual investors include individual domestic investors, NRIs, sole proprietorship firms, and HUFs. Net flows are calculated as by traded value. Sell traded value. Net flows include investments in securities in EQ, B, SM, and ST series, including ETFs only. Data for 2024 till date is for the period January, November 24. Deepening individual participation, coupled with robust gains generated by Indian equities, outpacing other asset classes, has created significant household wealth over the last few years. As per the NSE's estimates, household wealth in Indian equities has increased by over 40 Indian rupees lakh crore in the last 5 years. This rise in retail participation aligns with a steady decline in the 5-year rolling beta between the Nifty 50 and the S&P 500 in the last 4 years, suggesting a reduced sensitivity of Indian markets to U.S. market movements. This decoupling is further evidenced by the increasing resilience of Indian markets during periods of FPI outflows. For example, in October 2024, despite FPI outflows of $11 billion, the Nifty 50 index was corrected by only 6.2%, thanks to strong downside support provided by domestic, institutional, and individual investors. In contrast, during the March 2020 pandemic-driven market sell-off, FPI outflows of $8 billion triggered a steep 23% market decline. Even as the resilience demonstrated by the Indian market, supported by growing retail participation, is promising, the risks associated with a potential U.S. market correction cannot be overlooked, given historical trends. What does the history tell us? Historical data and research suggest that the Indian equity market has been notably sensitive to movements in the U.S. market. The Nifty 50 has historically shown a strong correlation with the S&P 500, with analysis of daily index returns between 2000 to 2024 revealing that in 22 instances, when the S&P 500 corrected by more than 10%, the Nifty 50 posted a negative return in all but one case, averaging a 10.7% decline. On the other hand, during 51 instances when the Nifty 50 experienced a correction of over 10%, the S&P 500 exhibited positive returns in 13 instances, with an average return of minus 5.5%. 61. This underscores the asymmetric relationship between the two markets, highlighting a more pronounced impact of the movement in U.S. markets on Indian equities than the other way around. Further evidence shows that S&P 500 returns Granger cause Nifty 50 returns, meaning that changes in the U.S. market are a leading indicator for the Indian market, especially during shocks, while the reverse is not true. This emphasizes that Indian markets tend to react more to trends originating in the U.S., reinforcing the need for caution in the event of a downturn in the latter stock market. Potential risks for India in 2025. Elevated valuations and optimistic market sentiments in the U.S. raise the likelihood of a meaningful market correction in 2025. Should such a correction occur, it could have a cascading effect on India, especially given the increased participation of young, relatively new retail investors. Many of these investors that have entered the market post-pandemic have never witnessed a significant and prolonged market correction. Hence, if one were to occur, its impact on sentiment and spending may be non-trivial. Gift City 2.57 The International Financial Services Centres Authority is poised to play a pivotal role in India's vision for 2047. As a unified regulator, IFSCA is responsible for developing and regulating financial institutions, services, and products within India's international financial services centers. With its internationally aligned regulatory regime, IFSCA aims to create an environment conducive to global financial institutions operating in India. This, in turn, will facilitate the growth of India's financial sector, making it a key player in the global economy. 2.58 Gift IFSC has been witnessing brisk growth, having more than 720 entities across categories. The international and domestic financial services industry is gravitating to this unique jurisdiction, which benefits from unrestricted currency convertibility as it is classified as a non-resident zone under the Foreign Exchange Management Regulations. Gift IFSC has continued its ascent as a leading IFSC, improving its rank by 5 places in the Global Financial Centers Index 36, rising to 52nd position. It also achieved a notable jump in the fintech rankings, climbing 4 places to rank 45. This progress reflects the concerted efforts of IFSCA in fostering a robust fintech ecosystem. 2.59 The vibrant banking ecosystem in Gift IFSC comprises foreign and domestic banks set up as branches of the parent bank operating as IFSC banking units. As of September 2024, the total asset size of IBUs crossed $70 billion, and the cumulative value of transactions undertaken by IBUs crossed $975 billion. Credit exposure of IBUs stands over $51 billion as of September 2024, covering countries. 48 Granger causality is a statistical concept that determines if one variable can predict another variable based on its past values. 62. Like the US, UK, Singapore, UAE, etc., apart from India. Additionally, the cumulative derivatives trades by IBUs crossed $982 billion, while the cumulative non-deliverable forwards bookings reached almost $500 billion. 2.60 The asset management ecosystem in IFSC is proliferating. It comprises 128 fund management entities, 168 alternative investment funds, and 3 investment advisors. By September 2024, AIFs had raised total commitments of $12.1 billion. Further, the insurance ecosystem in IFSC currently comprises 37 entities, including 15 IOs and 23 IOs. The total insurance premium booked by IOs is $427 million, and the total insurance premium transacted by IOs is $1,036 million, up to September 2024. 2.61 As of September 2024, 60 entities had registered as fintechs or techfins in Gift IFSC, reflecting the region's dynamic fintech landscape. IFSCA has conducted 13 hackathons and received 152 applications from 14 jurisdictions under its fintech entity framework, showcasing its commitment to innovation. Developments in the insurance sector. 2.62 The global insurance market is experiencing a dynamic period of growth and transformation, driven by steady economic expansion, strong labor markets, and rising real incomes. Despite considerable challenges in 2023, including persistently high inflation and geopolitical tensions that constrained the global GDP growth, the insurance sector demonstrated a positive growth rate of 2.8%. The changing macroeconomic environment, climate fluctuations, technological progress, and evolving customer preferences drive transformation in technology, infrastructure, business models, and organizational culture within the insurance industry. Global insurers are actively adopting innovative technologies, expanding their market reach, and prioritizing customer-centric approaches to improve efficiency and address emerging demands. 2.63 India's insurance market has also continued its upward trajectory. Total insurance premium grew by 7.7% in FY24, reaching 11.2 Indian rupees lakh crore. Despite a slight decline in insurance penetration from 4% in FY23 to 3.7% in FY24. Life insurance penetration dropped marginally from 3% in FY23 to 2.8% in FY24, while non-life insurance penetration remained stable at 1%. 49 Swiss Re Institute World Insurance Report 2024. 50Y August 2024 Report, Insurance for All, Enhancing Insurance Coverage Across India, UCAPAM 6Y. 51 Insurance penetration is calculated as the percentage of insurance premiums paid in a year to the country's gross domestic product. 63. Insurance density in the country saw a modest rise from $92 in FY23 to $95 in FY24. Non-life insurance density increased from $22 to $25, while life insurance density remained consistent at $70. This growth in insurance density has been on an upward trajectory since FY17. The gross direct premium of non-life insurers increased to 2 Indian rupees lakh crore in FY24 from 2.6 Indian rupees lakh crore in FY23, registering a YOY growth of 7.7%. Health and motor segments primarily contributed to this growth. The life insurance industry recorded a premium income of 8.3 Indian rupees lakh crore in FY24, compared to 7.8 Indian rupees lakh crore in FY23, registering a YOY growth of 6.1%. While renewal premiums accounted for 54.4% of the total premium received by the life insurers, new businesses contributed the remaining 45.6%. The life insurance industry paid benefits of 5.8 Indian rupees lakh crore in FY24, out of which 42,284 Indian rupees crore was due to death claims. The net incurred claims of non-life insurers stood at 1.72 Indian rupees lakh crore in FY24. 2.64 with an overall insurance penetration rate of 3.7%, below the global average of 7%, there is a notable gap in coverage that presents opportunities for insurers to expand their reach. By targeting Tier 2 and 3 cities and rural areas where awareness and accessibility are limited, insurers can tap into new customer segments and stimulate growth. Additionally, insurance density in India is relatively low compared to global standards. Innovative distribution models can facilitate the inclusion of underinsured customers who are already covered by government schemes such as the Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Faisal Bima Yojana, and Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. 2.65 The Swiss Re Institute has projected India's insurance sector to grow at a rate of 11.1% and is expected to become the fastest-growing market among the G20 nations over the next 5 years. An expanding middle class, technological advancements, and supportive regulatory measures will likely drive this growth. In the life insurance segment, there is a noticeable shift towards protection and guaranteed return savings products, which now cover 40% of households, largely due to LIC's extensive network. The non-life insurance sector is expected to double its premium to GDP ratio over the next 2 decades. However, it will remain below the global average. 52 Insurance density is calculated as the ratio of insurance premium to population. 53 Net claims incurred is the total outstanding claims at the end of a financial year. It is calculated by adding the claims paid during the year to the outstanding claims at the end of the year, and then subtracting the outstanding claims at the beginning of the year. 54 IBID Note 50. 55 Swiss Re Institute Report, India's Insurance Market, Growing Fast with Ample Scope to Build Resilience. 56 Morgan Stanley Investor Presentation Asia, 2023. 64. 2.66 Evolving customer expectations and emerging risks, such as climate change and geopolitical uncertainty, present significant challenges for insurers. Additionally, increasing life expectancy and a growing elderly population pose underwriting risks related to longevity and highlight the widening pension gap. Non-financial risks have gained importance alongside traditional financial risks. The industry must address and manage concerns related to misselling, delayed claims settlements. The industry must address and manage concerns related to misselling, delayed claims settlements, AI, cybersecurity, and third-party interactions. A clear and quantitative understanding of risk appetite is essential for effective risk management. Insurers must develop strong capabilities to tackle these emerging risks through rapid innovation while ensuring efficiency and productivity through simplification, standardization, and digitization. Developments in the pension sector. 2.67 Ensuring financial security in retirement is essential for individuals and societies, especially as many countries face aging populations' social, economic, and financial challenges. The World Economic Forum has highlighted that, for the first time in history, globally, the number of people aged 65 and over has surpassed the number of children aged 5 and younger. Retirees face increasing risks due to rising inflation and higher interest rates, which elevate the cost of government debt and strain the government's ability to maintain their current level of services. 2.68 An IMF staff discussion paper has analyzed the global trends in rising government pension expenditure, projecting that public pension spending will increase by an average of 1% of GDP in AEs and 2.5% in EMEs by 2050. In many advanced economies, younger individuals must save significantly more and delay retirement, by several years to receive pension benefits comparable to today's retirees. Additionally, countries with aging and shrinking working-age populations are expected to experience a more pronounced decrease in national savings than those with younger populations. 2.69 According to the Mercer CFA Institute Global Pension Index, 2024, India's overall index value has moderated from 45.9 in 2023 to 44 in 2024. The overall index is a weighted average of three sub-indices viz. Adequacy, Sustainability, 35. 57 McKinsey Report, Steering Indian Insurance from Growth to Value in the Upcoming Decade, https://tinyurl.com/3xdtcanbj. 58 WEF. How communities can step up to provide long-term care for the world's aging population, https:// 59 Mercer CFA Institute Global Pension Index, 2024. 60 Ike, F., Soto, M., and Feher C. Public pension spending in advanced and emerging market economies, past trends and projected outcomes. Bruce and Virginia McLaury Senior Fellow. The Brookings Institution creating equitable and sustainable pensions is one of the main policy challenges of the 21st century. Policymakers need to be reminded constantly of the challenges that they need to confront. This timely collection of essays by experts in the field offers an analysis of the core issues which is based on rigorous think. 31. https:// 61 Mercer CFA Institute Global Pension Index. 65%. And integrity. A decline in the value of the adequacy subindex from 41.9 to 34.2 and a decrease in the net pension replacement rates has driven the moderation in the overall index. On the other hand, the scores for sustainability and integrity subindices have improved across the two survey rounds. 2.70 India's pension sector has grown significantly since the introduction of the National Pension System and Atal Pension Yojana. As of September 2024, the total number of subscribers reached 783.4 lakh, showing a YOY growth of 16% from 675.2 lakh in September 2023. The number of APY subscribers, which includes its earlier version, NPS Lite, rose from 538.2 lakh in March 2023 to 629.1 lakh in September 2024. APY subscribers comprise approximately 80.3% of the overall pension subscriber base. 2.71 Disaggregated data from the Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority of India indicates significant improvements in terms of gender in the subscriber demographic for APY. The share of female subscribers increased from 37.9% in FY16 to 52% in FY24. Additionally, the age distribution has shifted to favor a younger cohort, specifically those aged 18 to 25, whose share rose from 29.2% in FY16 to 45.5% in FY24. However, 93.7% of APY accounts correspond to a pension amount of 1,000 Indian rupees per month, while 3.7% are for 5,000 Indian rupees. This overwhelming preference for a low pension amount among APY subscribers can be attributed to several factors, the most significant being that the target population primarily consists of low-income households, where daily consumption needs take precedence over savings. Furthermore, the overall pension coverage for these two schemes has increased from 0.95% of the total population in FY16 to 5.3% in FY24. Additionally, the AUM for these schemes as a proportion of GDP have risen from 0.86% in FY16 to 4% in FY24. 2.72 On August 24, 2024, the government-approved Unified Pension Scheme for government employees that will be implemented along with the present NPS and will be effective from FY26. UPS has features of both old and new pension schemes to offer a wholesome retirement cushion to the employees. The scheme offers a family pension. 62 The adequacy subindex represents both the benefits of the current pension systems and an assessment of some important system design features. It is calculated based on these indicators: benefits, system design, savings, government support, home ownership, and growth assets. 63 The sustainability subindex focuses on the future and uses various indicators that will influence the likelihood that the existing systems will be able to provide benefits for decades to come. It is calculated based on these indicators: pension coverage, total assets, demography, public expenditure, government debt, and economic growth. 64 Integrity Subindex includes many legislative requirements that influence the overall governance and operations of the system, which affect the level of confidence that the citizens of each country have in their system. It is calculated based on these indicators: regulation, governance, protection, communication, and operating costs. 65 based on PFRDA data. 66. A guaranteed pension amount and a minimum pension for all the people working in government jobs. It guarantees 50% of the average basic pay of the past 12 months preceding the date of retirement as the guaranteed pension for the employee, provided the employee has served the government for at least 25 years. The minimum pension under the scheme is 10,000 Indian rupees per month for employees who have at least 10 years in the service upon superannuation. In case of death of the pensioner, 60% of the pension amount will be offered to the family. 2.73 Despite this growth, India's pension system has considerable potential for further expansion. Pension assets, including major schemes like the Employees Provident Fund Organization, account for 17% of the GDP. The NPS contributes an additional 4.5% of the GDP. In contrast, the average pension assets in OECD countries exceed 80% of their GDP. India's capacity to financially empower its citizens is anticipated to grow as the economy progresses. Additionally, the extension of NPS to children through the NPS Vatsalya is expected to contribute to this empowerment. Box 2.3 discusses further aspects of the pension landscape in the country. Box 2.3, Securing Retirement. Box 2.3, Securing Retirement, Transforming India's Pension Landscape. By design, the benefits of a robust pension system are realized long into the future. The system's liabilities become due far later, while there is always a risk that the assets may change in the meantime. A potential asset-liability mismatch can result in explosive government debt once the future payouts become due. For instance, Greece and Italy suffered pension crises as their populations aged. The UK is predicted to hit a pensions crisis in the next 2 decades. What constitutes an efficient pension system in the case of India? Considering India's unique demographic and labor market characteristics, the pension system must embrace principles of sustainability and scalability. Emphasizing sustainability is crucial to ensure that as India moves beyond its favorable demographic window, the burden of an aging population does not disproportionately affect the younger generation. For a pension scheme to be sustainable, the outflows must be adequately linked to the inflows. In this context, pay-as-you-go schemes begin to fail when demographic profiles change. Furthermore, the nature of inflation indexation is important, especially in defined benefit schemes. Even small differences in percentage points for indexation can lead to significant variations in the annuities paid out. 66 PIB press release dated August 24, 2024. 67 3rd Ranjit Kumar Dutta leadership lecture delivered by Dr. Deepak Mohani, Chairman, PFRDA. Dibrugarh University, March 4, 2024, Progress of Indian Economy and Prospects of Pension Security. 68 PIB press release of Ministry of Finance dated September 16, 2024. 69 Financial Times 2024. 70 PYGU schemes are essentially pay-as-you-go arrangements where the young salaried employees bear the price of pension payments for the older generation. Several OECD nations usually follow this. 67. Despite significant advancements in the pension sector, 5.3% of the total population is covered by the NPS and APY combined. This highlights another critical aspect of the Indian pension system: scalability. Low costs are essential to enhance coverage meaningfully. Achieving this will require highly competitive, low-cost fund management and minimal transaction costs, which is particularly vital for small-ticket transactions. In principle, taking into consideration both scalability and sustainability, India's pension system design seems robust and stable. The NPS is one of the lowest-cost pension schemes globally, and its framework is based on a defined contribution model, which ensures that future payouts are determined by market fluctuations, thereby reducing the fiscal burden on the government. Additionally, the APY aims to address the retirement needs of the unorganized and informal sectors, first time in India's pension history. While progress under APY has been notable, its scalability in practice remains an area for further development. The key issue moving forward is how to make the pension system more accessible to the informal sector. Role of financial inclusion in advancing financial literacy. The example of the Unified Payment Interface illustrates how a well-designed platform can serve as a cost-effective solution for financial inclusion on a large scale. The widespread adoption of UPI proves that a lack of financial literacy did not hinder its success. Rather, the necessity to utilize UPI encouraged the informal economy to open bank accounts. This suggests that financial inclusion can indeed precede financial literacy. Thus, a fundamental step in integrating a significant portion of the informal sector into the pension framework is raising awareness about pension and financial literacy and utilizing modern, application-based interfaces that allow seamless access to these services. Behavioral nudges for scalability. A persistent issue with micropension schemes is their low uptake among the poor, who often have a strong urge to allocate limited funds toward immediate consumption. In this context, increasing participation can be achieved through behavioral interventions. These interventions could involve changing how information is presented, simplifying the enrollment process, and providing timely reminders. Young people in India may not feel an immediate need to secure an optimal pension plan. The old age dependency ratio is about 15.7%, which is significantly lower than in many EMEs. However, this should not lead to complacency. The best time to repair a roof is when the sun is shining, not when it is raining. Financial sector regulators. 2.74 Independent regulators are key institutions established as separate agencies at arm's length from the political system, with delegated powers to implement specific policies in several sectors. Regulators have been set up in the utility sector, competition, social sector, financial services, etc. These regulatory agencies are seen to be 71 Department of Financial Services 2024, 72 World Bank 2019, 68. Mainly designed to have the authority to deal with intricate issues, providing non-discriminatory access to essential services and guaranteeing fair and transparent regulations. The key benefit sought from an institutional framework based around these independent regulators/agencies is to safeguard market interventions from the interference of political and private interests. Further, these independent regulatory bodies can set up and benefit from a specialized workforce with relevant technical knowledge of the area of regulation. 2.75 The financial sector is primarily governed through IRBs, RBI, SEBI, RDI, PFRDA, and IBBI, with FSC having a broader financial stability mandate, enabling inter-regulatory coordination and promoting financial sector development. Each IRB varies in design, the nature of delegated functions, and the degree of autonomy, which are unique to the socio-political context of its evolution in the regulated domain. However, certain basic structure elements are common to all regulatory bodies. They are backed by a statute, are accountable to the legislature, enjoy a certain degree of autonomy from the government, have legislative, executive, and quasi-judicial functions, and engage in specialized and technocratic decision-making processes. 2.76 Regulations are the basic instruments of law through which the IRBs conduct their functions and deliver on their objectiveness. The efficiency and effectiveness of regulatory action are directly dependent on the quality of regulations. The primary responsibility of these IRBs is the making of regulations, the power for which is delegated to the IRBs by statute and is an essential component of the autonomy of IRBs. Box 2.4 discusses the regulation-making aspect of the IRBs in the financial sector space, suggesting the approach of regulatory impact assessment for strengthening this process. Box 2.4 Institutionalizing regulatory impact assessments in independent regulatory bodies. The regulators in the financial sector space are largely left to regulate themselves in their mandate of ensuring optimal and adequate regulation and assessing themselves. In the existing governance architecture, the performance of IRBs in the financial sector is assessed in the following ways. Parliament, through the Committee on Subordinate Legislations in the Rajya Sabha. It is mandated to examine if the powers delegated under a law passed by the legislature have been duly exercised and are within the conferment or delegation and not beyond. 73 Department of Economic Affairs, Government of India. Structure of Financial Stability and Development Council. 74 Rajya Sabha Practice and Procedure Series No. 13, Committee on Subordinate Legislations No. 13 pp 3-4. https:// 69. Parliament, through the Standing Committee on Finance, can examine the performance of specific sectors in the IRBs. The committee, in 2024, examined the performance of the insurance sector. Department/ministry administering the parent statute. These assessments deal with overall performance, utilization/expenditure of grants, compliance with parliamentary procedure, and administrative matters regarding the structure and composition of the IRBs. The quality of regulation usually falls beyond the ambit of regular evaluations. The Comptroller and Auditor General's mandate includes the various audits of autonomous entities, including IRBs. However, the scope of CAG's financial compliance and financial audits do not include the IRB's regulation-making processes. The quality of regulation is beyond the scope of these audits. Judicial review. Once a regulation is challenged, the courts then review, ex post, the implementation of the regulations. Such reviews may cover the form, content, or implementation of the regulation. Withstanding judicial scrutiny improves the regulation's force and vindicates the regulation maker's decisions. However, the gains from such review are only available after implementation and not during the making of regulations. The quality of regulations can be broadly assessed based on 5 criteria: democratic legitimacy, accountability of the regulator, fair, accessible and open procedures, expertise and efficiency. While these criteria are impacted by many structural and operational factors in the regulator and beyond, using a fair, accessible and open procedure for regulation making is more practicable than the others. A systematic procedure for regulation making is one way to ensure that the quality of regulations is right. Regulatory impact assessment has been identified as an effective tool when used as part of the regulation-making process to ensure the quality of regulations. RIA is an administrative obligation or an instrument of public policy analysis for identifying the cost of regulation on certain business sectors and has been promoted by the World Bank. OECD laid down the guidelines for the use of RIAs in 2008. By 2016, 32 of the 35 OECD countries had included RIA in their regulatory frameworks. Globally, countries are increasingly adopting and revamping RIA procedures, including countries across all income levels. 75 Baldwin, Robert. Cave, Martin. And Lodge, Martin. Understanding Regulation, Theory, Strategy, and Practice. 2nd ed., OUP, page 25. 76 Fisher, F., Miller, G., and Sydney, M., 2007. Handbook of Public Policy Analysis Theory, Politics and Methods. Boca Raton, CRC Press. 77 World Bank Group, Investment Climate Advisory Services. 2010. Making It Work, RIA Light, for Developing Countries, Better Regulation for Growth. Washington, D.C., World Bank Group. 78 OECD. 2008. Introductory Handbook for Undertaking Regulatory Impact Analysis. Paris, OECD Publishing. 79 Dayton Smith, R., Urbachi, A., and Kaufman, circa 2016. Promoting Inclusive Growth Through Better Regulation, The Role of Regulatory Impact Assessment. OECD Regulatory Policy Working Papers No. 3. Paris, OECD Publishing. 80 World Bank Group, Worldwide Practices of Regulatory Impact Assessments Case Study. 2016. Financial sector IRBs have been including the elements/aspects of RI and related regulatory best practices. The RBI has set a medium-term strategy framework, Utkarsh 2022, and the SEBI indicates regulatory plans as part of its annual reports. The IBBI governs the regulation-making process through the IBBI Regulations, 2018. It provides for at least 21 days for public consultations while proposing/amending regulations, consultations with stakeholders and advisory committees, and an economic analysis covering the expected costs and benefits to society, economy, stakeholders, and itself on account of the proposed regulation. It also provides for a review of all regulations every 3 years. It is observed that most regulators practice consultations with stakeholders during regulation making through discussion papers shared on their websites. A third-party evaluation of the regulatory performance of the IBBI was conducted in 2021. There is vast scope for improvement in the regulatory responsiveness in terms of following participatory processes of the IRBs. The Second Administrative Reforms Commission recommended including reviews of regulations. The Financial Sector Legislative Reforms Commission detailed the process for making regulations as part of the draft Financial Code. 71. Regulators in making them effective and purposeful rather than broad-based, cumbersome, and inhibiting legitimate economic activity and risk-taking. Such a move will signal that regulators are willing to live by the principles they expect regulatory entities to follow. This will strengthen the credibility of the process regulators follow and improve the acceptance of the proposed measures. Regulation in the financial sector must strike an optimal balance between the imperative of stability and the goals of fostering innovation, efficiency, and competition. Given the country's low financial literacy and lower middle-income status, ensuring stability is essential to prevent systemic risks and protect consumers. However, this should not come at the expense of stifling creativity, innovation, or healthy market dynamics. At the same time, an excessive focus on innovation and competition without adequate safeguards can lead to financial instability, resource misallocation, and erosion of trust in the system. Striking this balance is particularly critical for India, considering its vast and diverse economy, growing aspirations, and substantial investment needs to sustain high growth and development. Regulators must consistently strive to achieve this equilibrium, and the suggestions outlined in this box, if implemented, will help them pursue and maintain that balance effectively. Cybersecurity aspects of India's financial sector. 2.77 Cyberspace has emerged as a multifaceted and rapidly evolving global environment where interactions among individuals, software, and services are facilitated by the widespread proliferation of information and communication technology devices and networks. With innovative technologies and advanced digital tools, cyberspace has effectively transcended geographical barriers for exchanging information and communication. However, this digital revolution has concurrently introduced new challenges and threats, including the illicit use of cyberspace for criminal activities. 2.78 With technological advancements, the Indian financial sector is witnessing a digital transformation that has enhanced efficiency and accessibility and increased exposure to diverse cyber threats. These threats, ranging from phishing and ransomware to distributed denial of service attacks, SMSing, and fake/malicious mobile applications, pose serious challenges to the financial system's stability. As per the information reported to and tracked by the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, the number of observed and handled cybersecurity incidents stood at 11.6 lakh, 14 lakh, and 13.9 lakh during 2020, 2021, and 2022, respectively. 2.79 The financial sector remains susceptible to cyber threats because it manages sensitive data and conducts critical transactions. Criminals often target financial. 88 Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, https:// 89 Cybersecurity is the application of technologies, processes, and controls to protect systems, networks, programs, devices, and data from cyber attacks. It aims to reduce the risk of cyber attacks and protect against the unauthorized exploitation of systems, networks, and technologies. 72 Institutions to either gain unauthorized access to assets or disrupt financial activities, jeopardizing economic stability. Reports indicate that almost 1/5 of all reported cyber incidents involve financial institutions, with banks being the most affected. According to IMF's April 2024 Global Financial Stability Report, cyber attacks have resulted in extreme financial losses, which have increased fourfold since 2017, amounting to $2.5 billion. Beyond these direct losses, indirect costs such as reputational damage and expenditures on enhanced security have also significantly risen. 2.80 National Cybersecurity Policy 2013 was released by the government in August 2013 for public use and implementation with all relevant stakeholders. The objective of the policy is to create a framework for comprehensive collaboration and collective response to deal with issue of cybersecurity at all levels within the country. The FSDC is the apex body for addressing high-level policy issues and fostering inter-regulatory coordination among key financial sector regulators. The FSDC facilitates inter-regulatory coordination, financial sector development, and the maintenance of financial stability. In view of the increasing digitalization of the financial sector, FSDC has been focusing on cybersecurity issues as strengthening the cyber resilience of the financial sector is key to maintaining financial stability. 2.81 India's Tier 1 ranking in the Global Cybersecurity Index 2024, with a commendable score of 98.49 out of 100, signifies a significant milestone in its cybersecurity journey. This recognition places India among the world's role model nations in cybersecurity. The GCI evaluates national efforts across 5 pillars: legal, technical, organizational, capacity building, and cooperation, highlighting India's holistic approach. India has strengthened its cybersecurity ecosystem through robust legal frameworks, targeted education programs, and international collaborations. By promoting awareness, skill development, and research, the country effectively addresses current cyber threats while preparing for emerging challenges, reaffirming its leadership in securing digital infrastructure. 2.82 The RBI, in collaboration with sectoral regulators like Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India and PFRDA, oversees the cybersecurity preparedness of the financial sector through regular IT examinations and monitoring of compliance with established guidelines. The primary focus is on the regulations issued by the RBI, emphasizing essential elements, including governance, technology risk management, IT services management, cybersecurity operations, business continuity, response and recovery, vulnerability assessments, and third-party risk management. This framework is designed to fortify cybersecurity risk management and supervision across financial institutions in India. 90 IMF April 2024 Global Financial Stability Report. 91 PIB press release of Ministry of Communications dated September 20, 2024. 73. 2.83 The Indian banking sector benefits from a comprehensive and modern regulatory structure for cybersecurity, guided by both international and national standards. This framework is anchored by well-recognized international references, such as the ISO 27001 for Information Security Management Systems, the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, and the CP/MyOSCO Cyber Guidance for Financial Market Infrastructures. The RBI has recently introduced regulations on the oversight of IT outsourcing, including cloud services, as well as standards for the cyber resilience of digital payments. This comprehensive approach ensures that cybersecurity measures align with global best practices while addressing the unique challenges of India's financial ecosystem. 2.84 India's strong performance in cybersecurity is driven by a range of initiatives and measures implemented by the government to enhance cyber resilience and establish robust frameworks for cybercrime laws and cybersecurity standards. The country's legal institutions are well equipped to tackle cybersecurity challenges and combat cybercrime, ensuring the protection of its digital infrastructure. Additionally, sectoral computer incident response teams provide sector-specific technical support and incident reporting, further bolstering the country's cybersecurity capabilities. Education and awareness are central to India's cybersecurity strategy. Targeted campaigns and educational initiatives have promoted secure online practices across various sectors, including private industry, public institutions, civil society, and academia. The integration of cybersecurity into primary and secondary education curricula underscores the country's commitment to cultivating a knowledgeable and well-prepared digital citizenry. Moreover, incentives and grants have fueled skill development and encouraged research and innovation within India's cybersecurity industry. International collaborations and bilateral and multilateral agreements have further strengthened India's capacity building and information sharing efforts, solidifying its role as a global leader in cybersecurity. 2.85 India's ascension to Tier 1 in the GCI 2024 clearly indicates the nation's enhanced cybersecurity commitments. This achievement reflects the government's dedication to securing its digital domain and sets a benchmark for other countries. Risks pertaining to India's financial sector. 2.86 The Indian financial sector is currently at a pivotal moment. The traditional dominance of banks in providing credit is beginning to decline, and other participants and products in the financial sector are increasingly filling this role. This shift is a long-awaited and positive development for a country that aims to become a developed nation by 2047. Various financial innovations such as UPI, Open Credit Enablement Network, and T+1 settlement have significantly eased access to credit in India. A recent 92A study of the awareness on cybersecurity and safety amongst secondary students, https://74. Initiative by the RBI, the Unified Lending Interface, can potentially be a game-changer in MSME financing. 2.87 While there is evidence of increasing reliance on the financial markets as a funding source, the financial markets must work in tandem with the banking sector to bridge the capital requirement gap. The financial markets must grow in line with, but not faster than, the economy's capital needs and overall economic growth. As the country undergoes this significant transformation, it is crucial to be aware of the potential vulnerabilities that may arise. India must prepare itself with appropriate regulatory and government policy measures to intervene and mitigate these risks when necessary. Additionally, banks need to enhance their capabilities to meet the demands of new-age households and the digital economy while maintaining their primary credit creation function. Excessive financialization can hurt the economy. The costs may be particularly high for a low-middle-income country like India. Box 2.5 discusses this in detail. Box 2.5. Can the growth of the financial sector come at a cost? Lessons from the global financial crisis of 2008 reveal that uninhibited financial sector growth can come with a cost to the real economy. Till the run-up to the crisis, however, conventional wisdom dictated that the financial sector performed best when deregulated. To sustain financial growth but prevent a crisis, regulators must be sensitive to the nuanced relationship between financial sector growth and the real economy. Financial sector and the real economy relationship. A developed financial system reduces transaction costs, allows better price discovery, and channels the flow of capital into innovative and risky economic activities. Research has established that finance is a causal driver of growth, not a byproduct of the development process. There is evidence that finance aids consumption smoothing and allows firms and households to absorb shocks. Finance is essential for poverty and inequality reduction. However, there is an inflection point at which financial development switches from propelling growth to holding it back. For instance, BS research shows that Ireland's steep rise in private credit to GDP ratio from 90% in the 1990s to 150% in 2007 shaved away 0.5 percentage points from productivity growth. In contrast, by reducing its private credit to GDP during the Asian financial crisis, Thailand contributed to its productivity growth by 0.5 percentage points. 93 After the crisis erupted, former Fed Governor Alan Greenspan admitted that he made a mistake in trusting that free markets could regulate themselves without government oversight. 94 Rajan, R. and Zingals, L. Financial Dependence and Growth. American Economic Review 88, 559 to 586. 95 Cast, F. and D. Pomerantz. Savings Accounts to Borrow Less. Experimental Evidence from Chile. NBR Working Paper 20239. 96 Beck, Torsten, Ademergukant, and Roslevin, 2007, Finance, Inequality, and the Poor, Journal of Economic Growth 12, 27 to 49. 97 Cicchetti, S. and Karubi. Why does financial sector growth crowd out real economic growth? BS Working Paper number 490. 75. When the economy reaches a state of overfinance, the financial sector would compete with the real sector for resources. This competition for resources is especially seen in the case of skilled labor, which gets absorbed into the financial sector at the cost of the real economy. Often, financial sector innovation may result in products that do not add value to the real economy. Research also shows that rapid financial sector growth tends to favor high collateral, low productivity projects. Often, financial booms are associated with the growth of sectors such as construction, where the collateral is high, but productivity growth is relatively low. Greater levels of financial engineering can create complex products whose risks are not apparent to the regular consumer. At the same time, these products are designed so that the lenders have little skin in the game. Ultimately, the proliferation of such products can lead to an event such as the financial crisis of 2008. In the run-up to the crisis, mortgages were granted to people with little ability to pay them back. In turn, lenders reduced their exposure to risk by securitizing these mortgages at multiple stages. When the mortgage bubble burst, it, in turn, took down with it instruments that were highly securitized, leading to the crises. The changing influence of financial development on growth can be depicted as a bell-shaped relationship. As research by the IMF shows, several developed nations, such as Ireland, the USA, and Japan, are past the point where incremental advances in the financial sector can contribute to growth. In contrast, underdeveloped and developing countries such as Gambia, Ecuador, and Morocco reap dividends to growth through faster financial development. Sustaining financial development while mitigating financial stability risks. Role of regulation. Can a developing economy reach a point of overfinance such that advancements to the financial sector hamper its growth prospects? In the presence of weak institutions and poor regulatory quality, it is possible for an emerging economy to reach well past its optimal level of financial development. Thus, the upper bound to financial development is fixed by the regulatory quality of the emerging market. 98 IBID Note 97. 99 IBID Note 97. 100 Zingals, L. Presidential Address. Does finance benefit society? Journal of Finance. Journal of Finance, 70, 1327 to 1363. 101 This relationship holds, keeping other determinants of growth constant. 102 Sahai, R. et al. Rethinking Financial Deepening, Stability and Growth in Emerging Markets, IMF Staff Discussion Note SDN/15/08. 103 IBID Note 102. 76. Chart 2.13, Financial Development and Growth, a Bell-Shaped Relationship. Source, Rethinking Financial Deepening, IMF Staff Discussion Note, 2015. As the regulatory quality in the financial sector improves, regulators will need to play a delicate balancing act between the goals of financial resilience and growth. On the one hand, building financial resilience would entail higher capital buffers, stricter regulations, and reduced risk-taking. On the other hand, this would lead to lower financial growth by limiting profitable investments and innovation. For instance, a system where banks maintain high reserve ratios and only lend to the most creditworthy borrowers may exclude smaller households and businesses from accessing credit. Managing the trade-offs between financial resilience and efficiency is especially significant for EMEs, which have to undertake large-scale financial inclusion and, at the same time, reduce their vulnerability to crises. In this context, regulatory innovations that use technology such as unified ledgers and digital infrastructure can help advance financial efficiency without compromising on resilience. EMEs such as Brazil and Thailand were making positive steps towards advancing such as technology in their financial system. In India's case, innovations such as the OCN framework and the ULI provide access to real-time information on the risk profiles of debtors and reduce the need for provisioning based on an overestimation of default risk. Outlook. 2.88 India's financial sector has performed well amidst unfavorable geopolitical conditions. On the monetary front, system liquidity, represented by the net position under the Liquidity Adjustment Facility, remained in surplus during October-November 2024. The financial parameters of banks continue to be strong, reflected in improved profitability indicators. The gap between the growth of credit and deposits of SCBs has 104 Karstens, A. G. and Nilakuni, N. Finternet, the financial system for the future. Bank for International Settlements, Monetary and Economic Department, 77. Narrowed, with deposits keeping pace with loan growth. Capital markets significantly contribute to capital formation, the financialization of domestic savings, and wealth creation. Strong macroeconomic fundamentals, healthy corporate earnings, supportive institutional investment, robust inflows from SIPs, and increased formalization, digitization, and accessibility have all fueled the market's continued growth. India's insurance sector is performing well and is projected to become the fastest-growing market among G20 nations over the next 5 years. The pension sector is expected to grow as the economy transitions from a lower middle income to an upper middle income country. 2.89 The financial sector is witnessing a moment of positive flux, with several changes taking shape. Firstly, there is a rise in the share of consumer credit and overall credit extended by banks. Between FY14 and FY24, the share of consumer credit in total bank credit increased from 18.3% to 32.4%. Secondly, there has been a rise in non-bank-based financing in recent years. Bank share in total credit has declined from 77% in FY11 to 58% in FY22. Simultaneously, there has been a rise in NBFCs and bond market financing. Thirdly, equity-based financing has catapulted to popularity, with IPO listings growing 6 times between FY13 and FY24 and India being ranked first globally in terms of the number of IPO listings in FY24. Young investors are also driving the equity boom under the age of 30. As a report by the NSE notes that between March 2018 to September 2024, the proportion of young investors surged from 23% to 40%. 2.90 These emerging trends mark the dawn of a new era for India's financial sector. However, they also bring regulatory challenges and potential risks that cannot be overlooked. One critical risk to guard against is the dominance of financial markets in shaping policy and macroeconomic outcomes, a phenomenon known as financialization. The consequences of financialization are evident in advanced economies, where it has led to unprecedented levels of public and private sector debt, some visible to regulators and some not. Economic growth in such contexts becomes overly reliant on rising asset prices to offset leverage, exacerbating inequality and asset market considerations that may overly influence public policies, particularly regulatory ones. As India strives to align its financial system with its economic aspirations for 2047, she should strive to maintain the fine balance between financial. 105 Sengupta, R. and Vardhan, H. Consumerization of banking in India, cyclical or structural? Ideas for India. 106 RBI Handbook of Statistics, 2024. 107 Sengupta, R. and Vardhan, H. India's Credit Landscape in a Post-Pandemic World. Ijajar Working Papers. 108 NSE 2024, Indian Capital Markets, Transformative Shifts Achieved Through Technology and Reforms, https:// 109 SBI, 2024. 78. Sector development and growth on the one hand and financialization on the other. It means that the country has to chart its path with respect to its context, considering the levels of financial savings in households, its investment needs, and levels of financial literacy. Ensuring that incentives in the sector are consistent with national growth aspirations is a policy imperative. 03 Chapter 79. External sector, getting FDI right. India's external sector continued to display resilience amidst global headwinds of economic and trade policy uncertainties. Total exports have registered a steady growth in the first 9 months of FY25, reaching $602.6 billion. Growth in services and goods exports, excluding petroleum and gems and jewelry, was 10.4%. Total imports during the same period reached $682.2 billion, registering a growth of 6.9% on the back of steady domestic demand. The evolving global trade dynamics, marked by gradual shifts towards greater protectionism, require assessing the situation and developing a forward-looking strategic trade roadmap. By adapting to these trends and leveraging its strengths, India can accelerate its growth and enhance its presence in global trade. To strengthen its competitiveness and further integrate into global supply chains, the country can focus on reducing trade-related costs and enhancing export facilitation to create a more vibrant export sector. This proactive approach will help India continue to thrive in an ever-changing global market. On the capital front, foreign portfolio investments have shown a mixed trend at FY25 so far. Uncertainty in the global markets and profit-taking by foreign portfolio investors led to capital outflows. However, strong macroeconomic fundamentals, a favorable business environment, and high economic growth have kept FPI flows positive overall. Gross foreign direct investment inflows have shown signs of revival in the first 8 months of FY25, though net FDI inflows declined relative to April-November 2023 due to a rise in repatriation/disinvestment. India's foreign exchange reserves stood at $640.3 billion as of the end of December 2024, sufficient to cover approximately 90% of the country's external debt of $711.8 billion as of September 2024, reflecting a strong buffer against external vulnerabilities. AD. Introduction. 3.1 The world is experiencing increasing political and economic uncertainty in the wake of geopolitical conflicts, increasing trends of geoeconomic fragmentation, and recurrent climate events. The great election year of 2024, during which more than half of the world's population was exercising their franchise to elect their new governments, meant further declining policy predictability. Such political and economic uncertainty can be detrimental to growth. The International Monetary Fund estimates that a 1 standard deviation increase in uncertainty correlates with a 0.4 to 1.3 percentage point decrease in output growth. Economists like Keynes and Tobin have pointed out that higher uncertainty requires investors to seek more significant compensation for risks, thereby raising risk premia in the overall cost of finance. Additionally, uncertainty increases the likelihood of borrower defaults, leading to higher capital costs. Moreover, uncertainty shocks in advanced economies like the US have often led to lower output and reduced prices. 3.2 Various indicators are used to monitor global risks and uncertainties and measure policy-related uncertainties' impact on global economic activity. These include the Geopolitical Risk Index, which tracks adverse geopolitical events through newspaper articles, the Trade Policy Uncertainty Index, which covers the frequency of articles mentioning trade policy uncertainty and heightened trade tensions, and the Global Economic Policy Uncertainty Index, which is a GDP-weighted average of national economic policy uncertainty indices for 21 countries. These indices capture changes occurring in economies constituting about 71% of global output. 3.3 These indices provide valuable insights into how uncertainty from trade issues, geopolitical events, and economic policy measures can impact global economic conditions. As of November 2024, the GDP index remains high, reflecting ongoing global economic policy concerns. Similarly, the TPU index has risen since December 2023, primarily driven by trade tensions and policy changes among major economies. 1. Dawdling, R. Malika, M. and Terrones, M. Held back by uncertainty, recoveries are slowed when businesses and consumers are unsure of the future. Finance and Development, 0050, A012. https://tinyurl.com/324z5ux4. To Leduc, S. and Liu, Z. Uncertainty shocks are aggregate demand shocks. Journal of Monetary Economics, 82, 20-35, Kumar, A. Malik, S. and Sinha, A. Is uncertainty the same everywhere? Advanced versus Emerging Economies. Economic Modeling, 101, 105524. 3. Geopolitical Risk Index. For Trade Policy Uncertainty Index. 5. Global Economic Policy Uncertainty Index. 6. Global output is calculated on the basis of purchasing power parity. If the economies are accounted at market exchange rates, the economies constitute roughly 80% of the global economy. 81. 3.4 The Reserve Bank of India has developed a policy uncertainty index specifically for India, utilizing various global indices. This index leverages internet search data from Google Trends to assess policy uncertainty from domestic and international events. Furthermore, the index is updated in real time. 3.5 With this backdrop, the chapter presents the performance of India's external sector amidst the prevailing global environment. Section 1 provides an overview of the global trade dynamics, emphasizing tariffs and non-tariff measures and the performance of the global external sector amidst challenges. Section 2 delves into India's trade performance, highlighting the trends across both the merchandise and services sectors. It examines the performance of India's textile exports and the factors restricting its global expansion. Further, a detailed analysis of India's diversification in exports to new markets has been presented. The key drivers and challenges affecting India's e-commerce export growth are also discussed in depth. Section 3 discusses the factors restricting export growth and outlines the government initiatives to simplify export procedures to enhance trade performance. Section 4 presents India's balance of payments situation, highlighting current and capital account trends, foreign exchange reserves, exchange rate movements, and India's external debt position. The last section concludes the chapter with an outlook for India's external sector, considering the evolving global and domestic economic landscape. 7. When faced with heightened uncertainty, it is typical of economic agents to search for more information. The Google Trends-based Uncertainty Index leverages this behavior to measure overall uncertainty by using internet search volumes for a list of keywords about fiscal, monetary, and trade policy in India. The policy-related keywords are curated, based on mentions in central bank policy statements as well as coverage in the financial press. Pratap B. and Priyaranjan N. Macroeconomic Effects of Uncertainty, a Google Trends-based analysis for India. Empirical Economics, 65, 1599–1625. 8. Recalibrating from Divergence to Convergence, the Indian Experience, inaugural address delivered by Michael Debabrata Patra, Deputy Governor, RBI, October 21, 2024. At the New York Fed's Central Banking Seminar organized by the Federal Reserve Bank, New York, USA. Global Trade Dynamics. 3.6 Disruptions in the Red Sea that began in November 2023 have forced changes in trade routes, causing higher shipping costs and longer delivery times. This is particularly true for trade between Asia and Europe, as 40% of this trade passes through the Red Sea region. Similar conflicts in the Hormuz Strait, which channels 21% of global petroleum liquid consumption, have disrupted energy trade and increased prices. Additionally, climate change is enhancing the uncertainties. For instance, the recent drought in the Panama Canal jeopardized international trade, affecting approximately 5% of global maritime trade volumes that transit through it. These conditions are creating uncertainty, leading to a slowdown in international trade, reshaping the contours of trade in terms of a rise in protectionist trade policies and shifting global supply chains. 3.7 As evident from Chart 3.2, there has been a noticeable rise in the political proximity of trade since late 2022. This indicates a preference for bilateral trade between countries with similar geopolitical stances, i.e., friendshoring and nearshoring. Concurrently, there has been an increasing concentration of global trade to favor significant trade relationships. For instance, Russia and China's trade dependence on the EU and the US's dependence on China has declined in recent years. In contrast, the dependence of Russia and Vietnam on China has increased. 3.8 Government interventions, including NTMs, reinforce the change in bilateral trade patterns due to geopolitical considerations. The rise in NTMs, which began after the COVID-19 pandemic, was further fueled by the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. A report by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development indicates that technical NTMs impact over 30% of products and nearly 70% of global trade. This is discussed further in Paras 3.15 to 3.20 of this chapter. 9 UNCTAD Rapid Assessment, Impact to Global Trade of Disruption of Shipping Routes in the Red Sea, Black Sea, and Panama Canal. 10 Bonnell and McHugh, 2024. 11 U.S. Energy Information Administration. 12 IMF Working Paper dated July 9, 2024, The Heterogeneous Effects of Uncertainty on Trade, https://tinyurl.com/2xywd48v. 13 Friend shoring is calculated as trade-weighted political proximity as measured by the United Nations voting patterns. 14 Nearshoring is calculated as the reverse of the trade-weighted average distance in km. 15 Trade concentration is calculated based on the Herfindahl Concentration Index. 16 UNCTAD estimates based on national statistics. The dependence of an economy on another is calculated as the ratio of their bilateral trade over the total trade of the dependent economy. Annual change is calculated using a trade-weighted moving average over the past 4 quarters. 17 UNCTAD Global Trade Update, July 2024. 18 UNCTAD Report, Tariff Trends Mostly Downward, but Non-Tariff Measures Increasingly Used, https://sdgbbles. 83. Source, UNCTAD Estimates Based on National Statistics. Global Trade Performance in 2024. 3.9 According to the latest trade update by UNCTAD, the gradual increase in global trade that began in H2 of 2023 has persisted into 2024. The World Trade Organization database shows a year-on-year growth of 3.5% and 3%, respectively, in global merchandise export and import indices in Q3 of 2024. Further, the global services exports and imports grew by 7.9% and 6.7% during the same period. 3.10 over the last 4 quarters, trade growth in developing countries generally exceeded that of developed nations. However, this trend reversed in Q3 of 2024, with positive developments in developed economies driving trade growth. In contrast, trade growth in East Asia stalled, and several major Asian and developing economies experienced negative growth. 3.11 according to the UNCTAD Nowcast, the positive momentum in global trade witnessed 3.11 according to the UNCTAD Nowcast, the positive momentum in global trade witnessed in the first 3 quarters of 2024 is expected to continue into Q4. As a result, global trade is set to exceed its 2022 record, reaching nearly $33 trillion in 2024. This record high is likely to be driven by a 7% increase in services trade, while goods trade is projected to grow by about 2% in 2024 but remain below its 2022 peak. Overall, global trade is expected to expand by about $1 trillion in 2024, with goods and services contributing approximately $500 billion each. 19 UNCTAD Global Trade Update December 2024. 20 IBID Note 19. Source: WTO Stats. Tariff Policies. 3.12 To promote free trade, encourage investment, and lower trading costs, countries worldwide have established various trade agreements. The number of regional trade agreements in effect has grown substantially, increasing from 22 in 1990 to 369 as of August 2024. Increased emphasis on free trade and enhanced collaboration in international trade policies under the WTO has reduced border tariffs among nations. For instance, between 2000 and 2024, the average tariff rates on dutiable items in India decreased from 48.9% to 17.3%, while in China, they fell from 16.4% to 8.3%. Commodity-wise, between 2012 and 2022, the most favored nation and preferential tariffs declined in agriculture, manufacturing, and natural resources. Globally, the simple average MFN and preferential tariffs for agriculture dropped by approximately 3% and 1.4%, respectively, between 2012 and 2022. The simple average preferential tariffs decreased by about 1% in the manufacturing sector. 3.13 At a broader level, India's import tariff policy has evolved over time, balancing domestic policy goals with the need to integrate into the global economy. Tariffs vary by sector, with considerations like protecting sensitive sectors from foreign competition and permitting access to important raw materials and intermediate goods. India has ensured that tariff policies comply with WTO rules and regulations. Over time, several efforts have been made to rationalize tariffs further and address the inverted duty structures. 3.14 Tariffs are often perceived to have an impact on competitiveness. However, if used in a calibrated way, tariffs can aid the goals of industrial policy and help in the development of desirable sectors in the economy. 21 WTO data on regional trade agreements. 22 based on the data available on the WTO integrated database. 85. Box 3.1. Tariffs and successful industrial policy design. Industrial policy refers to measures that target the transformation of an industry in pursuit of a public goal. Tariffs are a standard tool of industrial policy and are often seen as a way to support fledgling industries before they gain traction. However, using tariffs requires a calibrated approach which balances the sector's needs with the costs imposed on the rest of the economy. Tariffs can also be viewed as a lever within a system of tools that can further the goals of industrialization. The use of tariffs in industrial policy can be traced back to the Industrial Revolution. Tariffs were commonly used in Western Europe and North America to catch up with the British Industrial Revolution. As Matthew C. Klein and Michael Pettis note in their book, Trade Wars or Class Wars. Friedrich List, who moved from Germany to America in 1825, wrote that a country such as Germany, which was less developed but possesses the mental and material means to become wealthy, should instead avoid free trade and strengthen her own individual powers. The United States levied tariffs on manufactured goods of about 45% from 1870 through 1913. American manufacturers were protected from foreigners but competed within the large and expanding domestic market. This accords with the observations made by Professor Robert C. Allen on the development history of Europe and North America. According to him, North America and Western continental Europe caught up with the British Industrial Revolution by adopting the following: internal free market, national single market, stable domestic banking system, high external tariff, universal education, infrastructure. They did not catch up with Britain practicing free trade and open capital markets. Globally, modern-day industrial policies use a mix of policies, including tariff-based protection and other levers such as credit grants and export-related subsidies. Illustrative of this fact, tariffs accounted for just 1.3% of all industrial policy interventions between 2010 and 2022. Lessons in successful industrial policy design can be gleaned from the support the Korean government extended to its heavy chemicals industry in the 70s. Korean industrial policy in the heavy chemicals sector led to significant gains in output, labor productivity, and long-term comparative advantage of the industry's exports. Tools such as tariff-based protection and quantitative restrictions were used for a limited period, after which protection. 2013 Gideon Rosenbluth Memorial Lecture delivered by Dr. Robert Allen, Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. 24 Juhas, R. Lane, N. and Roderick, D. The New Economics of Industrial Policy. Annual Review of Economics, 16. 25 Ibid Note 24. 86. Tapered in the 1980s. Importantly, in Korea, tariffs were only one element of a composite industrial policy which sought to protect domestic industry and, at the same time, demanded a reciprocal performance obligation on the part of the industry receiving protection. The recipe for a successful industrial policy lies in the simultaneous use of carrots and sticks, with the sticks often being longer than the carrots. Taking a comprehensive look at the industrial policies of Northeast Asia, Joe Studwell wrote in How Asia Works that the region succeeded with its industrial policy because it punished non-performers more than it rewarded performers. As Studwell notes, the emphasis on infant industry protection in Northeast Asian economies went hand in hand with external benchmarking through export performance. There were special privileges for local businesses, but there was accountability for export performance. That is how scale, productivity, efficiency, and rapid economic growth were achieved. Studwell repeatedly notes that Korean industrial policy punished its non-performers more than helped performers. To summarize, the growth experiences of the industrialist West and the miracle growth economies of the East suggest that tariffs were indeed a prominent tool used to further industrialization. However, tariffs were used in a calibrated way, and a whole-of-government approach was adopted in crafting tariff policies. Finally, industrial policy goals were achieved not by protection alone, but by policies which ensured that the protected industries performed in response to the protection afforded. Non-tariff measures. 3.15 The decline in tariffs globally, as discussed above, has been accompanied by an increase in the implementation of NTMs across countries. The Global Trade Alert Database shows that between 2020 and 2024, over 26,000 new restrictions related to trade and investments have been globally imposed. This is further elucidated in Chapter 5. The technical barriers to trade affect 31.6% of the product lines, covering 67.1% of the global trade. This is followed by export-related measures, affecting 19.3% of the product lines and covering 31.2% of the global trade. Sectors most affected by NTMs include agriculture, manufacturing, and natural resources. 26 Lane, N. Manufacturing Revolutions, Industrial Policy and Industrialization in South Korea, CSA Working Paper Series. 27 UNCTAD defines NTMs as policy measures that are not ordinary customs tariffs but can still significantly impact international trade in goods. These measures can affect either the quantities traded, prices, or both. NTMs are classified into import-related and export-related categories based on the above classification. Import-related NTMs are further classified as technical or non-technical. Technical measures comprise sanitary and phytosanitary measures, technical barriers to trade, and pre-shipment inspections. Non-technical measures encompass traditional trade policies like quotas, subsidies, and trade remedies, including those addressing unfair trade practices. In 2006, the UNCTAD established the Group of Eminent Persons on Non-Tariff Barriers and the multi-agency support team comprising 8 international organizations such as the IMF, OECD, UNIDO, UNCTAD, the World Bank, and WTO, etc. Over the years, MAST has created a coding system as a foundation for collecting and tallying NTMs. The objective of the International Classification of NTMs, refer, UNCTAD Report on International Classification of Non-Tariff Measures, was to provide information and clarification on new and existing measures and to improve their comparability across countries. 28 Global Trade Alert Database. 29 based on UNCTAD Trade Analysis and Information System Database. 87. 3.16 Globally, NTMs, such as subsidies and export-related measures, have risen in aid of nations' industrial policy goals. Unlike broad-based tariffs, NTMs tend to be granular in their approach. They are often less visible, making them harder to assess. 3.17a report by UNCTAD and the UNESCAP shows evidence of increased use of NTMs by countries to adapt and mitigate climate change. According to the report, although climate change-related NTMs account for only 2.6% of total measures, they are concentrated in some of the largest and most CO2-intensive trade sectors, such as the automotive industry, electricity and heat generation, transformation, and storage. As a result, 26.4% of global trade, valued at $6.5 trillion, is covered by climate change-related NTMs. TBD comprise over 61% of all identified climate change-related NTMs, followed by export-related and price control measures. In the future, the imposition of climate change-related NTMs by the EU in the form of the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism and European 30 UHAS R. Lane N. Olson E. Perez VC. 2023. The Who, What, When, and How of Industrial Policy, a Text-Based Approach. 31 Ibid Note 30. 32 Kinzias, L. Sandkamp, A. and Yeltsin, E. Trade Protection and the Role of Non-Tariff Barriers. Review of World Economics, 155, 603-643. 33 UNCTAD and UN-ESCAP Report, Trade Regulations for Climate Action, New Insights from the Global Non-Tariff Measures Database. 34 CBM is the EU's tool to put a fair price on the carbon emitted during the production of carbon-intensive goods that are entering the EU and to encourage cleaner industrial production in non-EU countries. 88. Union deforestation regulation is anticipated to have broad implications for exporters in emerging economies such as China, India, and Turkey. Box 3.2 discusses CBM and EUDR and their possible impact on India's exports in detail. Box 3.2. CBM and EUDR, and their likely impact on India's exports. Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. Implemented by the EU and under consideration by the UK, CBM aims to align the cost of carbon emissions for imported goods with that of domestically produced products. As countries/groups like the EU phase out the free allowances they offer their industries under the emissions trading system, they are ushering in CBM to prevent their consumption from shifting to countries with relatively softer environmental regulations. Under the mechanism, importers will buy carbon certificates corresponding to the carbon price paid by the domestic producers/manufacturers under the EU's carbon pricing rules. Thus, CBM is effectively a carbon price equalization measure. The key sectors covered under the EU CBM include iron and steel, aluminium, cement, and fertilizers. Reporting requirements for the EU CBM began on January 1, 2024, with quarterly submissions for the previous quarter. The levy, however, is expected to take effect from January 1, 2026. The UK has also proposed its own CBM, scheduled to come into force on January 1, 2027, reflecting a broader global shift towards carbon pricing mechanisms. The key sectors covered under the UK CBM include cement, fertilizers, glass, ceramics, iron and steel, aluminium, and hydrogen. Currently, the EU CBM addresses only direct emissions from production processes, whereas the proposed UK CBM intends to cover both direct and indirect emissions. CBM aims to equalize carbon prices across geographies, thereby negating the comparative advantage of developing members like India and the least developed countries. The justification offered for the introduction of CBM is that it prevents carbon leakage. Some jurisdictions believe that the aggregate impact of the country's nationally determined contributions, if fully implemented, would not put the world on a pathway to achieving the Paris Agreement goal. Therefore, the logic behind CBM is that as long as they did not have the same level of ambition, CBM was necessary to protect the integrity of climate mitigation efforts in Europe and ensure they were not undermined by carbon leakage. Moreover, the 35 The EUDR requires operators and traders to ensure that the products placed in the EU market are deforestation-free, should be produced following the relevant legislation of the country where the product is produced, and covers the submission of a due diligence statement before placing the products in the EU. 36 UNCTAD Global Trade Update December 2023. Global trade expected to shrink by nearly 5% in 2023 amid geopolitical strains and shifting trade patterns. 37 European Commission Taxation and Customs Union website. 89. Proposed ban on steel scrap exports from the EU, a key input for steel production, will significantly hinder developing countries' capacity to produce more carbon-efficient steel. This measure can be perceived as the EU attempting to enjoy the benefits of both sides while also imposing trade restrictions. Likely impact on India. The share of CBM exports in total Indian exports to the EU has increased substantially from 6.3% in 2014 to 10.5% in 2023. Table 3.1 presents the commodity-wise exposure of India's exports to the EU, which are likely to be impacted by CBM. Table 3.1. India's exposure to CBM value of exports. According to the World Bank's Relative CBM Exposure Index, India has a score of 0.03, reflecting a high exposure to CBM. Countries like India face the twin challenge of achieving higher levels of economic development and dealing with climate change mitigation and adaptation. Therefore, the international community must find a balance that supports both environmental sustainability and the economic development needs of developing economies and LDCs, ensuring that multilateralism remains the cornerstone of global trade relations. European Union Deforestation Regulation. The EUDR seeks to regulate the consumption of products derived from deforested land. The EUDR places several compliances on the operators and traders of the relevant products. 38. Intermingling of trade and environment policy, implications of EU CBM on India and LDCs, EBW, November 16, 2024. 39. CBM Exposure Index is measured as the mathematical product of two main elements: the share of a country's exports of the CBM-related product that goes to the EU and the embodied carbon payment per dollar of export to the EU, determined by the carbon emissions intensity of production and the assumed cost of the CBM certificates. CBM Exposure Index is measured by multiplying the export share by the embodied carbon payment per dollar of export to the EU. 40. World Bank data on relative CBM Exposure Index. 41. Based on the inputs received from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. 90. Covered under the regulation. It requires the operators and traders to ensure that the products placed in the EU market are deforestation-free, should be produced by the relevant legislation of the country where the product is produced, and covers the submission of a due diligence statement, including supply chain integrity through an elaborate trace and track system before placing the products in the EU. The regulation also entails devising a country-level benchmarking system indicating the forest degradation and deforestation risk by the EU. The benchmarking system would be based on a three-tier system for classifying countries as low, standard, or high risk, which would be determined based on internationally recognized information and data on whether a country is active in reducing deforestation. High-risk countries would be required to exercise higher due diligence for the relevant products compared to low or standard risk countries. This categorization of countries would be used to identify the checks to be carried out by the EU authorities. High-risk countries would be subject to more rigorous checks than countries categorized as having low risk. The regulation covers products such as soy, beef, palm oil, wood, cocoa, coffee, rubber, and their derived products such as leather, chocolate, tires, or furniture. It puts the onus of proving compliance on the operator or trader who wishes to sell these products in the EU markets. The costs of complying with the regulation include information requirements. Risk assessment, risk mitigation, and reporting obligations. These costs are not border measures but affect the competitiveness of a country's exports vis-a-vis other countries' compliance costs. Therefore, the regulation would change the trade cost for the EU's trading partners in specific commodities. As per a GDRI study, as far as India's exports are concerned, coffee, leather hide and skin preparations, oil cake, paper, paperboard, and wood furniture could be highly impacted by the regulation. It also compares the tariff lines covered under the regulation vis-a-vis. 42. The regulation defines an operator as natural or legal person who, in the course of a commercial activity, places relevant products on the market or exports them, and a trader as any person in the supply chain other than the operator who, in the course of a commercial activity, makes relevant products available on the market. 43. As per the regulation dated May 31, 2023, in respect of relevant products from countries or parts thereof classified as high risk, the respective operators and traders, in the volumes of their share of relevant commodities and relevant products, a twofold approach that provides comprehensive coverage should apply. Competent authorities should thus be required to check on a certain percentage of operators and traders, whilst also covering a specific percentage of relevant products. In respect of relevant products from countries or parts thereof classified as low or standard risk, competent authorities should be required to check at least a certain percentage of operators and traders. The level of check should be higher for relevant products from high-risk countries or parts thereof, whereas it could be lower for standard or low-risk countries or parts thereof. 44. The list of products covered under the regulation is available at Annex I of the regulation dated May 31, 2023, available at 45 Article 2 of the regulation states, an operator is a natural or legal person who places relevant products on the union market or exports them from the union market in the course of commercial activity. 46 GTRI Brief dated August 1, 2023, Deforestation and Compliance Challenges, a blow to India's agri-exports as EU's deforestation regulation deadline looms. 91. CBM, out of which the latter is wider in its coverage. The CBM and EUDR are expected to affect $9.5 billion of India's exports to the EU, which amounts to 9% of India's exports to the world or 12.9% of India's exports to the EU. The study informs that the regulation effectively encourages local production and export of selected agricultural commodities by erecting more barriers against imports in the name of climate. According to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, around 420 million hectares of forest were lost globally due to deforestation between 1990 and 2020, an area the size of the EU. In Europe, conversion to cropland accounted for about 15% of deforestation during the same time period. European agriculture could not have come up without deforestation, and the imposition of EUDR reeks of double standards. Thus, that a region that has resorted to significant deforestation to expand crop production is implementing the EUDR to regulate the consumption of products sourced from deforested land appears quite contradictory, even as it is unsurprising. In short, it is hard to shake off the conclusion that both CBM and EUDR are trade protection measures garbed in the language of climate and environment. The game and the end goals are the same, but the tactics keep changing. Labor standards, gender, democracy, emissions. In deforestation, the innovative list will keep evolving with time. Institutions and practices evolve with development. Today's developed countries do not conform to the standards that they expect from developing countries at a similar stage of development. But then, intellectual consistency is not really the goal here. 3.18 NTMs are playing an increasing role in international trade due to a decline in the usage of tariffs worldwide via successive agreements under the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade/WTO, and due to growing consumer concerns about food safety, quality, and environmental protection. A UNCTAD report notes that NTMs can serve as legitimate policy instruments, fulfilling important roles such as protecting human health and the environment. In some cases, they may even enhance trade. For instance, when an exporting country implements high sanitary and phytosanitary standards, consumers in importing countries tend to have greater confidence in the quality of the food products, which can lead to increased demand. Stricter domestic food safety standards can also help local exporters meet the requirements of their trade partners, further boosting trade opportunities. 3.19 Though many NTMs aim primarily to protect public health or the environment, they also adversely impact trade by increasing information, compliance, and procedural costs. This is significant for exporters and importers because accessing and benefiting from markets increasingly depends on adherence to trade regulations, such as sanitary. 47 United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. 48. 49 UNCTAD Document, Non-Tariff Measures, Definitions and Basic Facts. 50 UNCTAD Report, Trade Cost of Non-Tariff Measures now more than double that of tariffs, https://tinyurl.com/55tk5fut. 92. Standards and Product Quality Requirements. For instance, a regulation that limits pesticide residues in food products seeks to achieve a significant public health goal of protecting human health and nutrition. However, this regulation imposes additional compliance requirements on firms in exporting countries, and some may find that exporting is no longer profitable. Consequently, such regulations can restrict trade, leading to lower incomes in exporting countries and higher prices for consumers in importing countries. This issue mainly affects smaller exporters and low-income countries, as they often bear a disproportionate burden from these NTMs. 3.20 NTMs can indirectly affect FDI through their impact on imports. A firm might decide to bypass an NTM by engaging in FDI if the costs associated with this approach are lower than the costs of exporting. Additionally, NTMs can encourage inward FDI to the country that imposes them, as these measures raise barriers to market access. Research has demonstrated that NTMs have a positive impact on FDI. For example, if the average number of NTMs applied to a product increases from 2.5 to 3.5 NTMs per product, FDI could increase by 12%. Certain NTMs, such as intellectual property rights, local content requirements, and TBT in specific sectors, appear to affect FDI significantly. Trend in India's trade performance. 3.21 India's trade sector has demonstrated remarkable stability and growth, achieving milestones despite global economic headwinds. Following a dip in FY20 amid the global downturn and the pandemic, Overall exports rebounded strongly in FY22, reaching a record high in FY23. This momentum continued into FY24, with overall exports surpassing the previous year's record, even as imports moderated slightly. 3.22 India's total exports have shown positive momentum in the first 9 months of FY25, reaching $602.6 billion, witnessing a YOY growth of 6%. This increase demonstrates the resilience of exports, which have been building on a steady upward trend in recent years despite global economic challenges. Total imports during April-December 2024 reached $682.2 billion, registering a YOY growth of 6.9%. This positive import growth indicates a steady demand for goods in the Indian market, supporting domestic consumption and production needs. A more significant increase in overall imports compared to exports led to a rise in the overall trade deficit from $69.7 billion during April-December 2023 to $79.5 billion in the corresponding period of FY25. 3.23 During April-December 2024, non-petroleum exports were up by 7.1%. Over the same period, non-petroleum and non-gems and jewelry exports rose by 9.1%. Specific sectors like drugs and pharmaceuticals, electronic goods, engineering. 51 UNCTAD document on Introduction to NTMs. 52 IBID Note 50. 93. Goods and chemicals saw an increase in exports, growing by 6.4%, 28.6%, 9.9%, and 5%, respectively, during April-December 2024 on a YOY basis. Textile exports also saw a YOY increase of 7.6% during the same period. Rising inflationary pressures on cereals, pulses, and edible oils limited the exports of agricultural and allied products. Overall, merchandise exports registered a modest growth of 1.6%, primarily attributed to a decline in the value of petroleum product exports due to a fall in international commodity prices. 3.24 Merchandise imports grew by 5.2% during April-December 2024. This increase was largely due to a rise in non-oil, non-gold imports, which reached $352.1 billion in the first 9 months of FY25 compared to $340.5 billion during the same period last year, indicating a rebound in domestic consumption despite the inflationary impact. Gold imports increased due to higher international prices, driven by front-loading ahead of festival spending and demand for safe haven assets. Among the major non-oil, non-gold imports, non-ferrous metals, machine tools, machinery, electrical and non-electrical goods, and transport equipment witnessed remarkable growth in the first 9 months of FY25, reflecting growing demand for capital goods. Electronic goods also maintained consistent momentum, signaling a rise in discretionary consumer spending. Additionally, imports of pulses and cotton rose to support domestic production and control inflation. Source: DGCIS, M/O Commerce and Industry. 3.25 The faster pace of increase in merchandise imports compared to exports contributed to the widening of the merchandise trade deficit to $210.8 billion in April-December 2024, compared to $189.7 billion in the same period last year. 53 Textile exports include cotton yarn of fabrics/made-ups, handloom products, man-made yarn of fabrics/made-ups, etc., RMG of all textiles, jute manufacturing including floor covering, carpet and handicrafts, excluding handmade carpet. 94. Textile exports. 3.26 India's textile sector has been a matter of pride and strength to the nation for centuries. From the unique prints and weaves to the rich dyes and handwork, the textile sector weaves various aspects of our cultural, social, and historical heritage. India is the 6th largest exporter of textiles and apparel globally. The textile and apparel industry contributes 2.3% of GDP, 13% to industrial production, and 12% to exports. It is also one of the largest employment generators after agriculture, with over 45 million people employed directly, including many women and the rural population. As further evidence of the inclusive nature of this industry, nearly 80% of its capacity is spread across micro, small, and medium enterprises clusters in the country. 3.27 India exported textile items worth $34 billion in 2023. With apparel constituting 42% of the export basket, followed by raw materials/semi-finished materials at 34% and finished non-apparel goods at 30%. Europe and the US consumed nearly 66% of India's apparel exports, 58% of finished non-apparel goods, and 12% of raw materials/semi-finished materials. Other prominent destinations include the UK and the UAE. Source: based on analysis at the HS6 product level, data sourced from ITC TradeMap. 3.28 Generally, the Indian textile export basket is skewed towards cotton and cotton-based products. In 2023, for example, 8 out of the top 10 textile exports consisted of cotton and cotton-based products. For India's major textile export category: 54. 55 IBID Note 54. 56 Invest India Report, Textile and Apparel Industry, the Change Agent of India. 57 Analysis based on Union Comtrade data at the tariff level. 95. i.e., apparel, the country enjoyed a market share of 2.8% globally in 2023. However, this is much lower than that of key players in the industry, such as China, Bangladesh, and Vietnam. Further analysis at the HS6 levels reveals that while India offers stiff competition to other exporters for nearly $3 billion worth of apparel exports, the remaining apparel basket is yet to match our competitors' comparative advantage. 3.29 Textile exports remained resilient throughout the COVID-19 period between 2020 to 2022, but their performance has been weak over a decadal timeframe. Box 3.3 elaborates on potential factors that impede export growth and opportunities that must be tapped for the sector to reach its goal of $150 billion in textile exports by 2030. Box 3.3. Time to be deft about our warp and weft. Costs that chip away at textile export growth. India's textile production occurs across multiple independent and clustered small and medium enterprises spread across the country. Take cotton production, for example, which is spread across Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh. The fresh produce of cotton then travels down to Tamil Nadu, where cotton yarns are produced. The yarns then travel to parts of Maharashtra and Gujarat before being weaved into cotton fabric. A lack of localization and the complexity of the value chain, in turn, results in higher costs relative to global competitors. In contrast, vertically integrated fiber-to-fashion firms in competitor nations such as China and Vietnam export low-cost products, maintain consistent quality, and are nimble enough to adjust to the fast-changing nature of the industry. Simple and liberal customs procedures further reduce regulatory costs and lend a competitive edge to the exports of global textile competitors such as China and Vietnam. On the other hand, in India, textile exporters are constrained by complex procedures, which, for instance, require exporters to meticulously account for every square centimeter of fabric, buttons, and zippers used. Similarly, pre-shipment inspection certificates are required for textile imports, which slows down logistics and raises costs for the textile business. 58 exports at the HS6 level enjoy a market share that is within the periphery or higher than the market share of China, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Bangladesh. 59 PIB press release of Ministry of Textiles dated November 18, 2024. 60 GTRI report, July 2024, How complex procedures, import restrictions, and domestic interests hinder India's garment exports. 96. Apart from possessing structural attributes that allow for cost advantages, competitors in the textile market also have the added benefit of FTAs with consumer countries. In effect, Indian apparel exports do not face a level playing field compared to its competition. For instance, as noted by Mukherjee et al. 2019, even though India has a significant comparative advantage in exporting silk shawls and scarves, the country faces a high tariff rate of 11.3% in the US. In comparison, competitors like Korea face zero tariffs on their silk scarf exports due to trade agreements such as the US-Korea FTA. In general, the costs for the textile industry are likely to rise over the coming years. A global structural shift towards sustainable sourcing would drive this. Often, such a shift is necessitated by regulatory changes. The EU, for instance, has as many as 16 pieces of legislation spanning the entire fashion value chain, which came into force between 2021 and 2024. As the EU accounts for nearly 20% of our exports, such a shift poses a challenge for small enterprises who need to shift to environmentally sustainable production methods. Changing trends in the global textile industry. India has a great opportunity to align with the evolving global shifts in apparel demand. While our comparative advantage lies in cotton and cotton-based products, global demand has shifted to products made from man-made fiber. MMF-based products range from yoga pants and athleisure wear to technical textiles in aviation, aerospace, and automobiles. As per International Cotton Association, MMF comprised 77% of global fiber consumption in 2024, whereas it was just 22% for cotton. By tapping into the MMF value chain, India will benefit from the steady rise in global MMF demand. India's share of global MMF production is currently 9.2%, and the potential to catch up with the production levels of global leaders like Vietnam, China, and Taiwan is high. To match the quality of our competition and reap value gains from MMF production, our MMF sector must move towards vertical integration and significantly invest in research and development and sustainable production techniques. Fashioning India's textile exports to a global audience, recent schemes and opportunities ahead. In recent years, the government has announced many policies in response to the changing nature of global demand and high relative costs faced by Indian exporters. A PLI scheme has been put in place for the sector with an outlay of 10,683 Indian rupees crore, which rewards capacity. 61 ideas for India, trade agreements and their impact on India's apparel exports. 62 McKinsey article, reimagining the apparel value chain amid volatility. 63 as per World Textile Demand Report, 2024. 97. Source, International Cotton Association. Creation through investments in the industry. As MMF products require heavy research and development suited to different use cases, the National Technical Textiles Mission has been approved with an outlay of 1,480 Indian rupees crore. As of 2024, 168 research projects were approved under the NTTM mission. In response to the need for a vertically integrated textile industry, the government sanctioned Pradhan Mantri Mega Integrated Textile Region and apparel parks across 7 sites in 2022 to create world-class plug-and-play infrastructure and invite FDI into the textile sector. World-class, standardized infrastructure will also aid textile exporters in responding better to changing ESG requirements in the industry. To help with cost competitiveness, the government approved the continuation of the scheme for rebate of state and central taxes and levies for export of apparel/garments and made-ups up to March 31, 2026 in the interim Union Budget FY25. Further, deep FTAs such as the EU-India CEPA have helped reduce India's textile tariffs with a significant market. India is actively working towards negotiating trade deals with top importers such as the EU and the UK. India's textile sector has several tailwinds working in its favor. For instance, as per McKinsey's Chief Procurement Officer Survey, the share of procurement officers looking to form long-term strategic partnerships has more than doubled between 2019 and 2023. Further, more than 40% of procurement officers surveyed plan to increase their sourcing from India, Bangladesh, and Vietnam. 64 PIB press release of Ministry of Textiles dated November 12, 2024. 65 PIB press release dated February 1, 2024. 66 McKinsey article, Reimagining the Apparel Value Chain Amid Volatility. 98. While there are tailwinds which will support the growth of India's textile exports, these cannot be fully exploited without lowering the costs of the textile basket and deepening our market share in the MMF sector. These objectives would require the industry to step up its research efforts and vertically integrate and tailor products to international quality and sustainability requirements. Simplification, consolidation, and elimination of processes that consume the financial and managerial bandwidth of our exporters is a low-hanging fruit. Addressing these challenges can significantly reduce costs and ease the burden on exporters, helping them become more efficient and competitive. Diversification of India's exports to new markets. 3.30 As discussed in a collection of essays of the Department of Economic Affairs, over time, India has added a large number of new products to its export basket. Between 1994 and 2022, India has not just carved out new markets, but has become the market leader in some of the new product categories. For instance, India is a top exporter of shipping vessels. Similarly, it is a leading exporter of iron and steel alloys, an unexplored market before 1994. 3.31 Between April and November 2024, India's exports saw significant growth and expansion into diverse markets despite high global challenges. The analysis depicts the number of diverse markets, consisting of absolutely new markets where no exports were observed between April and November 2023, but exports happened in the corresponding period of FY25. It also includes new markets where export share was 0 to 0.1% from April to November 2023 and rose to over 0.1% with growth in value greater than 25% in the corresponding period of FY25. Further, promising markets, where export share was 0.1 to 1% in April to November 2023 and rose to over 1% with growth in value greater than 25% in April to November 2024. The size of the dot reflects the value of exports. The analysis has been done based on the data available for key principal commodities. 3.32 These 20 PCs were selected based on 2 criteria. Firstly, the PCs were sorted in descending order of the number of new markets explored, and secondly, the PCs had an export value of more than 100 million US dollars. For instance, Chat 3.15 shows that optical items had an export value of 16.6 million US dollars from April to November 2024 and were exported to 14 new markets. Similarly, the export of cranes, lifts, and winches had a value of 23.1 million US dollars from April to November 2024, which has been exported to 12 new markets. Further, office equipment and medical scientific instruments have an export value of 10.7 million US dollars and 62.7 million US dollars exported. 67 Re-examining narratives, a collection of essays. 99 to 9 new markets, respectively. Surgicals has also been exported to 9 new markets with a total value of 5.4 million US dollars. 3.33 These trends reflect India's ability to maintain and even strengthen its presence in established markets. It also highlights the country's resilience and adaptability in navigating evolving global landscapes. Simultaneously, the exploration of new markets signifies a proactive approach to expanding its export reach and reducing dependency on any single market or region. This diversification strategy mitigates risks associated with market fluctuations and positions India as a more competitive player in the international trade landscape, while contributing to the country's economic development. Services trade remained resilient amidst global challenges. 3.34 Services sector exports have demonstrated resilience, while merchandise exports have witnessed moderation in recent months. They grew at 11.6% in the first 9 months of FY25 amidst unfavorable geopolitical conditions. The rise in services exports contributed to an increase in net services receipts from 120.1 billion US dollars in the first 9 months of FY24 to 131.3 billion US dollars during the corresponding period of FY25. 100. Chart 3.10. Rise in net services receipts in the first 9 months of FY25. 3.35 Services exports from India have shown a multi-sectoral presence in global exports, with notable contributions across several sectors. India's share in global services exports has more than doubled, reaching around 4.3% in 2023 from 1.9% in 2005. In telecommunications, computer, and information services, India commands 10.2% of the global exports market, reflecting its strong position in IT outsourcing, software development, and digital services. The other business services sector also plays a crucial role, with India holding 7.2% of the world share, driven by its expertise in professional and consulting services. 3.36 Travel and transport services represent areas where India holds a relative 3.36 Travel and transport services represent areas where India holds a relatively smaller share in global exports, at 2.1% and 2.2%, respectively. Likely facing competition from other worldwide tourism and logistics hubs. There are opportunities for further growth, especially in enhancing international tourism infrastructure and global transport networks. India's financial services sector lags behind the global average, highlighting the potential for growth in global banking, insurance, and investment services. On the other hand, with a global share of 3.4% in personal, cultural, and recreational services and 3.5% in construction services, India ranks 6th and 8th, respectively, demonstrating its competitive edge in cultural exports and international infrastructure projects. 3.37 India remains a global leader in IT and business services, but there is considerable untapped potential in travel, transport, and financial services. As the country becomes a hub for global capability centers and continues to innovate, focusing on skill development and strategic policy interventions will be key to sustaining this momentum. Strengthening emerging sectors and improving global competitiveness will ensure 68 UNCTAD stats. 69 based on UNCTAD WTO stats. 101. India remains a dominant player in the services sector in the times to come. India's e-commerce exports. 3.38 The e-commerce industry in India has experienced swift expansion over the past few years, driven by various elements such as the rise of technology-powered advancements like online payments, localized delivery services, data-driven interactions with customers, and digital marketing. According to a report, the global B2C e-commerce market is expected to grow from $5.7 trillion US dollars in 2022 to $8.1 trillion US dollars by 2026 at a CAGR of 9.1%. Correspondingly, India's B2C e-commerce market was worth $83 billion in 2022, and it is anticipated to grow to $150 billion by 2026, showing a CAGR of 15.9%. However, by current market size, India's e-commerce market makes up a small fraction, about 1.5% of the global market, and it is projected to stay around 2% in the coming years. These exports generated an estimated $4 to $5 billion in exports during FY23 and are expected to increase to $200 to $300 billion by 2030. Box 3.4 discusses the factors and policies that have played a key role in enhancing India's e-commerce exports. Box 3.4 Factors driving India's e-commerce exports. Expanding data connectivity, increased penetration of smartphones, a rise in availability and use of digital wallets and safer online payments. Increased customers' income levels and growing familiarity with digital shopping platforms have provided an impetus to India's e-commerce exports. Customers increasingly prefer customized products from skilled artisans, and India can leverage its rich tradition of handcrafted items to meet this demand. Additionally, exporters can increase their profits by reducing costs associated with intermediaries like agents and shopkeepers, making e-commerce a lucrative option for selling products. Government initiatives, such as Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, have enhanced support and focus on MSMEs and e-commerce exports, thereby paving the way for more domestic sellers going global. These initiatives have provided a conducive environment for businesses to thrive and expand their reach. Recognizing the relevance of e-commerce exports, the Foreign Trade Policy 2023 has laid down provisions for fostering cross-border digital trade and promoting e-commerce and other emerging export channels. These include the Niryat Bunda Scheme, financial assistance to e-commerce exporters under the Market Access Initiative Scheme, Export and Packing Credit, e-commerce export hubs. 70 ASICAM and EY Report, enabling e-commerce exports from India. 71 PIB press release of Ministry of Commerce and Industry dated March 31, 2023. 72 GTRI report dated March 2023, making e-commerce exports a bigger success story than IT, a blueprint for realizing India's e-commerce exports potential. 73 hand-holding and outreach programs, capacity building and skill development building to boost e-commerce exports from the country. 74 offering collateral-free, low-interest financing for both pre- and post-shipment stages to improve cash flow and aid manufacturing costs. 75 through a public-private partnership model, it aims to centralize facilities and infrastructure for cross-border e-commerce activities. 102. DAC Niryat Kendra and Electronic Bank Realization Certificate. Further, the GST regime offers the benefit of zero-rated supplies, and e-commerce exporters are eligible for GST refunds. In the recent past, various initiatives have been undertaken by state governments in collaboration with e-commerce market players to boost exports. These have included organizing e-export hot and signing a memorandum of understanding with leading e-commerce players to drive e-commerce exports, etc. The Uttar Pradesh government has recently implemented measures to enhance packaging and export capabilities by leveraging design, technology, and market access. The government is also planning to set up e-commerce hubs to facilitate small producers to sell to aggregators. The Government of Telangana has announced a new MSME policy which, inter alia, envisages an increase in e-commerce penetration in MSMEs by encouraging the participation of sellers on the ONC portal and GEM portal. The central government's e-commerce export hub initiative aims to revolutionize India's cross-border e-commerce. These hubs connect SMEs, artisans, and one-district, one-product producers to global markets, boosting logistics efficiency and economic inclusion in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. On the government e-marketplace, revised. Pricing slabs now cap charges at 3 Indian rupees lakh for orders above 10 Indian rupees crore, significantly reducing transaction costs. The Bharat Mart in Dubai provides Indian MSMEs affordable access to the Gulf Cooperation Council, African, and CIS markets, enhancing exports to these regions. The e-commerce export ecosystem in India presents opportunities for growth alongside a few challenges related to regulatory frameworks and compliance obligations. For example, the roles of sellers and e-commerce platform operators are not yet clearly defined. This requires collaboration between sellers and e-commerce operators at various stages of export and payment processes. Presently, exports are facilitated through 2 primary modes, courier and cargo, with a courier export value limit of $12,000, which is less compared to other countries. 76 scheme for promoting e-commerce exports through postal route to work as a hub and spoke model in collaboration with foreign post offices to enhance e-commerce exports through postal route. 77 pilot of enhanced electronic bank realization certificate system basis in which the exporters can self-certify their EBRC. 78 as per Section 2 of the CGST Act, 2017, a supply is said to be exempt when it attracts no rate of duty or is specifically exempted by a notification or kept out of the purview of tax. 79. This enables the exporter to claim a refund of tax paid on such supplies and a refund of unutilized input tax credit under the letter of undertaking. 80. Amazon News, Wix, Amazon and Fitchi join hands to promote e-commerce exports from West Bengal. 81. Amazon News, Amazon signs an MOU with Government of Karnataka to drive e-commerce exports for lakhs of MSMEs in the state. 82. Indian Trade and Logistics News, Flipkart opens new fulfillment centers in Unnao, Varanasi, https://tinyurl.com/37zs4h4v. 83. Draft Export Strategy Framework of Telangana. 84. PRID equals 2079986. 85. In the case of China, the consignment limit for e-commerce exports is $50,000. Website/ecomexporthandbook.msme.pdf. 103. Additionally, the absence of distinct customs supervision codes for traditional and e-commerce exports leads to delays in customs verification and hinders data collection for further policy interventions. The RBI manages the Foreign Exchange Management Act of 1999, which requires foreign exchange receipts within 9 months of shipment. This timeline supports efficient transactions but may pose challenges for e-commerce operators handling shipments sold over 12 to 18 months. It opens the door to exploring more flexible reconciliation timelines. The export data processing and monitoring system aids in payment reconciliation, with costs ranging from $18 to $36. There is a need for cost optimization, particularly for small value shipments. Additionally, reimporting of e-commerce refunds/rejects is exempted from duty only when it can be proven that the reimport goods are the same as those exported, which is a cumbersome process. Simplifying these further could improve operational efficiency. India's e-commerce exports hold immense potential to grow significantly and become a key contributor to the country's GDP. Addressing some of the existing challenges can further unlock opportunities for the sector to achieve its full potential and strengthen its position among leading global e-commerce exporters. Ease of doing business initiatives for exporters. 3.39 An important area of focus is enhancing logistics efficiency to strengthen India's manufacturing and export capabilities. The development of logistics hubs, investments in infrastructure, and policy reforms to improve supply chain efficiency are measures in this direction. Such efforts aim to lower costs for Indian businesses, making exports more competitive and enabling quicker, smoother movement of goods domestically and internationally. This approach aligns with the government's commitment to the National Logistics Policy. 3.40 The paperless EBRC system has reduced costs for 2.5 million EBRCs annually by over 125 Indian rupees crore. Streamlined processes and helped exporters benefit from schemes under the FTP. It has cut down both administrative and environmental expenses. Small exporters, especially in e-commerce, have benefited from the system's efficiency in handling high-volume, low-cost transactions, enabling them to claim benefits and refunds more effectively. 3.41 A new Directorate General of Foreign Trade, Trade Connect e-platform, has been launched, which is a single-window initiative enabling exporters to add newer markets. The e-platform aims to transform the international trade landscape for Indian exporters, especially MSMEs. The platform, developed in collaboration with key partners, including the Ministry of MSME, the Exim Bank, Department of Financial Services, and the Ministry of External Affairs, is set to address information asymmetry by offering exporters comprehensive support and resources. It is a one-stop solution. 86 IBID Note 70. 87 IBID Note 70. 104. Providing exporters with near real-time access to critical trade-related information while seamlessly connecting them to key government entities such as the Indian Missions Abroad, the DOC, Export Promotion Councils, and other trade experts. Whether a seasoned exporter or a new entrant, the platform is designed to assist businesses at every stage of their export journey. This e-platform shall connect more than 6 lakh IEC holders, over 180 Indian mission officials, and over 600 Export Promotion Council officials, besides the officials from DGFT, DOC, banks, etc. 3.42 The DGFT Trade Facilitation mobile app provides all information on FTP updates, import, export policy, export/import statistics, the status of applications, and 24/7 virtual assistance. The department also provides 24/7 auto-generation of EIC. This enables users to not wait for any approval for an IEC. The IEC details are automatically validated against CBDT, MCA, and PFMS systems. Balance of payments, resilience amid challenges. 3.43 Against the backdrop of uncertainties in the external trade and investment environment, India's balance of payments position has remained stable, led by resilient services exports, benign crude oil prices, renewed foreign portfolio inflows, and a revival in FDI flows. These trends are discussed in this section. Current account. 3.44 India's current account deficit moderated slightly to 1.2% of GDP in Q2 of FY25 against 1.3% of the GDP recorded in Q2 of FY24. The recent rise in the CAD can be attributed to an increase in the merchandise trade deficit, which rose to $75.3 billion in Q2 of FY25 from $64.5 billion in the corresponding quarter of the previous year. The rising net services receipts and increase in private transfer receipts cushioned the expansion in the merchandise trade deficit. Net service receipts increased to $44.5 billion in Q2 of FY25 from $39.9 billion in the corresponding quarter in FY24. Chart 3. 11. Trend in current account deficit. September of 2024 to 25. 105. 3.45 India's CAD has remained relatively contained compared to other G20 economies, such as Brazil and Australia, which have faced similar external pressures, including higher commodity prices and weaker global demand. 3.46 Private transfers, mainly driven by remittances by Indians employed overseas, formed the bulk of net transfers, growing steadily from $28.1 billion in Q2 of FY24 to $31.9 billion in Q2 of FY25. This growth reflects the continued strength of India's diaspora and robust remittance inflows despite global economic uncertainties. Capital and financial account. 3.47 The capital and financial account is a vital segment of the BOP, serving as the primary mechanism for financing the CAD and strengthening foreign exchange reserves. Over the period from Q1 of FY23 to Q2 of FY25, India has generally recorded surpluses in the capital account, largely driven by robust inflows from FDI, FBI, and external loans. These inflows have supported the country's external position and contributed to building foreign exchange reserves. 106. 3.48 The growth trajectory of capital inflows has shown signs of revival in recent quarters. In Q2 of FY25, net capital inflows stood at $30.5 billion, a significant increase from the $12.8 billion recorded during the same period in the previous year. This rise can be primarily attributed to increased FEI inflows, external commercial borrowings, and NRI deposits. Performance of FDI flows. 3.49 FDI recorded a revival in FY25, with gross FDI inflows increasing from $47.2 billion in the first 8 months of FY24 to $55.6 billion in the same period of FY25, a YOY growth of 17.9%. Source, RBI. 88 Based on the FDI data released by the RBI. 107. 3.50 Over the long term, FDI inflows into India have surpassed the $1 trillion mark from April 2000 to September 2024, solidifying the country's position as a safe and significant global investment destination. According to data from the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, the cumulative FDI inflows, which include equity inflows, reinvested earnings, and other capital, reached $1,033.4 billion during this period. 3.51 From a sectoral perspective, the services sector remains the largest recipient of FDI, accounting for 19.1% of total equity inflows in H1 of FY25. Other significant sectors attracting foreign investments include computer software and hardware, trading, non-conventional energy, and cement and gypsum products. Despite the short-term volatility in global markets, triggered by factors such as inflationary pressures, rising interest rates in developed economies, and geopolitical tensions, the long-term outlook for FDI in India remains favorable. India's robust economic fundamentals, ongoing structural reforms, and growing consumer market position make it a key destination for foreign investments. 89 DPID data on FDI flows. 90 The services sector includes financial, banking, insurance, non-financial/business, outsourcing, R&D, courier, and tech. Testing and analysis, other. 91 Sector-wise data on FDI inflows is released by DPIT. RBI gives data on repatriation/disinvestment of FDI flows from India. 108. 3.52 FDI into India has recently been scrutinized due to concerns about declining inflows. However, a broader analysis reveals that FDI flows globally have been hampered by economic uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, and rising borrowing costs. Even though gross FDI inflows to India have increased in the first 8 months of FY25, it has been accompanied by a rise in repatriations as international companies realized returns from investments. Many multinational companies have capitalized on India's strong stock market through secondary sales and initial public offerings, indicating investor confidence. In 2024, private equity-backed exits increased, supported by India's stable macroeconomic environment and investor-friendly policies. As per Avendus Spark analysis based on DPIT data, private equity and venture capital exit from Indian stock markets stood at $19.5 billion from January to September 2024, higher than $18.3 billion in the corresponding period of the previous year. The depth and resilience of the Indian capital market offer profitable exits for direct investors, boosting future investments. 3.53 India remains a strong destination for FDI, ranking high in greenfield project announcements and international project finance deals. However, the country has to pay heed to numbers. As per the data published by RBI, net FDI to India during the first 8 months of FY25 stood at $0.48 billion compared to $8.5 billion in the corresponding period of FY24. Similarly, for FY23, the figure stood at $19.8 billion. For FY24 as a whole, the net FDI was $10.1 billion. The last 2 financial years have indeed seen much larger repatriation from India. The amounts were $29.3 billion and $44.5 billion, respectively, in FY23 and FY24. In the current year, up to November, the repatriation amount is $39.6 billion. At this rate, the full-year figure might exceed last year's figure. 3.54 To a large extent, this is a success story as foreigners take profits. Second, much of it was sold to portfolio investors. In other words, the large portfolio inflows in FY24 were the other side of the coin of large repatriation. At a gross level, FY23 and FY24 have seen a decline in gross FDI, including earnings retained in India. This has broken the steadily rising trend seen since FY14. The period between FY13 and FY22 witnessed 92 behind India's growth over last 10 YRS increase in repatriations, steady FDI inflows. 93 Avendus Spark Strategy Macro Alert Net FDI inflows fall to a record low in H1 of FY25. com/India/reports. 94. 95 Net FDI is calculated as follows. FDI by foreigners, foreign direct investment inflows plus retained earnings repatriation. FDI by Indians, Indian investment overseas plus retained earnings repatriation. The net FDI figure. Then, there are portfolio investment flows. Foreign portfolio investors' net flows, Indians' portfolio investment. Total investment flows, plus 109. Ultra-low interest rates and quantitative easing policies in the developed world. The cost of funds was much lower. Interest rates in developed countries rose sharply in 2022 and 2023. The federal funds rate topped 5%. Other Asian countries such as Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia also witnessed declines in inward FDI in 2023, according to UNCTAD. 3.55 However, India runs a CAD, and its investment needs are much larger considering the size of its economy. Supplementing domestic savings with reasonably large foreign savings expands the scope for capital formation. If, for various reasons, capital flows are going to be problematic, it raises questions as to the level of sustainable CAD for India. It may not be 2.5% to 3% as before, but it is much lower. It used to be said that a country can run as large a CAD as the rest of the world is willing to finance. If the ROE is unwilling or unable to do so for various reasons, then the size of the CAD will have to be lower. Developed countries, too, are wooing investments, and India is not competing with other emerging economies alone. So, India has 2 options. 3.561. We must pull out all the stops wooing FDI and making itself more attractive for foreign investors. India has been doing so. For example, most sectors in the country are open for foreign investors under the automatic route. The large amount of repatriations, as witnessed in the data, also suggests that it is easy to transfer the returns on investment made in India. However, there is room to improve tax certainty and tax stability in matters such as APA. India has simplified many of its laws, rules, and regulations over the years, leading to a regime shift in terms of the ease of doing business compared to yesteryears. At the same time, all statutory and regulatory authorities must bear in mind that international investors benchmark countries cross-sectionally and not longitudinally. That will determine the success of the government's goal to make global companies produce in India for the world, making India a part of the global supply chain. 3.57 The second option is to make the available and existing investments deliver more. In other words, if the investment rate cannot be increased because of capital constraints, then investment efficiency has to go up. That is where deregulation and ease of doing business come into play. That is why the main theme of this survey is about deregulation. Therein lies the clue to improving India's investment efficiency. Most of the chapters peer into regulations and recommend deregulation. The deregulation theme is explored in greater detail in Chapter 5. 110. Performance of portfolio flows. 3.58 FPIs became net buyers in the Indian equity market starting in June 2024 after being sellers in the first 2 months of FY25. This trend continued until September 2024, showcasing a clear preference for Indian equities as FPIs injected substantial capital into the market over those months. However, this trend reversed in October and the first half of November 2024, resulting in a net outflow of $11.5 billion and $2.5 billion, respectively. Factors such as concerns about slowing earnings growth, high valuations, rising geopolitical tensions, and recent developments in China led FPIs to withdraw significant funds from Indian equities. However, during the latter half of November 2024, FPIs became more optimistic about the Indian stock market, reversing the significant selling seen in October and early November 2024. This positive trend in FPI inflows continued in December 2024, with net inflows amounting to $3.1 billion in December 2024. Factors such as India's strong macroeconomic fundamentals, favorable business environment, and robust economic growth have encouraged investors to reverse the outflow trend. On a cumulative basis, the net FPI inflows into India slowed to $10.6 billion from April to December 2024 from $31.7 billion during the same period the previous year. The volatility in portfolio flows underscores the susceptibility of equity and bond markets to global developments. However, the sound economic and corporate fundamentals in India underpin the long-term attractiveness of the Indian equity market for foreign investors. Source: an STL. 96. These include the stimulus measures announced by the Chinese government and the cheap valuation of Chinese stocks. 97. Net FPI inflows is the sum of equity and debt inflows. 111. 3.59 The inclusion of Indian government bonds in some global bond indices this year has significantly supported debt inflows. Since the announcement of inclusion in JP Morgan Index in October 2023, there has been heightened activity in the FPI debt segment with cumulative flows of 1.1 Indian rupees lakh crore from October 2023 to June 2024. Post-effective date of inclusion, FPIs invested 62,431 Indian rupees crore in the debt segment from July to November 2024. Assets under custody, which reflects the total market value of the holdings, shows that FPI's cumulative investment in fully accessible root securities crossed the $20 billion mark within 9 months of the announcement of their inclusion in the JP Morgan EM Bond Index. In FY25, as of December 15, 2024, inclusion already resulted in a net inflow of more than $3 billion in Indian FAR bonds, with assets under custody of India FAR bonds standing at $28 billion as of December 15, 2024. 3.60 Since the investor sentiment/perception of the trajectory of Fed rates and the interest rate differentials are the key drivers of FPI flows in India, it will be interesting to analyze the trends in FPI debt flows and the yield differential between India and the U.S. Chart 3.17 compares the FPI debt flows and the yield gap between India and U.S. 10-year yields, which shows that a widening yield differential in India's favor leads to higher inflows and vice versa. India's strong growth fundamentals and range-bound inflation also made it a preferred choice amongst foreign investors despite the narrowing yield differentials seen from May to July 2024. 98 Based on the inputs received from the Securities and Exchange Board of India. 112. 3.61 The increase in demand for India's GSECs is also set to have a positive externality in terms of lowering the borrowing cost for the government as the yields soften due to heightened demand and limited supply dynamics. The preliminary impact of this is already visible in the Indian 10Y GSEC yields. The inclusion of Indian bonds in global indices signals a growing appetite amongst foreign investors to include Indian government securities in their investment portfolios, trust in India's growth prospects, and financial stability in the Indian markets. Others. 3.62 NRI deposits, external commercial borrowings, and short-term trade credit have contributed additional buffers to India's capital account, though each component exhibits varying degrees of stability. ECBs have shown an upward trajectory in recent months, with net inflows rising to $9.2 billion from April to October 2025, up from $2.8 billion in the corresponding period of the previous year, reflecting a greater appetite for borrowing from foreign sources. Similarly, non-resident Indian deposits have also surged significantly, with net inflows increasing to $10.2 billion during H1 of FY25, compared to $5.4 billion in the same period of the previous year. This growth can be attributed to continued strong remittance inflows and a favorable exchange rate environment, which incentivized NRIs to park their savings in India. Foreign exchange reserves. 3.63 India's foreign exchange reserves comprise foreign currency assets, gold, special drawing rights, and reserve tranche position in the IMF. After surpassing the $700 billion benchmark, India's foreign exchange reserves moderated to $640.3 billion as of the end of December 2024. The reserves are sufficient to 113. Cover approximately 90% of India's external debt of $711.8 billion as of September 2024, reflecting a strong buffer against external vulnerabilities. As of 2024, India has secured its place among the world's largest foreign exchange reserve holding countries, ranking fourth globally, following China, Japan, and Switzerland. Supported by net positive capital inflows, India's forex reserves witnessed a notable increase of $27.1 billion in 2024. FCA constituted the bulk of this increase, strengthening India's overall reserve position. 3.64 The import cover, a crucial indicator of external sector stability, stood at 10.9 months as of December 2024. This increase enhances India's ability to weather external shocks, with reserve adequacy significantly surpassing the IMF's recommended 3-month import cover for emerging economies. The BOP surplus of $63.7 billion in FY24, supplemented by a modest valuation gain of $4.3 billion, was the key driver of this improvement. In H1 of FY25, forex reserves rose by $59.4 billion, driven by a BOP surplus of $23.9 billion and a valuation gain of $35.5 billion. 3.65 A global rise in uncertainty has led to fluctuations in the composition of foreign exchange reserves. CY24 saw gold bullion holdings nearing their highest level since World War II, which was largely driven by an accumulation of gold by emerging market central banks. As per the IMF, steady changes are underway in the global reserve system, including a gradual movement away from dollar dominance and a rising role of non-traditional currencies. 99 IMF survey, assessing the need for foreign currency reserves. 100 IMF, dollar dominance in the international reserve system, an update 2024. 101 IBID note 100. 114. Exchange rate. 3.66 The value of the Indian rupee is market determined, with no target or specific level or band. Various domestic and global factors influence the exchange rate of the INR, such as the movement of the dollar index, trends in capital flows, level of interest rates, movement in crude prices, current account deficit, etc. In the first 9 months of FY25, the INR depreciated a modest 2.9%, performing better than currencies such as the Canadian dollar, South Korean won, and the Brazilian real, which depreciated by 5.4%, 8.2%, and 17.4%, respectively, during the same period. One of the primary factors behind the rupee depreciation during 2024 has been the broad-based strengthening of the USD amidst geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and uncertainty surrounding the U.S. election. 115. Chart 3.21. Trend in RER and NER. 3.67 After adopting the floating exchange rate regime, effective exchange rates have become a prominent measure of external competitiveness of an economy's tradable sector relative to the foreign tradable sector. The nominal effective exchange rate for the INR remained stable in the 90 to 92 range from April to November 2024, indicating relative stability in the currency amidst external uncertainties. The real effective exchange rate, which reflects the real purchasing power of the currency, steadily appreciated from 103.2 in April 2024 to 107.2 in December 2024. External debt position. 3.68 India's external debt has remained stable over the past few years. A stable external debt position has helped maintain external sector stability significantly when the rest of the world is affected by geopolitical headwinds. The external debt to GDP ratio rose slightly from 18.8% of the GDP at the end of June 2024 to 19.4% at the end of September 2024. The share of short-term debt in total external debt decreased to 18.8% at the end of September 2024 from 19.4% at the end of June 2024. Similarly, its ratio to foreign exchange reserves decreased to 18.9% at the end of September 2024 from 20.3% at the end of June 2024. Across currencies, the external debt remained primarily denominated in the US dollar, followed by the INR, SDR, and the euro. 116. Outlook. 3.69 India's external sector has performed well amidst unfavorable geopolitical conditions. On the current account front, though merchandise exports have displayed moderate growth owing to a slowdown in external demand, merchandise imports have shown remarkable growth supported by strong domestic demand. Increased net services receipts and growing remittances have cushioned the rise in the merchandise trade deficit. On the capital front, the economy has been witnessing net positive capital inflows. Gross FDI inflows have shown a higher growth in the first 8 months of FY25 compared to the corresponding period of the previous year. However, a surge in repatriation has reigned in the expansion in net FDI. FDI inflows have shown volatility in the first 9 months of FY25, showing mixed trends. 3.70 Global trade dynamics have changed significantly in recent years, shifting from globalization to rising trade protectionism, accompanied by increased uncertainty. This calls for a new strategic trade roadmap for India. To remain competitive and enhance its participation in global supply chains, India must continue reducing trade costs and improving facilitation to boost export competitiveness. Much remains to be done to enhance trade competitiveness. The good news is that doing so is entirely in our hands. On its part, the industry must continue to invest in quality. 3.71 The state produces governance, and the private sector produces goods and services. If both these actors focus on quality and efficiency, then despite the trade tensions and protectionism that are likely to come in the way of expanding global trade, India can increase its share in overseas markets and generate resources to sustain a higher level of capital formation. Then it will be possible for us not just to dream of but actually realize higher economic growth rates on a sustained basis. 04 Chapter 117. Prices and Inflation. Understanding the Dynamics. Engaging the health of the global economy, understanding the trends in inflation is essential. While global inflation peaked in 2022 due to supply chain disruptions and geopolitical tensions, it has declined since then, aided by policy measures. In India, retail inflation eased in FY25 due to timely interventions by the government and the Reserve Bank of India. Core inflation reached its lowest point in a decade, while food inflation was affected by supply chain disruptions and adverse weather conditions. Onion and tomato prices are affected by the decline in production, partly due to extreme weather conditions and monsoon-induced supply chain disruptions. On pulses, despite being a major producer, India faces a gap in demand and supply. The government has undertaken several measures to rein in the prices of vegetables like onion and tomato, which included procurement and buffer stocking of onion under Price Stabilization Fund and subsidized sale of onion and tomato. Also, many administrative measures have been taken up to address the price pressures and pulses, such as subsidized retail sale, stock limits, and easing imports. Estimates suggest that India's retail price inflation will align progressively with the target. Global commodity prices are expected to decline, potentially easing core and food inflation. Long-term price stability could be achieved by robust data systems for monitoring prices, developing climate-resilient crops, reducing crop damage and post-harvest losses. Introduction. 4.1. In the ever-evolving landscape of global economics, understanding the dynamics of inflation is crucial. The persistent inflationary pressures pose several challenges for policymakers and the general public. On the global front, central banks are cautiously unwinding their restrictive policies to balance inflation control with economic recovery. In India, the various government initiatives and monetary policy reviews are helping to keep inflationary pressure at check. 4.2. Global inflation peaked at 8.7% in 2022, driven by supply chain disruptions and geopolitical tensions, to 5.7% in 2024. In India, Retail inflation moderated from 5.4% in FY24 to 4.9% in FY25 despite challenging food price dynamics. Food items constitute about 2/5 of the Consumer Price Index in India. Hence, the Consumer Food Price Index is a significant determinant of retail inflation. In recent years, food inflation has been a major contributor to headline inflation. However, an increase in prices is not widespread across all food categories. It is primarily driven by a few items. For point 3. Given this context, the chapter is organized into 4 sections. Section 2 analyzes the global inflation, while Section 3 examines the domestic inflation trends and discusses the proximate factors affecting inflation dynamics. The chapter concludes with a set 119. Decline in core inflation. For point 5. In alignment with the downward trend in headline inflation, core inflation, which excludes volatile food and energy prices, has also decreased in most countries. The decline can be predominantly attributed to a moderation in international commodity prices. This trend highlights the effectiveness of policy interventions in stabilizing prices across various sectors. Global food inflation eases with divergence in a few EMEs. For point 6. Global food inflation is on a downward trend, aligning with the patterns observed in both headline and core inflation. Improving global supply conditions due to solid harvests and favorable growing conditions contributed to the softening of food prices. However, some emerging economies, such as Brazil, India, and China, have a contrasting pattern. Domestic inflation. Softening core inflation cools headline inflation. For point 7. India's headline inflation, measured by the Consumer Price Index, has moderated in FY25 compared to FY24. This decline is primarily due to a significant decrease in core inflation, which dropped by 0.9 percentage points between FY24 and FY25. The sharp decline in core inflation was largely driven by core services inflation, which was lower than core goods inflation. A decrease in fuel price inflation has also contributed to the moderation in headline inflation, alleviating pressure on household budgets. In general, the decline in retail inflation can be attributed to a reduction in input prices, as reflected in wholesale price inflation, which was in the deflationary zone in FY24 and remained low in FY25. To Commodity Markets Outlook, World Bank. 121. Chart 4.4. Headline and core inflation under control. Source: Consumer Price Indices released by CISO, MOSBI. Food inflation is majorly driven by very few food items. For point 8. Over the past 2 years, India's food inflation rate has remained firm, diverging from global trends of stable or declining food inflation. This can be attributed to factors such as supply chain disruptions exacerbated by extreme weather events and reduced harvest of some food items. For point 9. Food inflation, measured by the CFPI, faced pressures in FY25, primarily driven by a few food items such as vegetables and pulses. Vegetables and pulses together holds a total weightage of 8.42% in CPI basket. However, their contribution to the overall inflation stood at 32.3% in FY25. When these items are excluded, the average food inflation rate for FY25 was 4.3%, which is 4.1% lower than the overall food inflation. Similarly, the average headline inflation would be 3.2% when the vegetables and pulses inflation rate were excluded, 1.7% lower than the actual headline inflation. Source: Consumer Price Indices released by CISO, MOSBI. 122. Source: Price Monitoring Division, D/O Consumer Affairs. 4.10. Uneven monsoon-induced supply disruptions in certain regions caused price pressures, mainly in tomatoes and onions, contributing to higher inflation rates in vegetables and overall food inflation. When we exclude the 3 most price-sensitive vegetables from the CPI basket, the average food inflation rate in FY25 was 6.5%, which is 1.9% lower than the current food inflation. Similarly, average headline inflation is 4.2% when excluding top, which is 0.7% lower than the current headline inflation. Given that tomato and onion prices have been drivers of food inflation, and consequently headline inflation in recent months, the next section will explore the causes of price pressure in these vegetables. Source: Consumer Price Indices released by CISO, MOSBI. 123. Extreme weather conditions impact vegetable production and prices. For point 11, vegetables are more susceptible to uneven weather compared to food grains, as highlighted by various studies. Extreme weather events such as cyclones, heavy rains, floods, thunderstorms, hailstorms, and droughts impact vegetable prices. Further, evidence indicates that inflationary pressure in horticultural commodities in 2023-24 was driven by unseasonal rainfall during the pre-monsoon season, which damaged crops in major horticulture-producing states. The coexistence of good areas sown coupled with greater price volatility suggests that extreme weather events significantly impact production and supply chains, thereby affecting retail prices. 4.12. The data accessed from the India Meteorological Department, Ministry of Earth Sciences indicates a notable increase in the frequency of extreme weather conditions, particularly heat waves. On an average, during 2022 to 2024, India experienced heat waves on 18% of days compared to 5% of days in 2020 and 2021. 4.13. Data published by the Center for Science and Environment and Down to Earth finds that the total crop area damaged in 2024 was higher compared to the last 2 years due to extreme weather events. 3. Raya, D. and Roy. R. Unseasonal rainfall and price rise in horticulture crops. Climate Roofing Agriculture. Agri-Food Trends and Analytics Bulletin Volume 3. Issue 1. For data sourced from the Disaster Management Division, Union Ministry of Home Affairs, India Meteorological Department, and Media Reports. 5. Center for Science and Environment and Down to Earth. Climate India 2024. An Assessment of Extreme Weather Events. November. 6. CSE/DTE tracks each day's report from the IMD website and maps out the events by state and union territory. And event type. 124. 4.14. The increasing frequency of extreme weather events, specifically uneven and unseasonal rainfall and heat waves, impacts vegetable production, thereby increasing prices. These adverse weather conditions also present significant challenges to storage and transportation, resulting in temporary disruptions to the supply chain and causing an increase in vegetable prices. This phenomenon is also corroborated by a positive correlation between the frequency of extreme weather events occurring within a given month and the vegetable inflation rates observed in the subsequent months, with notable effects evident for up to 3 months following such events. Note: no of days with extreme weather events equals no of days. Note: no of days with extreme weather events equals no of days with heavy rainfall plus no of days with heat waves. 4.15. Furthermore, the fall in onion and tomato production in the last 2 years can be partially explained by higher extreme weather events in major producing states compared to other regions. 125. Trends in onion and tomato production and prices. 4.16. The inflationary pressures in onion remained firm in FY24 and the current year, despite prompt measures by the government to contain prices due to constrained supply resulting from reduced production. Onions are grown in both the Kharif and Rabi seasons, with around 70% of production occurring during the Rabi season. Fresh onions generally last about 2 to 3 months when stored in a cool, dry, and well-ventilated place, with their shelf life further extendable under a dehumidified environment. Thus, onions produced in 1 year, specifically Rabi onions harvested from March onwards, are typically available for consumption in the following year, influencing inflation dynamics in that year. The lower production in 2022 to 23 and 2023 to 24 has consequently led to inflationary pressures in onions for FY24 and FY25. 7. Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. Kharif sowing area for onions set to be 27% higher than last year. 30% sowing completed in Karnataka. Press release detail.aspx, PRID equals 2031043 and Reg equals 3 and Lang equals 1. Chart 4.12. Trends in onion production across regions. Source: Horticulture Statistics Unit, Economics, Statistics and Evaluation Division, M/O/ANFW. 4.17. The price pressures in tomatoes remained intermittently high since FY23 due to constrained supply. This occurred despite earnest efforts by the government to improve supply conditions in deficient regions by procuring from producing regions. The inflation dynamics of tomatoes are influenced by multiple factors. Unlike onions, tomatoes have short crop cycles and are highly perishable, creating challenges in storage and transportation and leading to supply shortages and price spikes. Fresh tomatoes have a shelf life of only about 1 to 2 weeks when stored properly. Tomato production is mainly concentrated in states such as Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Gujarat, and Odisha. This regional concentration makes the supply chain vulnerable to disruptions in any of these areas. Similar to onions, a major portion of tomato production, more than 65%, occurs in the Rabi season. Source: Horticulture Statistics Unit, Economics, Statistics and Evaluation Division, M/O/ANFW. 8. Roy R. et al. Vegetables Inflation in India, a study of tomato, onion, and potato. Department of Economic and Policy Research, RBI Working Paper Series Number 08. Publications viewed.aspx, ID equals 22723. 127. Consumption and seasonality in production of onion and tomato. 4.18. Analysis of production and consumption trends over the past 3 years shows that domestic household consumption is lower than production for both tomatoes and onions. Horticultural Statistics at Glance 2021 indicates that approximately 15% of production is used for bulk consumption in hotels, marriages, etc. Even while treating this as a net additionality to household consumption, the production is still higher. Therefore, it turns out that price pressures are not fundamentally due to a shortfall in production, but to post-harvest losses, seasonal production, and regional dispersion in production. Also, onion exports averaged more than 6% of domestic production during FY20 to FY24. Source: Horticulture Statistics Unit, Economics, Statistics and Evaluation Division, M/O ANFW, HCS, 2022 to 23, MOSBI, Population Projections for India and States 2011 to 2036, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare Note. Annual household consumption is calculated from the report of HCS, 2022 to 23 of MOSBI. 4.19. For instance, tomato prices typically rise from July to September, the lean production season coinciding with the monsoon, adding to challenges related to distribution and increased transit losses. Onion prices tend to increase from October to December, representing a lean season for onion production. India's status as the major producer and consumer of onion and tomato significantly limits the potential to import during times of seasonal supply and demand imbalances. Given that India and China contribute about half of the total production of onion, the import options for India during periods of demand-supply imbalances are quite limited. The next 8 major producing countries only contribute around 18% of the production. Also, the highly perishable nature of tomatoes restricts import options from neighboring countries, which are not significant producers of tomatoes. Consequently, India faces challenges in importing these essential commodities. 9. Horticultural Statistics at Glance, 2021, Horticulture Statistics Division, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. 10. Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations. FAO Statistical Database. Rome, FAO. Trends in production and inflation rate of tur. 4.20. In addition to tomato and onion, tur also contributed to food inflation in India. The deficient production of tur in 2022 to 23 and 2023 to 24 has indeed led to high price pressures in tur during FY24 and FY25, despite various measures by the government to shore up the supply in consuming regions. Production declined by 13.6% in 2022 to 23 and 10.8% in 2023 to 24 compared to the last 5-year average, affecting the supply. Over the past decade, there has been a strong negative correlation between the annual inflation rate and the 1-year lag production, indicating that lower production in 1 year typically results in higher inflation in the following year. As a major Kharif pulse, tur is harvested from November to January, with its price impact mainly observed in the subsequent financial year. Chart 4.15. Trends in tur production and inflation. Source: Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Consumer Price Indices released by CSO, MOSBI. 11. PRID equals 2074016. PRID equals 2031043 and Reg equals 3 and Lang equals 1. 129. 4.21. Despite these challenges, the government is actively working to ensure an adequate supply of tur to consumers. To ensure that the produced quantity reaches the market and to prevent stockpiling, the government is taking proactive measures by periodically imposing stock limits for tur and active monitoring through the stock disclosure portal. Further, to meet the demand for tur, the country imported 7.7 lakh tons of tur in FY24, mainly from Mozambique, Tanzania, Malawi, and Myanmar. Box 4.1. Administrative Measures to Control Food Inflation. Source: Various PIB releases. Outlook and Way Forward. 4.22. The RBI and the IMF have projected that India's consumer price inflation will progressively align. The RBI and the IMF have projected that India's consumer price inflation will progressively align towards the inflation target in FY26. In the December 2024 RBI's Monetary Policy Committee report revised its inflation projection from 4.5% to 4.8% in FY25. Assuming a normal monsoon and no further external or policy shocks, the RBI expects headline inflation to be 4.2% in FY26. IMF has projected an inflation rate of 4.4% in FY25 and 4.1% in FY26 for India. 4.23. As per World Bank's Commodity Markets Outlook, October 2024, commodity prices are expected to decrease by 5.1% in 2025 and 1.7% in 2026. The projected declines are led by oil prices but tempered by price increases for natural gas and a stable outlook for metals and agricultural raw materials. Among precious metals, gold prices are expected to decrease while silver prices are expected to increase. Prices for metals and minerals are expected to decline, primarily due to a decrease in iron ore. 12 Commodity Markets Outlook, World Bank, October 2024. 130. And zinc prices. In general, the downward trend movement in the prices of commodities imported by India is a positive for the domestic inflation outlook. 4.24. A normal southwest monsoon in 2024 has improved the water levels in reservoirs, ensuring sufficient water for irrigation during the Rabi crop production. As per the first advanced estimates of agricultural production for 2024 to 25, Kharif food grain production is expected to increase by 5.7%. The production of rice and tur, the most important Kharif food grains, is expected to increase by 5.9% and 2.5%, respectively, as compared to 2023 to 24. This could lead to softening of food inflation pressures over the course of the year. However, rising international vegetable oil prices may pose an upside risk to food inflation. The government has focused on controlling food inflation through various supply-side measures, which include strengthening the buffer stock of essential food items and periodic open market releases, subsidized retail sale of essential food items in specified outlets, easing imports of the essential food items through rationalization of duties, prevention of hoarding through imposition/revision, and monitoring of stock limits. The budget 2024 to 25 has envisaged measures like large-scale clusters for vegetable production, promotion of farmer-procure organizations, cooperatives and startups for vegetable supply chains, and measures for achieving self-sufficiency in pulses and oilseeds. 4.25. The following options may be worth considering from the perspective of ensuring long-term price stability. India faces a persistent deficit in the production of pulses and oilseeds, along with frequent fluctuations in tomato and onion production, leading to price pressures. To address this, focused research is needed to develop climate-resilient crop varieties, enhancing yield and reducing crop damage. Efforts to expand the area under pulses and rice fallow regions are likely to help. 131. 3/4 promoting extension activities is crucial. Farmers should receive training on best practices, the use of high-yield and disease-resistant seed varieties, and targeted interventions to improve agricultural practices in the major growing regions for pulses, tomatoes, and onions. 3/4 implementing robust data collection and analysis systems to monitor prices, stocks, and storage and processing facilities is essential in various tiers of government. This data should be used to identify areas for improvement and make informed policy decisions. High-frequency price monitoring data for essential food items collected by various agencies within the country may be linked to quantify and monitor price buildup at each stage from the farm gate to the final consumer. This page has been left blank. 05 Chapter 133. Medium-term outlook. Deregulation drives growth. May we live in interesting times. This Chinese proverb, often understood as an indication of impending turbulence, is pertinent. Worldwide, we see a backsliding of economic integration with geo-economic fragmentation replacing globalization. Economic realignments and readjustments are imminent. The rise of China as a manufacturing powerhouse and its impact on the manufacturing aspirations of other nations, as well as the supply of minerals, materials, machinery, and equipment needed for energy transition, pose challenges. Amidst this, India is in the middle of a change that represents an unprecedented economic challenge and opportunity. This chapter examines the India story in this context. It suggests policy responses with special emphasis on the importance of domestic growth levers and the shedding of regulatory compliance burden. Enhancing economic freedom for individuals and small businesses is arguably the most important policy priority to define and bolster India's medium-term growth prospects. India's medium-term outlook. 5.1 To realize its economic aspirations of becoming Viksit Bharat by the time of the centenary of independence, India needs to achieve a growth rate of around 8% at constant prices, on average, for about a decade or two. While the desirability of this growth rate is unquestionable, it's important to recognize that the global environment, political and economic, will influence India's growth outcomes. 5.2 The projections for India from the lens of the World Economic Outlook of the International Monetary Fund as recently as October of FY25 are sanguine. The IMF projects India to become a $5 trillion economy by FY28 and reach a size of $6.307 trillion by FY30. This translates into an annual nominal growth rate. This quote is understood as an apocryphal English interpretation of an ancient Chinese curse and has been inaccurately attributed to a number of individuals. Van Norden, Brian William. 2. Criticisms and Confucianism. Introduction to Classical Chinese Philosophy. Of nearly 10.2% in USD terms for FY25 to FY30. To put this in context, in the 30 years between FY94 and FY24, India's dollar gross domestic product grew at a compounded annual rate of 8.9%. So, the IMF expects India to grow at a significantly higher rate of 10.2% in dollar terms in the next 5 years. Source: WO, October 2024. 5.3 In rupee terms, India's nominal GDP grew at a compounded annual rate of 12.4% in the 3 decades ending FY24. In the next 5 years, the IMF projects that India's nominal GDP will grow at around 10.7% annually. So, in effect, given the projected growth rate of only 10.2% in dollar terms, the fund expects the rupee to weaken, on average, only by 0.5% per annum in the next 5 years, compared to the 3.3% annual depreciation experienced in the 3 decades up to FY24. The projected mild rupee depreciation is a recognition of India's growth potential, its attractiveness as an investment destination, and the expectation of convergence of India's inflation rate with that of the United States. The fund also projects that India's current account deficit will rise gently and gradually to 2.2% of GDP by FY30. To reiterate, given the current state of the world and its likely evolution, the realization of these projections will be a very good thing for India. 5.4 The Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation reckons in the first advance estimate the economy will grow at 6.4% in constant prices. For FY26, we project a growth rate of between 6.3% and 6.8% in the first chapter of this survey. This is in line with the fund's projection of the growth rate of India's. 2. India's GDP growth at constant prices adjusted for the inflation differential between India and the USA gives us the estimate of GDP in USD terms. Thus, GDP expressed in a numeraire currency like the USD accounts for prices. That is why it is also a measure of real GDP. 135. GDP at constant prices at around 6.5% between FY26 and FY30. This chapter explores the policy action agenda to help us achieve or exceed these growth rates. 5.5 It begins by sketching out the global economic and political environment. The first section delves into the reality of geo-economic fragmentation and examines its implications for global growth. The second section outlines the case for acknowledging the elephant in the room that will have a bearing on the growth projections, fundamental shifts in the global economic order combined with China's manufacturing prowess and strategic dominance. The third section probes into a key channel of the slightly less acknowledged but critical aspect of China's dominance, viz., dependency of the global economy on it for energy transition efforts. India has ambitious goals for energy transition despite being one of the lowest per capita emitters of greenhouse gases. Dependence on China-made goods to achieve that transition enhances the complexity of the challenge for India. The fourth section sheds light on the need to focus on domestic growth levers for India, given the global context and challenges outlined. It makes a case for trusting the ingenuity of people and organizations and using policy to enhance their economic freedoms, which will give impetus to growth in line with the projections of WEO. The last section takes a deep dive into specific aspects of systematic deregulation that need to be focused on to facilitate economic freedom for individuals and businesses so that India's medium-term growth prospects remain strong. Geo-economic fragmentation, this time may be different. 5.6 In one of his seminal pieces, The Economic Consequences of Peace, John Maynard Keynes writes about early 20th century London. The inhabitant of London could order by telephone, sipping his morning tea in bed, the various products of the whole earth, in such quantity as he might see fit, and reasonably expect their early delivery upon his doorstep. He could at the same moment, and by the same means adventure his wealth in the natural resources and new enterprises of any quarter of the world, and share, without exertion or even trouble, in their prospective fruits and advantages. 5.7 Keynes was describing a state of affairs not unlike the one to which we have become accustomed over the past few decades of hyperglobalization, wherein the flows of capital, goods, services, and people have transformed our world, helped by the spread of new technologies and ideas. These forces of integration have boosted productivity and living standards, tripling the size of the global economy and lifting 1.3 billion people out of extreme poverty. 5.8 However, just like Keynes' description of how the prosperity of Londoner was destroyed by the projects and politics of militarism and imperialism, of racial and cultural rivalries, of monopolies, restrictions, and exclusion, we can draw uncomfortable parallels with the present-day era wherein the global economy is once again confronted with the challenge of geo-economic fragmentation. This time, it is of a scale, scope, and complexity that is likely more severe in its impact than what the world witnessed in the early 20th century. 5.9 The decades since the 1980s have witnessed significant globalization, marked by remarkable shifts in global trade, investment, and economic activity. Here are some key statistics. Global trade growth. In 1980, global trade accounted for about 39% of world GDP. By 2012, this share had risen to 60%, reflecting the deep integration of global markets. Foreign direct investment. Global FDI inflows grew from $54 billion in 1980 to over $1.5 trillion in 2019, showcasing the increasing role of multinational corporations and cross-border investments. Economic growth and poverty reduction. The global economy grew from $11 trillion in 1980 to over $100 trillion in 2022. Extreme poverty rates fell from 42% of the global population in 1981 to 8.4% in 2019. Driven by rapid economic growth in countries like China and India. Global population and urbanization. The global population grew from 4.4 billion in 1980 to 8 billion in 2022, with urbanization rates rising from 39% in 1980 to 57% in 2022, fueling economic activity and connectivity. Internet penetration. In 1980, internet connectivity was virtually non-existent. By 2022, over 5.3 billion people, or 66% of the global population, had access to the internet, revolutionizing communication, trade, and innovation. These statistics illustrate the profound changes globalization has brought, driving economic integration and altering the global economic landscape. But the next 2 decades are more likely to be about economic fragmentation. 5.10 Iyer et al. Defined geo-economic fragmentation as a policy-driven reversal of global economic integration often guided by strategic considerations. This process encompasses different channels, including trade, capital, and migration. 3 Iyer, S. Jachin, C. Abik, R. Garcia Saltos, T. Goodmanson, A. Ileana, A. Kangur, S. Rodriguez, M. Ruda, T. Schulz, J. Trevino, T. Konradskel, and G. Soderberg. Geoeconomic fragmentation in the future of multilateralism. IMF Staff Discussion Note SDN/2023/01. 137. Flows. Despite the benefits of integration, hyperglobalization has also brought about associated complacencies. People have been left behind as industries have changed amid global competition. Rising geopolitical tensions and the breakout of war have further intensified these underlying fissures in the global economy. 5.11 In a reenactment of the Cold War era, countries are once again getting grouped into 2 blocks, and phrases like friendshoring have come to play center stage in global policymaking. Tensions over trade, technology standards, and security have been growing for many years, undermining growth and trust in the current global economic system. Therefore, fragmentation, economic, social, and cultural, is a direct consequence of the imposition of a one-size-fits-all emission, as well as social and labor standards by Western nations. These developments have growth implications. Growth implications of geoeconomic fragmentation. 5.12 The consequences and costs of GF are propagated via all the channels whereby countries engage with each other economically. Trade is the main channel through which fragmentation is reshaping the global economy. The capacity of trade to incentivize within industry reallocation and generate productivity gains is getting increasingly stifled. This is most evident in the increase in the trade restrictive measures imposed by countries. As per figures released by the World Trade Organization as part of the WTO Director General's annual overview of global trade developments, there is a sharp rise in the coverage of trade restrictive measures by WTO members between mid-October 2023 and mid-October 2024, compared to the last trade monitoring report in November 2023. 5.13 As per estimates, The value of trade covered by the 169 new trade restrictive measures introduced between October 2023 and October 2024 is $887.7 billion US, which is $500 billion more than the value of trade covered by restrictions introduced in the preceding year, which stood at $337.1 billion US. IMF observes that trade fragmentation is much more costly this time because, unlike the start of the Cold War when goods trade to GDP was 16%, now that ratio is 45%. Less trade implies less knowledge diffusion, a key benefit of integration, which could also be reduced by fragmentation of cross-border direct investment. One way to visualize trade restrictiveness is to quantify the trade coverage of new import restrictive measures, apart from the number of restrictive measures presented earlier. For IBID Note 3. 5 World Trade Organization Annual Report by the Director General, 2024. 6. Geopolitics and its impact on global trade and the dollar. Talk delivered by Geeta Gopinath in the series on the future of the international monetary system at Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research, May 7, 2024. 7. IBID Note 5. Source: WTO Trade Monitoring Report presented to Trade Policy Review Body, December 2024. 5.14 The impact of GF is seen in global FDI flows, which are increasingly concentrated among geopolitically aligned countries, particularly in strategic sectors. This relocation of FDI increases the vulnerability of several emerging markets and developing economies. The output losses associated with this FDI relocation emerging from friendshoring and reshoring are especially severe for emerging markets and developing economies. They face heightened restrictions from advanced economies, which are their major sources of FDI. 5.15 Depending on the modeling assumptions, it is estimated that the cost to global output from trade fragmentation could range from 0.2% up to 7% of the GDP. When we add likely technological decoupling to the mix, the output loss is predicted to be as high as 8 to 12% of GDP in select countries. The overarching impact of such a denouement would mean that as the global economy slows down, global capital tends to look for economies with sustainable growth. The elephant and the dragon in the room. 5.16 Fundamental shifts in global economic engagement are underway with the proliferation of trade and investment restrictions. Between 2020 and 2024, over 8 International Monetary Fund. Research Department. Chapter 4 Geoeconomic Fragmentation and Foreign Direct Investment. In World Economic Outlook, April 2023, a rocky recovery. 139. 24,000 new restrictions related to trade and investments have gone into place globally. The impact of this shift in global structural forces is reflected in global trade growth, which has slowed down significantly, and signs of secular stagnation in the global economy are beginning to emerge. The preface to this document also devoted considerable space to the unfavorable global backdrop for India's growth prospects. Source: Global Trade Alert Data. Chart V.4. Shift in global structural forces. Source: World Trade Monitor. 5.17 The global economy is at a significant juncture where long-held principles and practices are being re-evaluated and, in some cases, losing their relevance. Adding to this shift is China's prominent role in global supply chains, which continues to reshape the economic landscape. As a result, many countries now operate in an environment markedly different from what they were accustomed to, with traditional rules being reconsidered and uncertainty surrounding what might replace them. 5.18 China is a dominant force in the global manufacturing and energy transition ecosystems. It has gained a strategic advantage leveraging its competitiveness and economic policy to access and control key resources recognized today as critical for global supply chains. In the year 2000, the United States and its allies in Asia, Europe, and Latin America accounted for the overwhelming majority of global industrial production, with China at just 6% even after 2 decades of rapid growth. Just 30 years later, UNIDO projects that China will account for 45% of all global manufacturing, single-handedly matching or outmatching the US and its allies. This is a level of manufacturing dominance by a single country seen only twice before in world history, by the UK at the start of the Industrial Revolution and by the US just after World War II. It means that in an extended war of production, there is no guarantee that the entire world united could defeat China alone. 9 UNIDO National Account Database. 10 Noah Smith, Manufacturing is a War Now, December 4, 2024. 141. Source: UNIDO elaboration based on UNIDO National Accounts Database Note. UNIDO projections to 2030 are based on historical average annual growth rates and applied to the latest available observations up to 2030. LSEs equals low-income countries, mix, lower middle-income countries, UMIX, upper middle-income countries, HICs, high-income countries, Eastern Europe, LAC, Latin America, and the Caribbean. 5.19 The effects of the rise of China as a manufacturing colossus are seen in automobile manufacturing, mining and refining capacity for critical minerals, and in clean energy equipment, etc. China's rise in the global auto market has disrupted the long-term incumbents in economies like Germany and Japan, and it dominates the global distribution of critical minerals and other economic resources, creating potential dependencies for posterity. China's resurgence was foretold in 1904 by British geographer and diplomat Halford Mackinder. Courtesy of these developments, the world's modus operandi of outsourcing manufacturing to China pursued vigorously in the globalization era is poised for a reset. Climate transition, China and geopolitics. 5.20 Climate is a global public good. It impacts everyone, everywhere, in ways that are still being examined and understood. Edward N. Lorenz famously wondered in a 1972 paper, does the flap of a butterfly's wings in Brazil set off a tornado in Texas? This perhaps holds now more than ever. 5.21 The economic impact of climate change is well documented. The direct cost of climate change has received significant academic attention. Studies have quantified. 11 Bloomberg column, The Man Who Predicted Today's World Over a Century Ago, 2025, https://tinyurl.com/4xdmk8nm. 12 Predictability, does the flap of a butterfly's wings in Brazil set off a tornado in Texas? 13 Bilal, A. and Kanzik, D. R. The macroeconomic impact of climate change, global versus local temperature. National Bureau of Economic Research. 142. That a 1 day. Celsius warming reduces global GDP by 12%, and global temperature strongly correlates with extreme climatic events. The output growth rate modeled with and without climate change from 1960 to 2019 is shown in chart V.6. Source: Bilal, Kanzik, 2024 panel. World output growth rate with and without climate change. Horizontal lines, sample averages. Panel: fraction of growth rate lost to climate change. Horizontal line, sample average. Dashed line, linear regression fit. Panel: world output with and without climate change, normalized to 1 in 1960. 5.22 China, the United States, the EU, and other G7 economies produce more than 50% of global greenhouse gas emissions. All have target dates of 2050 to reach net zero emissions. These economies depend heavily on each other in the trade of environmental goods and technologies central to developing renewable energy and reducing emissions. Hence, trade conflicts between these economies will pose significant risks to the green energy transition, imposing huge costs on the global economy. 14 IBID Note 13. 143. 5.23 As for India, the 5 nectar elements distill our commitment to climate action. This would significantly impact how India produces, procures, and meets its energy requirements, and the shift would necessitate a change in our energy mix. A projection of the installed capacity in 2030 shows that the share of renewable energy, especially solar and wind, in the installed capacity is likely to increase substantially. In contrast, the share of coal and lignite is likely to fall sharply. 5.24 As the world navigates the challenges of climate change, the road to energy transition runs through China. 5.25 Over the last decade, global solar photovoltaic cell manufacturing capacity has increasingly moved from Europe, Japan, and the United States to China, which has invested more than $50 billion in new PV supply capacity, 10 times more than Europe. The dominance of China in the environmental goods sector deserves serious consideration. China's share of solar panels exceeds 80% in all the manufacturing stages. Interestingly, this is more than double China's share of global PV demand. China's contribution to the manufacture of various solar PV components from 2010 to 2021 is captured as under. In addition, the country is home to the world's top 10 suppliers of solar PV manufacturing equipment. While this has been a major contributing factor in bringing down the cost of solar PV equipment worldwide, the level of geographical concentration in global supply chains also creates supply disruption risks that must be kept in mind. Source: Report on Optimal Generation Mix 2020 version 2.0, Central Electricity Authority, Ministry of Power. 15 PIB press release by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change dated February 3, 2022, https:// 16 Report on Optimal Generation Mix 2020 version 2.0, Central Electricity Authority, Ministry of Power, https:// 17 International Energy Agency, Special Report on Solar PV Global Supply Chains, YZ7 NSA 83. 18 IBID Note 17. 144. Source, International Energy Agency. 5.26 About 60% of the world's wind installed capacity is sourced from China. China also houses nearly 80% of the world's battery manufacturing capacity, pivotal to the energy transition. In 2022 alone, China allocated $546 billion towards various investments in solar and wind energy, electric vehicles, and battery technologies vis-a-vis US and EU investments in these sectors, which amounted to $321 billion in the same year. 5.27 On the solar front, China controls the supply of primary materials, manufacturing, installed capacity, and recycling capacity and produces at least 80% of the main components of PVs. China's vertical integration across the entire electric vehicle supply chain, from mining to EV manufacturing, has enabled it to retain its global dominance in this sector. It is also pertinent to note that about 70% of the world's rare earth minerals, which are critical resources for high-storage batteries, are processed by Chinese companies. Box V.1 Supply Chain Considerations for Electric Vehicles. Mitigating road transport emissions, which comprise nearly 75% of the emissions from the transportation sector, is critical to India achieving its net zero goals by 2070. Electric mobility is an important element in India's path to net zero. India has made impressive strides. 19. 20. 21 Chadley A., Mowed K., Sulla K., Omar M., and Mayas A. State of Global Solar Energy Market. Overview, China's role, challenges, and opportunities. Sustainable Horizons, 11, 100108. 22 Goldman Sachs, 2023, Resource Realism, The Geopolitics of Critical Mineral Supply Chains, https://tinyurl.com/3rv7rin6. 23 Ritchie, H., Roser, M. Superscript 3 Cars, planes, trains. Where do co-emissions from transport come from? Our World in Data. 145. In promoting the domestic manufacture of electric vehicles. However, to sustain the growth momentum, there are some important considerations to keep in mind. For instance, manufacturing an electric vehicle, relative to a conventional car, requires nearly 6 times more minerals to produce, most of which are utilized in producing the EV battery. This is an important consideration as many minerals crucial to EV manufacturing are scarcely available or processed in India, while simultaneously being concentrated in very few countries. The Ministry of Mines has analyzed the 33 critical minerals vital to India's economic security and found that 24 are currently at high risk of supply disruptions. China commands a significant share of critical mineral processing and production globally. Across key commodities such as nickel, cobalt, and lithium, China alone is responsible for processing 65%, 68%, and 60% of the global output, respectively. Similarly, in the case of rare earth minerals, China contributes to 63% of global mining and 90% of global processing output. Moreover, lithium-ion batteries will dominate other technologies for quite some time, and their demand is expected to grow at a CAGR of 23% by 2030. The lack of viable alternative battery technologies reinforces China's dominant position in lithium-ion batteries. The pursuit of India's vision to decarbonize road transportation has been accompanied by impressive strides in the promotion of domestic manufacturing facilitated by schemes such as FAME India, the Production-Linked Incentive Scheme for Auto Components, and the Scheme for Promotion of Manufacturing of Electric Passenger Cars in India, among others. These schemes demonstrate the government of India's awareness of the need to build domestic supply chains. These are good foundations. Future policies will have to broaden their scope of coverage in a manner that adapts to the growing needs of the EV industry. As demand for EVs is expected to grow, dependence on imported components such as DC motors, e-motor magnets, and other electrical parts will likely rise. Leading EV manufacturers have noted an increasing proportion of Chinese imports in their total material expenditures, reflecting a significant dependence on China for certain resources and technical know-how. Initiatives such as the PLI scheme for advanced chemistry cell manufacturing and the setting up of Kanji Bige India Limited have been undertaken to deal with such risks. Going forward, Policies for electric vehicles must focus on de-risking supply chains by promoting a more self-reliant ecosystem powered by increased R&D in advanced battery technologies, such as sodium-ion and solid-state batteries. Securing intellectual property in this domain can prove invaluable. Additionally, facilitating investment in battery recycling. 24 IEA. Minerals used in electric cars compared to conventional cars. Charts, data, and statistics. International Energy Agency. 25 Ministry of Mines. Critical Minerals of India. Report of the Committee on Identification of Critical Minerals, Government of India. 26 IBID Note 22. 27 Navigating the EV Battery Ecosystem. Bain & Company. 28 India Electric Vehicle Report 2023. Bain & Company. 29. 146. Infrastructure can yield greater long-term gains for the Indian automotive sector. In the interim, PLI schemes can also reward the making of EV cells, as most manufacturing and value addition happens up to the cell-making stage. Furthermore, India must aim to establish technology transfer agreements with other nations that are also seeking to diversify their supply chains. Partnerships with other aspiring nations can help distribute the high costs of securing a comparative advantage in the global market. 5.28 Expanding the public transportation network is another avenue of reducing dependence on overseas supply chains that e-mobility entails and will entail for quite some time to come. Indian cities are making heavy investments, and rightly so, in metro rail networks and expanding their coverage. In Brazil and China, more than 50% of urban residents enjoy convenient access to mass transit. However, in India, only 37% of urban residents have easy access to public transportation. To replicate the success of other nations, India must focus on developing integrated transport systems that efficiently connect buses, metro rails, and other modes of transit. Investing in making public transportation more efficient, reliable, comfortable, accessible, and safe will also be a significant step towards achieving net zero goals while reducing our dependence on imports. Moreover, a robust public transportation system will also help reduce traffic congestion, promote energy efficiency, and ensure that the benefits of clean mobility are accessible to all socioeconomic groups, unlike private e-mobility solutions, fostering a more resilient and equitable energy transition. 5.29 It may be emphasized that India has made significant strides in promoting renewable energy and boosting domestic manufacturing of renewable energy equipment through initiatives such as the Production-Linked Incentive Scheme. The PLI scheme aims to enhance India's manufacturing capabilities in key sectors, including solar panels, wind turbines, and battery storage, by offering incentives to domestic manufacturers. The domestic manufacturing efforts under the PLI scheme are expected to significantly support India's renewable energy targets by reducing costs, improving energy security, and boosting employment. Domestic capacities are being built. For now, India sources 75% of lithium-ion batteries from China, and it has near negligible production capacity for key components like polysilicon, ingots, and wafers. 5.30 In a hypothetical scenario, the IMF shows that where the trade of critical minerals between blocs is disrupted, investment in renewable energy and EVs could be lower by 147, as much as 30% by 2030 compared to an unfragmented world. The nature and threat of GF are augmented by the fact that basic institutional structures that safeguarded the principles of multilateralism also find themselves at a crossroads. With this global backdrop, we turn to how India could achieve its growth and development goals. Implications for India's growth prospects. 5.31 Viksit Bharat at 2047 envisions India as a developed nation by 2047, the centenary of our independence. This would entail sustained economic growth of close to 8% every year for at least a decade. To achieve this growth, the investment rate must rise to approximately 35% of GDP, up from the current 31%. Additionally, it will be essential to develop the manufacturing sector further and invest in emerging technologies such as AI, robotics, and biotechnology. India will also need to create 78.5 lakh new non-farm jobs annually till 2030, achieve 100% literacy, develop the quality of our education institutions, and develop high-quality, future-ready infrastructure at scale and speed. 5.32 India has carried out a series of structural reforms in the last decade. From the goods and services tax, which has been variously described as India's EU moment, to the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, which established a framework for dealing with corporate renewal, to the RERA, which helped clean up the real estate sector and rapid rollout of digital infrastructure, the India Stack. The introduction of GST in July 2017 marked a significant shift in India's indirect tax structure, aiming to create a unified, streamlined taxation system across the country. 5.33 The implementation of GST generated a host of positive externalities through enhancement in ease of doing business, giving impetus to digitalization, fostering economic integration via the creation of a single market, and adding to the buoyancy of revenue generation and collection. Similarly, IBC has led to faster resolution of non-performing assets in banks and created a more efficient bankruptcy process, boosting investor confidence, and India's digital public infrastructure has emerged as a game-changer in the country's journey towards a more inclusive and efficient economy. By leveraging digital tools and platforms, DPI has not only enhanced the accessibility of services, but also brought transformative benefits across various sectors. 30 IMF Blog, 2023. Geoeconomic fragmentation threatens food security and clean energy transition. https:// 31 PIB press release by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports dated November 21, 2024, MRXF 5BC5. 32 PIB press release by the Ministry of Finance dated July 22, 2024. 148. 5.34 Besides the above, India recognizes the critical role of micro, small, and medium enterprises in driving economic growth, employment generation, and innovation. The government has implemented several policies and initiatives over the last decade to support and promote the growth of MSMEs. These efforts focused on improving access to finance, enhancing technological capabilities, providing market linkages, and addressing structural challenges MSMEs face. However, while these initiatives have made significant strides in promoting MSMEs, some challenges in the regulatory environment remain. Regulatory compliance burden holds back formalization and labor productivity, limits employment growth, chokes innovation, and depresses growth. 5.35 There is an observed tendency for firms in India to remain small. By staying small, firms lose access to institutional capital, skilled talent, and technology infusion, and often function outside formal supply chains. This creates a parallel informal economy and contributes to low labor productivity. The logic for staying small often is to remain under the regulatory radar and steer clear of the rules and labor and safety laws. Ironically, the biggest casualties are employment generation and labor welfare, which most regulations were originally designed to encourage and protect, respectively. 5.36 Much has been done in this space through policy action to incentivize firms to grow. Part of the solution lies in digitization, decriminalization, and divestment of functions. Measures such as the PAN 2.0 project focusing on paperless processes while establishing PAN as a common identifier for all digital systems of specified government agencies are steps in the right direction. Similarly, the Jan Vishwas Act 2023 decriminalized 183 provisions in 42 central acts administered by 19 ministries/departments. The Joint Parliamentary Committee reviewed the Jan Vishwas bill and subsequently recommended extending the exercise to further acts, ensuring the continuous modernization of India's regulatory framework, Jan Vishwas 2.0. Thus, it is true that much has been done, and it is also true that much remains to be done for at least two reasons. One is our size. Two, as the economy grows, hitherto unseen and non-binding constraints emerge and become binding. Hence, there is a constant need to evolve. 5.37 Chapter 5 of the Economic Survey of FY24 identified various structural reforms and strategies across sectors to focus on from a medium-term perspective. These included suggestions regarding creating an enabling policy and regulatory environment for the upgradation of capacity and know-how of component manufacturers, increasing the availability of trained human resources, addressing resource bottlenecks and regulatory impediments to accelerate India's gross fixed capital formation strategy for growth, and 33 PIB press release by the Ministry of Finance dated November 26, 2024. 34 PIB press release by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry dated August 2, 2023, UCABIZ. 35 PIB press release by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry dated September 28, August 2024, https://tiny com/mpmbvp6m. 149. Expansion of India's middle stand and helping it to expand via deregulation and policy actions at the level of states and local governments. undertaking reforms that help remove the growth impediments in the agriculture sector. A strategy to leverage the rapidly growing pool of global green capital from sovereign wealth funds, global pensions, private equity, and infrastructure funds for securing green transition finance, working towards bridging the education-employment gap and enabling the new education policy to realize its objective and potential, and building state capacity and capability. 5.38 To succeed with these structural reforms, a fundamental prerequisite is to accelerate and amplify the deregulation agenda already underway in the last 10 years and work towards giving people back their agency and enhancing the economic freedoms of individuals and organizations. The preface again has underscored the importance of this eloquently. 5.39 Amidst this new and emerging global reality, the best way to succeed with these structural reforms is to start relying on the internal engines and domestic levers of growth, focusing on a central element: the economic freedom of individuals and organizations to pursue legitimate economic activity. Unburdened by licensing, inspection, and compliance requirements, the people and small enterprises of India, with their high aspirations and intrinsic inventiveness, will find answers to the pressing challenges of growth, employment, and development. Accelerating and amplifying the deregulation agenda already underway in the last 10 years is the need of the hour. Also, every state in the country can learn from the best practices of other states in different areas so that all progress in unison. The next section shows the way forward. Reinvigorating the internal engines of growth, enhancing economic freedom through deregulation. 5.40 As outlined in the sections above, the global economy is now transitioning to a phase where the traditional, fundamental policy levers that were once effective may no longer be applicable or even relevant. Across the world, the focus of policymaking globally has shifted inwards. The promise of shared benefits from a globalized world with open trade, free flow of capital and technology, and sanctity for rules of the game may be behind us. It is as unwelcome and unfortunate as it is real. 5.41 To be clear, we do not suggest India closes itself to the world. On the contrary, the current tendencies in the rest of the world necessitate that India redoubles its efforts to boost exports and attract investment. One way to do this is to benchmark ourselves to the rest of the world rather than our past. However, given the uncertain global environment and fraught geopolitics, expectations of the external sector's contribution to our economic growth must be realistic. Therefore, we need to intensify our efforts on the domestic front. 150. 5.42 To achieve a sustained rise in living standards, the Indian economy will need to grow by around 8% in real terms every year for at least a decade. Achieving this growth will require an increase in the investment rate to around 35% of GDP from the current level of around 31%. It is deemed desirable, in general, for the investment rate to rise so that a higher GDP growth rate is achieved. That has been the experience of East Asian economies, starting with Japan post-World War II and ending with China in the last 4 decades. 5.43 The context has changed dramatically, as elaborated in the previous sections. Therefore, as discussed in Chapter 3, the amount of investment that can be supported by external savings supplementing domestic savings must be reassessed. It means that raising the efficiency of investment matters more for economic growth than raising the investment rate. The investment efficiency rate is improved by reducing the time taken for investment to generate output and by generating more output per unit of investment. 5.44 Unleashing the potential of domestic-led growth in India via enhancement of investment and economic efficiency will entail a combination of efforts, viz., assessing the actual/true cost of regulation, undertaking systematic deregulation to reduce/remove the same by liberalizing standards and controls, and designing policy prescriptions that reduce the cost and burden of undertaking an economic activity for citizens and businesses alike. India must pursue economic growth by undertaking policy actions that enhance economic freedom, i.e., citizens' unhindered ability to pursue legitimate economic and entrepreneurial aspirations. Deregulation and economic freedom, a catalyst for growth. 5.45 Deregulation is more critical for MSME growth than large enterprises. Compliance costs in terms of time and financial resources are non-trivial for MSMEs. Large enterprises usually find a way around compliance. Management and financial bandwidth are limited for smaller enterprises. Therefore, deregulation is a policy agenda for small businesses. Over the past decade, India's policy focus has demonstrated an awareness of this approach, recognizing the importance and urgency of deregulation while establishing a framework for comprehensive process and governance reforms. The first phase of these reforms focused on reducing the compliance burden, streamlining and digitizing systems, processes, and information, and providing incentives for specific sectors. The Union government has undertaken deregulation by implementing process and governance reforms, simplifying taxation laws, rationalizing labor regulations, and decriminalizing business laws. For example, the Union government brought to Parliament reforms to our forest regulations that stood in the way of enterprises doing something as simple as building a passageway from their property to the main road. 36 Forest Conservation Act, 2023. 151. 5.46 On their part, states have also participated in deregulation by reducing compliance burdens and simplifying and digitizing processes. States have tried to reduce the cost of regulations by engaging with businesses to identify pain points. For example, Haryana and Tamil Nadu amended their building regulations 12 times in the past decade to make it easier to build. Similarly, Punjab conducted grievance redressal sessions with industries and liberalized several building, labor, and fire regulations. In the same vein, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and Haryana have relaxed the prohibitions on employing women in night shifts for information technology-enabled services industries by instituting conditional exemptions, and Uttar Pradesh has relaxed building regulations for hotels. 5.47 The assessment of states as per the Business Reform Action Plan formulated by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade confirms the above hypothesis and shows that deregulation helps spur industrialization. Chart 7.21 in the industry chapter of this economic survey shows a positive correlation between the ease of doing business in states and the level of industrial activity, suggesting the need for deregulation and enterprise-friendly reforms in aspiring and emerging states. These findings are aligned with international experiences that countries have had while undertaking deregulation, such as an increase in consumer welfare, facilitating competition and innovation in industry, and an overall positive effect on economic growth. 5.48 Such efforts have laid the foundation for states to embark on the next round of reforms now, the need for which is urgent and the scope for which is immense. Many states have set targets of becoming billion to trillion-dollar economies over the next 2 decades. However, current regulations act as binding constraints on growth by increasing the cost of market entry, force-fitting inefficient models for operations, and prolonging industrial sickness. Regulations hurt businesses' ability to start and grow over time. For example, factory regulations make it cheaper for a business to run 2 150-worker factories than one 300-worker factory, discouraging economies of scale. Regulations also hurt workers by discouraging job creation, limiting wages, and encouraging informal employment. For example, Indian workers cannot formally work overtime because the law requires employers to pay at least twice the regular wage. 37 Anand, B. Roy, S. and Encore, S. Trends and Amendments to Building Regulations. https://prosperity. 38 Business Today, 2023. Sarkar, Sanakar Milni. Industrialists appreciate Punjab CM's initiative in Jalandhar. 39 Conditions for Women's Employment at Night in Haryana. Conditions to employ women at night in Karnataka. Uttar Pradesh amends building regulations for hotels. 40 Winston, C. Economic Deregulation. Days of Reckoning for Microeconomists. Journal of Economic Literature, 31, 1263-1289. 41 Chapter 5, Factories Act, 1948. 152. Indian workers accept informal employment to receive overtime pay. 5.49 Regulations increase the cost of all operational decisions in firms. For example, factory owners must dedicate time and resources to obtain the change of land use license and ensure compliance with zoning regulations. Factory owners must also invest in transportation, additional land, construction of rooms for rest and canteens, and paperwork to employ women on night shifts. Current regulations also discourage innovation and creative destruction. Similarly, Indians cannot undertake apprenticeships while undergoing formal education due to working hour limits on apprentices. 5.50 In many cases, current regulations are gold-plated, i.e. they are set with an inflated assumption of regulatory capacity and the capacity of regulated entities to comply. There is some scope for making many of the current regulations less restrictive, in line with comparable standards recommended by international bodies and adopted by other countries. 5.51 Given their economic capacity, Indian firms cannot adhere to applicable regulations without jeopardizing growth opportunities and hurting investments and job creation. For instance, if there is a surge in orders during specific months in the year, exporting firms should have the flexibility to deploy more labor hours and lower them during lean seasons. This flexibility is needed. Indian regulations force employers to redirect resources away from potential growth and employment opportunities to meet compliance requirements. For example, an Indian factory owner with a 5,000 square meter plot can be required to forego up to 69% of their plot to comply with building standards. This tract of lost land can cost up to 1.58 Indian rupees crore and could have been used to create up to 509 additional jobs. 5.52 in sum. The faster economic growth that India needs is only possible if the union and state governments continue to implement reforms that allow small and medium enterprises to operate efficiently and compete cost-effectively. Regulations must be rationalized to ensure that the regulation is the minimum necessary to achieve its objectives and the maximum feasible given the limited managerial and other resources at the disposal of small and medium enterprises. The focus of reforms and economic policy must now be on systematic deregulation. 42 December 2023. PDF 153. 5.53 states can undertake systematic deregulation by systematically reviewing regulations for their cost-effectiveness by following a three-step process. Identifying areas for deregulation. Ease of Doing Business 2.0 should be a state government-led initiative focused on fixing the root causes behind the unease of doing business. States are rule-making bodies and not just implementing agencies. States have exclusive jurisdiction to regulate List 2 subjects like land, buildings, water, and local trade and commerce. States can regulate concurrently with the union government on List 3 subjects like labor welfare, electricity, and mechanical vehicles. States can systematically deregulate laws on all these subjects by amending the primary law. Where the union government sets the primary law, states also have the option to deregulate by amending subordinate regulations. States should consider these options while identifying opportunities for deregulation. States may consider the following areas of regulations as a starting point to identify reform opportunities. Table V.1. List of areas of regulation and provisions affecting businesses. In each of these areas of regulation, the state issues mandates, including permits, standards, price and quantity controls, fees and taxes, compliances, inspections, and penalties. Each substantive mandate increases the cost, time, and uncertainty of starting and operating a business, discouraging intensive economic activity and 43 7th Schedule, Constitution of India, 1950. 154. The growth of enterprises. Liberalizing standards and controls, revising licensing norms, modifying regulatory thresholds, blunting barriers to enterprise growth, and instituting procedural safeguards are some examples of reform actions needed. Thereafter, states must implement line-by-line corrections to regulations to allow greater freedom in decision-making. Thoughtfully comparing the regulations with other states and countries. States should learn from interstate and inter-country comparisons of regulations to identify opportunities for growth-inducing reforms. States can learn from each other's recent deregulation experiences and creative solutions deployed towards common problems. Learning from the example of other states that have deregulated could save discovery time. For example, until the early 90s, all states prohibited women from working night shifts. Over the years, states like Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and Haryana began deregulating women's opportunities by moving to a permissions-based system and then to a conditions-based system. Some states have completely deregulated women's participation in the IT industry. Such initiatives and experiences hold important lessons for all states. Moreover, international experiences with regulation also hold some important lessons. On many issues, other countries have moved from a more controlling position to a more deregulated context. In the Asian neighborhood alone, there are many context-appropriate examples of deploying less onerous regulations without jeopardizing citizen welfare. For example, Japan allows mixed-use development in densely populated urban areas, and Korea allows weekly working hour limits to be averaged over 6 months. Farther afield, there may be even more useful lessons. For example, some parts of the United States have adopted an as-of-right development stance, reducing the number of pre-construction approval steps. The rise of competitive federalism in India allows states to apply such international experiences in simplifying and reducing regulatory burdens to draw investments. However, some caution must be exercised in emulating what may be seen as best practices. Instead of only looking for best practices, states should identify the minimum necessary, maximum feasible option for regulation. 44 Karnataka Shops and Commercial Establishments Act, 2002 Haryana. Notification number 6/35/2002-1 Lab. Andhra Pradesh, G.O.Ms. number 16, let N F Dept. DT 30.05.2002. 45 Japan, City Planning Act, Act number 100. South Korea, Labor Standards Act, Act number 11270. 46 United States, Massachusetts General Laws C. 40A. 155. Estimating the cost of each of these regulations on individual enterprises. Every regulation imposes monetary, opportunity, and state capacity costs. Most regulations require businesses to spend some money to ensure and demonstrate compliance. This monetary cost is often coupled with foregone entrepreneurial opportunities. In addition, every mandate requires the ability to check and enforce compliance. States must systematically account for the unit-level impact of every regulation before they are passed. For example, Indian states require factories with a 10,000 square meter plot to forego between 1,164 to 3,522 square meters of land for setbacks. As a result, setback regulations cost Indian factories the productive value of land valued up to 7.5 Indian rupees lakh and the opportunity to create up to 521 jobs. This is not to argue that setbacks are to be done away with, but to make the case that regulation must reckon with the deadweight loss and the opportunity cost of every such imposition. States must also anticipate the unintended consequences of regulations. States often set regulations to achieve some welfare objective without recognizing how the regulations may affect businesses in the long term. For example, many states classify strips of land beside public roads as protected forests. States classified these strip forests in the first 2 decades after independence to increase protections for tree cover in populated areas. Over the years, this simple classification has resulted in businesses spending over 250 days obtaining approval for simple passageway access. These costs are disproportionate to the benefit of protecting tree cover in populated areas and were entirely unintended. Such standards set unrealistic expectations given the binding constraint under which the Indian state operates, the still evolving state capacity. Often, these standards mimic those set in high-state capacity nations without commensurate functionalities. For example, today, only 644 working inspectors are available to oversee compliance in 578 factories, with each overseeing around 500 factories. Under low-state capacity administrative systems, unrealistic expectations can lead to premature load-bearing. In the future, states may consider the following list of approaches as a guide to designing reform options for each regulation. 47 Anand, B. Roy, S. Core, S. State of Regulation, Building Standards Reforms for Jobs and Growth. 48 Directorate General of Factory Advice Service and Labor Institutes. Standard Reference Note. 49 Andrews, Matt, Pritchett, Lant, Woolcock, Michael. Premature Load Bearing, Doing Too Much Too Soon. Building State Capability, Evidence, Analysis, Action. 156. Table V.2. List of potential approaches for reforming laws affecting businesses. 5.54 states have undertaken 4 of these 8 approaches in the first phase of EOB reforms. In the next phase, they must break new ground on liberalizing standards and controls, setting legal safeguards for enforcement, reducing tariffs and fees, and applying risk-based regulation. While liberalizing standards and controls, states can reduce the cost of compliance by liberalizing standards and controls on Indian businesses. Indian regulations require firms to invest time and money and forego growth opportunities to ensure compliance. These regulations must be examined to ensure they impose the lowest. 157. Cost necessary to achieve their social objectives. Specific examples in this regard have been outlined in Box V.2. Why setting legal safeguards for penalties and enforcement? States can enforce many regulations through punitive actions like civil penalties and cancellation of licenses. These punitive actions can limit businesses' ability to operate within legal limits. States can improve the investment climate by increasing the accuracy and transparency of such punitive action. See specific examples in Box V.2. Why reducing tariffs and fees? States impose direct costs on the operation and growth of Indian businesses by imposing tariffs and taxes. While these regulations support public spending, these regulations can also reduce the competitiveness of Indian businesses. States can encourage sustained growth by rationalizing tariffs and fees in line with standards from other jurisdictions, subnational or international. See specific examples in Box v.2. Why applying risk-based regulation? States impose similar regulations on businesses that pose differing risks of some socially undesirable consequence, viz. fire, pollution, and building collapse. This often results in low and medium-risk businesses bearing an inordinately high cost of compliance. Under such general regulations, state departments also struggle to scrutinize riskier businesses adequately. By adopting risk-based regulation, state departments can optimize public resources to generate social benefits like fire safety and environmental protection. Under risk-based regulations, low and medium-risk businesses would also face lower compliance costs without substantial public safety and health reductions. Box v.2. Making a case for EODB 2.0. A. Liberalizing standards and controls. Removing prohibitions on women from working in factory processes. Indian states prohibit women from many factory processes. India's 10 most populous states collectively impose 139 prohibitions on women from participating in specific factory processes. Governments impose these prohibitions given the dangerous nature of the processes. However, interstate comparison and scientific literature indicate that these prohibitions are enforced without evidence of special health risks to women workers. For example, some states allow women to participate in abrasive blasting, but others prohibit women from participating in the same process. Similarly, women are prohibited from participating in any process to manufacture lead or its compounds. However, scientific literature indicates that lead is not likely to pose special health risks to women. These prohibitions exclude women from high-paying jobs, making the prohibitions counterproductive. Rationalize parking norms to reduce land loss in industrial and commercial plots. Commercial buildings in many Indian states must build more floors to get the same floor space as some frontier states and countries. This makes Indian commercial. 158. Buildings artificially slender, wastes valuable commercial land, and increases the cost of construction. This happens due to restrictive setbacks and ground coverage regulations that force commercial buildings to have a higher slenderness ratio than in other countries. Therefore, an entrepreneur must build more floors to have the same built-up area if the ground floor were available, incurring a higher construction cost. Many state governments have designated tourism and hospitality and information technology as thrust sectors. States should increase the productivity of commercial land use by hotels and offices to provide impetus to these industries. B. Setting legal safeguards for penalties and enforcement. Adding safeguards to reduce chances of arbitrary administrative action, states enforce compliances without being bound by standards that ensure proper use of punitive powers. As per administrative law and norms, states should only impose punitive measures after ensuring that the accused person is 1. Issued a show-cause notice with adequate facts about the alleged violation. 2. Allowed an opportunity to represent their side of the argument. 3. Issued a reasoned order detailing the reasons for the final decision by states and 4. Allowed appeals against decisions. However, Indian regulations do not require states to adhere to these procedural safeguards while pursuing punitive action. For example, many states do not require departments to issue detailed show-cause notices, allow representations by the accused person, or issue reasoned decisions before sealing or demolishing buildings. Without these safeguards, states are more likely to make inaccurate or bad faith decisions about the use of buildings in Indian cities. Guaranteeing procedural safeguards by law can reduce the legal risk of investments and job creation, encouraging rapid growth. C. Reducing tariffs and fees. Reducing electricity tariff markup for industrial users. States impose a high markup on the sale of electricity to industries. This high markup discourages industries from formally operating and growing over time. Across states, industrial users can pay a 10 to 25% markup over the cost of electricity supply. Other countries impose lower rates for electricity use. For example, Vietnam sets the electricity sale price at a 10% lower rate than the cost of generating electricity. Such differences in energy costs reduce the global competitiveness of Indian factories, discouraging growth. D. Applying risk-based regulation. Increasing the role of private parties in building approvals and inspections. Indian states give private parties limited opportunities to participate in enforcement processes for building safety. This limits the ability of Indian states to enforce regulations and encourage compliance. Indian states only allow private parties to participate in the approval of the initial building plan. However, all subsequent approvals and inspections are conducted by government officers. Given the paucity of officers, state departments cannot enforce building regulations in growing cities without augmenting state capacity with private parties. 159. Other countries have had positive experiences involving third parties and enforcement processes for building safety. For example, Australia and Canada adopted the public-private partnership model to enforce building safety regulations. Close to 70% of applicants chose to obtain licenses from private parties due to their speed of service, availability, and specialization. The PPP model also engendered competition between public and private agencies, encouraging greater enforcement and improved safety outcomes. The PPP model also engendered competition between public and private agencies, encouraging greater enforcement and improved safety outcomes. Increasing the validity of fire NOC for low and moderate risk buildings. States set a low validity period for fire NOCs. The low validity periods discourage applicants from obtaining NOCs. In most states, industries are only issued a fire NOC for 1 to 3 years. Industrial owners must repeatedly submit similar information to renew NOCs. In many states, applicants are required to answer many questions about the building and plot structure and the installments to obtain a fire NOC every 2 years. Even if applicants apply for NOCs, some state departments do not have sufficient administrative strength to decide on all applications. By raising the validity period, state departments can reduce their administrative burden and reduce compliance costs for applicants without jeopardizing fire safety. Renewed paradigm for medium-term growth. 5.55 Complementing the efforts of the center, states must pursue systematic deregulation as a policy priority so that economic freedom of factors of production is augmented. Factor market regulations, i.e. laws that affect the use of land, labor, and building, are the right place to begin since these regulations affect decision-making in all enterprises. States can begin the deregulation exercise by identifying regulations that affect decision-making in enterprises. Next, states can compare their regulations on these issues with those in other states and countries. Finally, after identifying alternatives, states must examine the economic impact of their current regulation on a single sample enterprise. States need not undertake a complex analysis of all economic effects. Instead, states may undertake a data-informed exercise of mapping how much resources, time, and risk a single enterprise must devote to compliance. 5.56 The call for enhancing economic freedom through deregulation has renewed momentum in today's rapidly evolving global economy. Overregulation stifles innovation and economic dynamism. In many instances, regulations, while intended to protect consumers, workers, and the environment, can unintentionally create barriers to entry, reduce competition, and slow the pace of innovation. By reducing excessive regulatory burdens, governments can help businesses become more efficient, reduce costs, and unlock new growth opportunities. Strategic and systematic deregulation can catalyze growth, innovation, and competitiveness. 160. 5.57 Systematic deregulation is as critical, if not more, as investments in infrastructure and incentives to encourage innovation and create a viable middlestand, i.e. India's SME sector. The focus on middlestand has played a pivotal role in the economic success of countries like Germany, Switzerland, Japan, and Singapore. These nations have leveraged the strength of their middlestand to drive innovation, foster high-quality manufacturing, and create a robust export economy. With deregulation, India's middlestand can help the states weather economic shocks, enable India to realize its manufacturing aspirations, attract long-term investments, and encourage growth. Such growth would be sustainable and employment-sensitive, i.e., enhancing workers' long-term welfare. 5.58 Even as large companies invariably tend to prioritize capital-intensive growth over labor-intensive growth, small and medium enterprises are likely to have a better balance between the two, encouraging employment generation. That is a compelling reason to ensure that the state does not hinder their growth. States have an opportunity to undertake regulatory reforms that fundamentally change the nature of interaction between governments and small and medium businesses. States can encourage a facilitative and collaborative relationship by adopting regulations sensitive to businesses' economic capacity and minimizing opportunity costs. 5.59 Countries worldwide have instituted programs for a sustained focus on deregulation. For example, the United States has created the Office of Management and Budget. This office examines all proposed legislation in the federal government based on cost-effectiveness. The incoming administration in the U.S. has set a great store of deregulation by setting up a new Department of Government Efficiency. In an op-ed in The Economist, the Argentinian president argued for economic prudence and reduced regulatory burdens. Similarly, the United Kingdom Parliament has adopted the Better Regulation Framework. As part of this framework, the Parliament enacts all new legislation in adherence to the one in, two out principle, requiring every pound of new regulatory burden on businesses to be offset by identifying and removing 2 pounds of existing burdens from other areas of the regulation. New Zealand has established a Ministry of Regulation to examine laws and propose repeals and amendments to improve compliance experience. Indian states must examine these global experiences and carry key lessons relevant to their contexts. 5.60 The need to find growth avenues in an export-challenged, environment-challenged, energy-challenged, and emissions-challenged world means we need to act on deregulation with a greater sense of urgency. The focus on domestic growth levers is not an option but a compulsion. Without deregulation, other policy initiatives will not. 50xx Milei, Javier. Argentina, the making of an economic miracle, JBSA 85. 51 Department for Business Innovation and Skills. The 9th Statement on New Regulation. 161. Deliver on their desired goals. The right balance of regulation and freedom can unleash the creative and productive capacities of India's small and medium entrepreneurs, leading to innovation, greater competition, and overall prosperity. By empowering small businesses, enhancing economic freedom, and ensuring a level playing field, governments can help create an environment where growth and innovation are not only possible but inevitable. India's growth aspirations require nothing less. 5.61 The areas suggested for deregulation in this chapter are merely illustrative. But there are multiple benefits and likely unintended beneficial consequences once they are set in motion. Concerted actions by states towards deregulation will lift sentiment, enhance faith and trust in governance, and even improve compliance as the relationship between the governing and the governed turns into a partnership. Second, once some regulations are repealed or simplified, the remaining ones become progressively easier. It is like peeling an onion. Once one layer is removed, the other layers come into view and become easier to peel off. Third, it may set off a butterfly effect, referred to in a different context earlier in this chapter. The butterfly effect means that small actions can have large consequences. Small acts of deregulation may set off big waves of entrepreneurship, investment, innovation, and growth. This page has been left blank. 06 Chapter 163. Investment in infrastructure. Keeping it going. Building infrastructure, physical, digital, and social, has been a central focus area for the government in the last 5 years. This has had various dimensions: increase in public spending on infrastructure, creation of institutions to debottleneck approvals and execution, and innovative modes of resource mobilization. In FY25, capital expenditure has gathered momentum post-elections. The government has recognized the importance of continuing the pace of infrastructure building and the increasing need to promote sustainable construction practices. It is also clear that public capital alone cannot meet the demands of upgrading the country's infrastructure commensurate with the requirements of Viksit Bharat at 2047. We need to ensure increasing private participation in infrastructure by improving their capacity to conceptualize projects and their confidence in risk and revenue-sharing mechanisms, contract management, conflict resolution, and project closure. The efforts of the union government would need to be supplemented with wholehearted acceptance of the need for public-private partnerships in infrastructure across the country. Equally important, the private sector must reciprocate. 2. Introduction. 6.1 India's development aspirations require a substantial investment in infrastructure over the next decade. While estimates of the required spending differ in scale, there is general agreement that current infrastructure spending needs to be increased to achieve these objectives. Keeping this in view, the government has laid a special focus on infrastructure in the last 5 years. Reflecting this intent, the capital expenditure by the union government on major infrastructure sectors has been increased at a trend rate of 38.8% from FY20 to FY24. 1 Asian Development Bank. Meeting Asia's infrastructure needs. Manila. 2 Athar, S. White, R. and Goyal, H. Financing India's urban infrastructure needs, constraints to commercial financing and prospects for policy action. Washington, D.C., World Bank. 3 CRISL. CRISL Infrastructure Yearbook 2023. CRISL Infrastructure Yearbook 2023. For infrastructure sectors include atomic energy, civil aviation, telecommunications, renewable energy, power, road, rural development, ports, housing, and urban affairs and railways. 164. 6.2 The government has also instituted many complementary mechanisms to expedite planning, clearances, and execution of projects. The National Infrastructure Pipeline was launched with a forward-looking approach, targeting a projected infrastructure investment of around 111 Indian rupees lakh crore from FY20 to FY25. The NP serves as a centralized platform for hosting projects of states, union territories, and central ministries to facilitate their monitoring and review. Currently, it encompasses over 9,766 projects and schemes across 37 subsectors. These projects are tracked and reviewed through the integrated India Investment Grid portal. 6.3 The government is bringing in innovative frameworks for attracting investment in infrastructure projects. To boost private investment in brownfield assets, the National Monetization Pipeline was launched in August 2021. This initiative laid down the framework for monetization policy and identified a pipeline of potential core assets with an indicative value of 6 Indian rupees lakh crore for the period FY22 to FY25. For the period FY22 to FY24, against the target of 4.30 Indian rupees lakh crore, transactions of 3.86 Indian rupees lakh crore in terms of accruals or private investments were completed under the core asset monetization. Sector-wise, roads, power, coal, and mines led the performance, supported by market-tested models and reforms. For FY25, the aggregate monetization target is set at 1 Indian rupee, 1 lakh crore. 6.4 Despite such earnest efforts by the union government and quite a few state governments and public sector undertakings supplementing these efforts with increased capex, there is still a significant unmet demand for infrastructure development. While this is typical of a dynamic, developing economy, India's goal of Viksit Bharat necessitates the progressive filling of this gap with innovative modes of financing and greater private participation. This sets the context for the discussion in this chapter. Infrastructure capex improves post-election. 6.5 The pace of the union government's capital expenditure in major infrastructure sectors was affected during Q1 FY25, largely due to the model code of conduct during the general elections. The unusual patterns of the last monsoon season also slowed down the progress of work. Hence, a year-over-year comparison may not be appropriate for Q1 FY25. 5 Niti Aayog. Transforming India's mobility, Niti Aayog's initiatives. Government of India. PIB release at 6 infrastructure sectors include atomic energy, civil aviation, telecommunications, renewable energy, power, road, rural development, ports, housing and urban affairs, and railways. 165. Source: Monthly Accounts of the Union Government, Controller General of Accounts. 6.6 As the electoral process settled, capital expenditure saw an uptick in July-November 2024. Capex in infrastructure sectors is expected to gain further momentum in the remaining months of the current fiscal. On an average, ministries related to infrastructure sectors utilized 60% of the budgeted capex during April to November 2024. This compares favorably with the progress achieved in the same period in FY20 when the 17th Lok Sabha elections were held. Physical connectivity. 6.7 Notwithstanding the electoral timetable, the capacity addition in physical connectivity sectors stayed on course during FY25. This section examines developments and major components of physical connectivity. Railways. 6.8 During FY25 so far, the progress in the expansion of the railway network stayed at levels comparable to the previous year, while the addition of rolling stock increased considerably. Between April and October 2024, 17 new pairs of Vande Bharat trains were introduced to the network, and 228 coaches were produced. The details of progress in major railway projects are given in Box 6.1. 166. Source: Ministry of Railways. Box 6.1. Recent developments in railways. Recent initiatives in the rail system. Gati Shakti Multimodal Cargo Terminal. 91 GCTs commissioned in 234 locations approved by October 31, 2024. Net zero carbon emission. Indian Railways targets 30 gigawatts of renewable energy by 202 to 30, with 375 megawatts of solar and 103 megawatts of wind commissioned as of October 2024. Major economic corridors. 434 projects valued at 11.17 Indian rupees lakh crore have been identified under 3 railway corridors, mapped on the PM Gati Shakti portal. 167. Public-private partnership. 17 projects have been completed and 8 ongoing under the PPP model. Major projects. Mumbai-Ahmedabad High-Speed Rail Project. Sanctioned in December 2015, this 508 kilometers project, supported by Japan, has a revised cost of 1.08 Indian rupees lakh crore. As of October 2024, it has achieved 47.17% physical progress with an expenditure of 67,486 Indian rupees crore. Dedicated freight corridors. As of November 2024, 2,741 kilometers of the planned 2,843 kilometers DFC network has been commissioned. DFCs have transformed logistics in India by facilitating increased freight volumes without passenger train interference. 6.9 The focus on railway station infrastructure and modernization of locomotives and coaching stock have improved passenger amenities in the railway sector. Box 6.2 Steps for enhancing passenger amenities in railways. Indian Railways is undertaking several initiatives to enhance passenger experience and station amenities. Key projects mainly focus on station redevelopment, affordable healthcare, improving catering services, and supporting local artisans. Amrit Bharat Station Scheme. Under this initiative, aimed at enhancing railway station amenities, 1337 stations have been identified for redevelopment. Work has started in 1197 of them. Pradhan Mantri Bhartiya Janaushadhi Kendras. In the pursuit to enhance the wellness and welfare of passengers passing through railway stations, 50 PMBJKs were started in railway station premises. In addition, on November 13, 2024, 18 new PMBJKs were inaugurated, providing affordable medications and healthcare services at railway stations. Food and catering services. A new policy for managing mobile catering was introduced on November 14, 2023. As of November 23, 2024, this has resulted in the establishment of 557 base kitchens servicing 468 pairs of trains. One Station, One Product Scheme. This scheme is operational at 1,900 stations, featuring 2,163 outlets that benefit 79,380 local artisans by providing sales opportunities for their products. Passenger amenities. Train indication boards have been provided at 1,351 stations, coach guidance systems at 866 stations, and Wi-Fi availability at 6,112 stations. Enhancing passenger experience. 168. 6.10 Box 6.3 gives the key initiatives to improve signaling systems in railways. Box 6.3 Key initiatives to improve signaling systems in railways. Indian Railways is modernizing its signaling and safety systems to enhance operational efficiency and safety across its vast network. Here are the key updates. Elimination of mechanical signaling. Indian Railways is replacing mechanical signaling with electrical/electronic interlocking systems. In FY25, 25 out of 62 pending stations have been upgraded to electrical/electronic interlocking systems, with 9 zonal railways now free from mechanical signaling. Kavach. This indigenously developed automated train protection system has seen 1,547 Indian rupees crore invested. The specification version 4.0 was approved on July 16, 2024. Electronic interlocking (EI) systems have been installed at 227 stations in FY25, increasing the coverage to a total of 3,576 stations. The first direct drive interlocking system was commissioned in November 2024 at Tajpur Station. Automatic block signaling. ABS is being installed to enhance capacity on high-density routes. 720 route kilometers have been completed this fiscal year, increasing the coverage to a total of 4,906 kilometers. Signal Design Automation Tool for Electronic Interlocking. This tool automates route control chart generation for station yards. Version 5.0 was released on September 19, 2024. Road transport. 6.11 India has a total road network of 63.4 lakh km, including National Highway Network of 146.15 km. NH network forms the arterial backbone of road transport network, as even though it comprises only 2% of total road network, yet it carries about 40% of the overall road freight traffic. 6.12 The National Industrial Corridor Development Program aims to create advanced industrial cities in India, positioning them as major manufacturing and investment hubs. In Phase 1, a total of 383 plots, covering 3,788 acres, have been allocated for industrial use in sectors such as electronics and semiconductors, renewables, automobiles and auto ancillaries, white goods, pharmaceuticals, textiles, and apparel. 169. In 4 cities/townships. These 4 cities include Dhalara in Gujarat, Chandrabidin in Maharashtra, Greater Noida in Uttar Pradesh, and Vikram Udaipuri in Madhya Pradesh. Work has started in another 4 cities, namely Tumkuru in Karnataka, Krishnapatnam in Andhra Pradesh, Nungal Chodari in Haryana, and Dadri in Uttar Pradesh. In addition, 12 new industrial cities have been approved for development, incorporating Industry 4.0 standards alongside the previously approved 8 projects. The evolving approach to national highway development is detailed in Box 6.4. Box 6.4. Development of national highways. Progress from a project-based approach to a corridor-based approach. The shift from project-based national highway development to corridor-based approach helped increase the highway length from 91,287 kilometers in 2014 to 1.46 lakh km in 2024. This approach takes into account evolving regional and national needs. Paratmala Pariyojana, launched in October 2017, it aims to develop 34,800 kilometers of national highways. By 2024, approximately 76% of the projects has been awarded, and 18,926 kilometers have been constructed. Char Dam Mahamarg Pariyojana, as of 2024, road project to connect all 4 dams through highway with total length of 825 kilometers and 620 kilometers has been completed. National high-speed corridors, length of HSCs expanded from 93 kilometers in 2014 to 2,474 kilometers in 2024. For lane and above national highways, the length grew approximately 2.5 times, from about 18,300 kilometers to 4,500 km between 2014 and 2024. 170. 6.13 The government has introduced a number of sustainable practices in highway development, including new-age technologies, sustainable construction raw materials, and high-tech machinery. These measures have significantly improved the logistic efficiency and safety of road transport. Box 6.5. Key initiatives for logistics efficiency and road connectivity. To improve road connectivity, key initiatives undertaken include advanced traffic management on highways, establishment of logistics parks, sustainable vehicle scrapping, and ongoing ropeway projects. Advanced traffic management system installed about 4,000 kilometers of national highways for efficient traffic management and emergency response. Multimodal logistics parks. Till December 2024, 6 MMLPs in Chennai, Indore, Nagpur, Jalna, Jagagopa, and Bangalore have been awarded. National Highway Maintenance Policy. Contractual maintenance for the entire NH network is managed through performance-based maintenance contracts of 5 to 7 years or short-term maintenance contracts of 1 to 2 years. Additionally, long-term maintenance contracts of around 20 years are undertaken through the Toll Operate and Transfer Mode and Investment Trust. Vehicle Scrapping Policy. Incentive/disincentive-based policy with 82 registered vehicle scrapping facilities operational across one state/UTs, having scrapped about 1.62 lakh vehicles. An additional 65 RV CEFs are under construction, which will add one more state. Ropeways projects development. 15 projects are in progress. Projects at Varanasi, Dosi Hill, Bijli Mahadev, and Ujjain have been awarded, and 10 more are under bidding. Civil aviation. 6.14 Airport operators and developers, including the Airports Authority of India, are pursuing a capital expenditure plan exceeding 1,000 Indian rupees crore from FY20 to FY25. About 91% of this has been achieved by November 2024. New airports and improved regional connectivity under the UDESH-Ka AAM Nagrik scheme have improved air connectivity considerably. Under the Regional Connectivity Scheme UDN, 61 routes connecting 88 airports, including 2 water aerodromes and 13 heliports, have been operationalized so far. The airport's cargo handling capacity has been gradually increasing, reaching 8.0 million metric tons in FY24. Source: Airport Authority of India Airport and JV/PPP Airports. Ports and shipping. 6.15 Port capacity improved significantly in FY25, leading to improvements in operational efficiency and reduction in average container turnaround time. On waterway transport connectivity, the Sagarmala program aims to harness India's coastline and waterways fully, improving logistics efficiency. Progress under the 172. Source: Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways Note. IWT stands for Inland Water Transport. Box 6.6. Major achievements and initiatives in port sector. Infrastructure development. Vadhavan Megaport. The port is being developed with over 76,000 Indian rupees crore investment. This port will have 9 container terminals and various berths. Tuticorin International Container Terminal. Inaugurated in September 2024, it is designed to handle 6 lakh 20-foot equivalent units annually and accommodate container vessels up to 10,000 TEUs. Outer Harbor at Tuticorin. This project aims to boost port capacity by 4 million TEUs with 2 1,000-meter terminals. Port-led industrialization. Port-led industrialization. Union Cabinet approved 12 new industrial smart cities with an investment of 28,602 Indian rupees crore across 10 states, along with 8 additional sanctioned projects. Utilization of salt lands. Around 25,000 acres of salt lands have been identified to enhance port sector infrastructure. International linkages. Chabahar Port and INSDC. Shahi Beheshti Port at Chabahar connects Mumbai to Eurasia via the INSDC, reducing transport costs and time, leading to a 43% increase in vessel traffic and a 34% rise in container traffic for FY24. Sitwe Port, Myanmar. Sitwe Port, part of the Caledon project, offers an alternative route to northeastern states, reducing transport costs between Kolkata and Mizoram. PPP projects. The central government approved 98 PPP projects, including 23 captive projects, worth around 6,800 Indian rupees crore, excluding the Vadhavan Port project with a PPP investment of 38,000 Indian rupees crore. Currently, 56 projects valued at 41,480 Indian rupees crore are operational, increasing port capacity by approximately 550 million tons per annum. 173. 6.16. There have also been key improvements in maritime infrastructure and urban waterways. In October 2024, the National Maritime Heritage Complex in Lothal was approved, featuring a museum with 14 galleries, the tallest lighthouse museum, India's largest navy gallery, and themed amusement parks. To coordinate maritime initiatives and develop master plans, state maritime and waterways transport committees were formed in 22 states. To coordinate maritime initiatives and develop master plans, state maritime and waterways transport committees were formed in 22 states and union territories. The International Container Transshipment Port at Galathea Bay, Great Nicobar Island, has been planned to enhance cargo transshipment from Indian East Coast ports and neighboring countries. 6.17 urban waterways projects, valued at 1,303 Indian rupees crore, are underway, with 16 of the 30 projects already completed. These developments have benefited over 35 lakh passengers while facilitating the transport of more than 5 lakh vehicles and 1 lakh cargo trucks. In addition, the transformation of inland waterways has been notable, as detailed in Box 6.7. Box 6. 7. Inland waterways transformation, key projects and initiatives. India is enhancing waterway connectivity to the northeast by developing waterways in Bangladesh and funding 80% of the 305 Indian rupees crore project. India is also investing 1,010 Indian rupees crore to improve the Brahmaputra and Barak rivers in the Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route. Key initiatives include Bharat Nauka Guidelines. Launched in January 2024, these guidelines aim to green 1,000 inland vessels over the next 10 years. Cargo Promotion Scheme. This initiative encourages cargo owners to switch from rail and road to inland waterways transport, promoting it as a sustainable alternative. River Cruise Tourism. Improved waterways have benefited both cargo and tourism. With 82,587 passengers on day cruises by October 2024 and a five-fold increase in night cruise passengers to 11,431 in FY24 compared to FY19. Jalmarg Vikas Project on NW1. This project enhances cargo transport on the Ganga-Bhagirathi-Hooghly River system, achieving 65% physical progress with a revised cost of 5,061.15 Indian rupees crore. Jalmarg Vikas Project 2. Focused on sustainable development, this project includes the construction of community jetties and navigation improvements, with 49 out of 60 approved community jetties already commissioned. Power Sector. 6.18 The power sector network continues to expand, with installed capacity rising by 7.2% year-on-year to 456.7 gigawatts as of November 2024. The addition of transformation capacity also gained momentum this year. However, the addition of transmission lines was affected by the heavy monsoon conditions that hampered work. 174. Source: Executive Summary Report, Central Electricity Authority. 6.19 In the shift towards renewable energy, the power sector has been bolstered primarily by large-scale solar and wind initiatives. By the end of December 2024, the country's total renewable energy installed capacity increased by 15.8% year-on-year, reaching 209.4 gigawatts, up from 180.8 gigawatts in December 2023. Renewable energy now constitutes about 47% of India's total installed capacity, highlighting a growing dependence on cleaner, non-fossil fuel-based energy sources. Source: Executive Summary Report, Central Electricity Authority. 6.20 The Government of India implemented multiple initiatives aimed at ensuring uninterrupted power supply to every household. Under the Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gram Jyoti Yojana, Integrated Power Development Scheme introduced in 175. 2014, In the Pradhan Mantri Sahaj Bijli Harghar Yojana, introduced in 2017, about 1.85 Indian rupees lakh crore has been invested to boost distribution infrastructure across various states. Consequently, 18,374 villages have been electrified under Dugji, and 2 crore households have gained access to electricity through Saubhagya. 6.21 The government has also been implementing the revamped distribution sector scheme since July 2021 to enhance the quality and reliability of power supply for consumers. This initiative aims to create a financially sustainable and operationally efficient distribution sector. With a total outlay of 3 Indian rupees lakh crore and gross budgetary support of 7,631 Indian rupees crore allocated for the period from FY22 to FY26. Projects worth 2.8 Indian rupees lakh crore have been approved to develop distribution infrastructure and implement smart metering solutions. 6.22 Aided by these measures, the daily average power supply has improved from 22.1 hours in FY14 to 23.4 hours in FY24 in the urban areas and from 12.5 hours in FY14 to 21.9 hours in the rural areas. The gap between energy demand and supply has also declined from 4.2% in FY14 to a mere 0.1% by December 2024. Box 6.8 Measures initiated in February 2024 to facilitate consumers. To enhance the energy infrastructure, following additional measures have been undertaken to simplify rooftop solar installations, support EV charging, expedite new electricity connections, and facilitate better consumer experience. Rooftop solar PV simplification. Rules were amended in February 2024 to ease and accelerate the installation of rooftop solar systems. Approvals for systems up to 10 kilowatts no longer require feasibility studies, and timelines for larger systems and commissioning were significantly reduced. EV charging connections. Consumers can now obtain separate electricity connections for charging electric vehicles, supporting India's net zero goal by 2070. Faster new connections. Timelines for obtaining new electricity connections were reduced to 3 days in metropolitan areas, 7 days in municipal areas, and 15 days in rural areas. Consumer choice and metering. Residents of group housing societies and residential colonies can choose either individual or single-point electricity connections. This has promoted transparency and flexibility. Meter reading accuracy. If a consumer disputes their meter reading, the licensee must install an additional meter within 5 days to verify consumption over 3 months, ensuring billing accuracy. 7 Ministry of Power. Collation of replies to Lok Sabha Start and Start questions. Government of India. P.51, 72. 8 Ministry of Power. P.51. 9 Ministry of Power. P.5. 176. Digital connectivity. 6.23 Digital connectivity has made major advancements in digital inclusion, technological innovation, and regulatory reforms this fiscal year, all in line with the government's vision for a digital India. Telecommunications. 6.24 The rollout of 5G services, along with the introduction of new policies aimed at enhancing telecommunications infrastructure and user experience, has played a crucial role in digital connectivity. By October 31, 2024, 5G services were launched in all states and union territories. Currently, 5G services are available in 77 out of 783 districts. Over 4.6 lakh 5G-based transceiver stations have been installed nationwide. 6.25 In July 2022, the Union Cabinet approved a project to provide 4G mobile services to 24,680 uncovered villages in remote areas and upgrade 6,279 villages, which were then using 2G per 3G networks. By December 2024, 7,815 sites covering 10,706 villages have been commissioned. Source: Digital Bharat Nidhi Dashboard, D/O Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications. 6.26 In August 2024, the Universal Service Obligation Fund, providing financial support for telecom services and subsidizing mobile services. Broadband connectivity and infrastructure in rural and remote areas was rechristened Digital Bharat Nidhi. The progress of activities supported under DBN is presented in Box 6.9. 10 Ministry of Communications Year-End Review 2024. Government of India. Box 6.9. Providing connectivity in difficult terrains. Telecom infrastructure is being strengthened through BharatNet project, extending broadband to villages, and enhancing mobile coverage in the northeast, border areas, and islands. Key efforts include BharatNet project to connect all gram panchayats and villages with broadband. As of December 2024, 6.92 lakh km of optical fiber cable has been laid, 2.14 lakh GPS are service-ready, including 5,032 via satellite. 12.04 lakh FTTH connections have been installed. Mobile services, 1,358 sites providing services in uncovered villages and highways. Arunachal Pradesh and Assam, 671 towers cover 1,178 villages. Meghalaya, 433 towers cover 622 villages and 3 highways. Telecom development for islands. Andaman Nicobar Islands, submarine OFC connectivity completed, with 205 gigabits per second bandwidth utilized and satellite bandwidth increased from 2 gigabits per second to 4 gigabits per second. Lakshadweep Islands, submarine OFC project commissioned in January 2024, enabling 5G and FTTH services. Mobile services in uncovered areas. Border Villages Scheme, 31 villages covered with 4G. LWE Phase 1 and 2, 297 towers upgraded to 4G under Phase 1. 1,106 towers commissioned under Phase 2, covering 1,162 locations. Aspirational District Scheme, 502 Village Scheme, 215 towers commissioned, covering 251 villages across 112 districts in 4 states. 7,287 Village Scheme, 47 sites commissioned, covering 3,804 villages in 5 states. Information Technology. 6.27 The GI Cloud Initiative, known as Megraj, is a key component of India's information technology strategy, aimed at delivering ICT services via cloud computing to central and state/UT departments. As of November 30, 2024, the National Informatics Center supports 1,917 applications on its cloud. The government has empaneled 23 public and private cloud service providers to address the cloud needs of user departments. Box 6.10 Capacity Advancement in Data Center. India's data center market is witnessing significant growth, fueled by the expansion of infrastructure and a rising demand for digital services. The following literature provides evidence to support this trend. India's co-location data center capacity reached 977 megawatts in 2023. Capacity of 258 megawatts. 11 Cushman Wakefield. Potential for 5x capacity expansion to fuel digital transformation. https://178 was added in the year, reflecting a 105% year-on-year growth. The total capacity under construction for 2024-2028 is 1.03 GW, with an additional 1.29 gigawatts planned. The data center market in India is expected to grow from US $4.5 billion in 2023 to US $11.6 billion by 2032, at a CAGR of 10.8%. India benefits from lower construction costs, owing to its well-established IT and digitally enabled services ecosystem, as well as relatively affordable real estate with a median of US $6.8 million per MW in 2023, compared to US $0.17 million in Australia, US $12.73 million in Japan, and US $11.23 million in Singapore. Rural infrastructure. Rural drinking water and sanitation. 6.28 The Jal Jeevan Mission aims to ensure long-term water security for rural households by providing reliable access to safe piped drinking water. When it was launched in August 2019, only 3.23 crore of rural households had tap water connections. Since then, over 12.06 crore families have been added, increasing the total to more than 15.30 crore out of approximately 1.34 crore rural households as of November 26, 2024. 8 states, namely, Arunachal Pradesh, Goa, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Gujarat, Punjab, Telangana, and Mizoram, and 3 union territories, namely, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Dadra Nagar Haveli and Daman Diu and Puducherry have achieved 100% coverage. There are 2,160 water quality laboratories, 1,570 of which are accredited by National Accreditation Board for testing and calibration laboratories, ensuring the safety of drinking water. Box 6.11 Impact of Jal Jeevan Mission. The mission improved access to safe drinking water in rural areas, particularly in regions affected by water quality issues like arsenic and fluoride. Its impact includes better health outcomes and enhanced water security for vulnerable populations. Coverage of quality-affected areas. At the time of the launch of JJM, out of 19.4 crore rural households, over 75.2 lakh households lived in quality-affected areas that lacked safe drinking water. Since its implementation, 69.23 lakh rural households in quality-affected areas are getting safe piped water supply. Arsenic-affected and fluoride-affected habitants. Arsenic-affected and fluoride-affected habitants. Safe drinking water has been provided to more than 23 lakh households in arsenic-affected habitations and 11.43 lakh households in fluoride-affected habitations. Community water purification plants, 618 CWEPs have been installed under JJM, out of which 573 are installed in arsenic and fluoride-affected areas. 12 India Brand Equity Foundation. Booming data center growth in India. India Brand Equity Foundation. 13 Cushman Wakefield. Potential for 5x capacity expansion to fuel digital transformation. https://179. 6.29 Swachh Bharat Mission. Grameen achieved open defecation-free status in the first phase. Phase 2 of SBMG is implemented from 2020 to 21 to 2024 to 25, with a focus on converting the villages from ODF to ODF+. An ODF+ progress is captured in 3 categories, namely aspiring, rising, and model. The goal of SBMG Phase 2 is to make all the villages ODF+, i.e. model category. An ODF+ village in the model category is one that is sustaining its ODF status, plus having arrangements for both solid and liquid waste management, observing visual cleanliness, and displaying ODF+ information, education, and communication messages. During April to November 2024, 1.92 lakh villages were incrementally declared ODF+ under the model category, taking the total number of ODF+ villages to 3.64 lakh. 6.30 Statewise progress of villages achieving ODF+ status is presented in Chart 6.17. To highlight successful initiatives at the local level, 2 exemplary stories of waste management in Kerala and Madhya Pradesh are discussed in Box 6.12, demonstrating effective practices and impactful outcomes in these states. 14 Note: aspiring, sustaining ODF status plus arrangements for solid or liquid waste management. Rising, sustaining ODF status plus arrangements for both solid and liquid waste management. Model. Rising category plus observes visual cleanliness, i.e. minimal litter, minimal stagnant wastewater, and no plastic waste dump in public places. Displays ODF+ information, education, and communication messages. 180. Box 6.12. Success stories of waste management initiatives. Model of sustainable development and community empowerment in Eritayer Gram Panchayat, Idukki, Kerala. By focusing on waste management, the Panchayat preserves the environment and creates jobs, particularly for women. The strategy involves door-to-door collection, resource recovery, and recycling, reaching over 4,600 households and 500 institutions. Around 30 women are employed, earning an average of 10,000 Indian rupees monthly. 181. Despite initial challenges like fee collection and infrastructure issues, the Panchayat's resilience has driven progress. With enhanced training and partnerships, waste management practices have improved. The Harita Karma Sena, with 28 dedicated members, plays a crucial role in this effort, collecting user fees from about 85% of households and 0% of institutions, generating approximately 2.5 Indian rupees lakh per month. Materials are meticulously segregated and sent to private agencies for further processing. The Panchayat collects 4 tons of plastic and other non-biodegradable items monthly, adhering to a set schedule. This initiative not only fosters cleanliness but also empowers women, promoting inclusivity and gender equality. Eritayer Gram Panchayat's approach, emphasizing collaboration, innovation, and empowerment, sets an example for other communities striving for a greener, more equitable future. Transforming waste into wealth. Nadep composting, Chhindwara, Madhya Pradesh. The Chhindwara district of Madhya Pradesh has prioritized biodegradable waste management as part of SBMG Phase 2, establishing waste management infrastructure in 784 gram panchayats and 188 villages, including 8,507 Nadep compost pits. However, due to improper usage of these pits as community dustbins, the district initiated a comprehensive Swachhata drive from May 1st to June 30th. This initiative focused on enhancing awareness and promoting sustainable practices among rural communities. Community engagement and capacity-building programs were instrumental in the initiative's success. Extensive outreach efforts educated community members about the benefits of composting, while targeted training programs equipped farmers and stakeholders with the knowledge to manage organic waste effectively. These efforts ensured the appropriate utilization of cow dung and organic waste in Nadep pits, facilitating the production of high-quality compost. The initiative witnessed active participation of approximately 68,050 stakeholders, including farmers, PRI members, Swachhagrahis, SHGs, and community members, fostering significant improvements in waste segregation and management across villages. Each NADEP pit is projected to yield 500 kilograms of compost per cycle, generating an estimated income of 30,000 Indian rupees annually for farmers through 3 composting cycles. This shift is expected to reduce dependency on chemical fertilizers, decrease costs, and enhance soil health, supporting sustainable agricultural practices. Future plans include expanding the deployment of NADEP pits, ensuring their optimal use, and establishing market linkages for compost. Urban infrastructure. Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 6.31 Building on the success of the Open Defecation-Free Nation through the Swachh Bharat Mission, SBM Urban 2.0 was launched in 2021. It envisions creating garbage-free cities, integrating waste management and sanitation practices aligned with sustainability and circular economy principles. Progress and cumulative achievements under the SBMU are given below. 6.32 The impact of the SBMU was well recognized. As per the 78th round report of INSES, 97% of households in urban areas report access to toilets. Niti Aayog sector report reported that SBMU was well aligned with sustainable development goals and national priorities and was effectively implemented. Further, to encourage cities to improve urban sanitation, the government developed the ODF+, 15 Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Multiple Indicator Survey in India, NSS 78th Round Report. Government of India. 16 Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office, Niti Aayog. Urban Transformation, Sector Report. Government of India. ODF and water protocols to evaluate urban local bodies on standardized parameters of sustainable sanitation. Progress as of December 2024 is given below. Table 6.1. Achievement under the Standard Uniform Framework to evaluate cities. 6.33 Besides, leveraging ICT-enabled tools strengthen the mission governance. The Swachhata app effectively allows citizens to report grievances, directing them to the relevant municipal corporation for resolution. With 2.08 crore users, the app has handled 2.55 crore complaints, resolving 2.3 crore. The Google Toilet Locator allows users to upload information about community and public toilets in their cities as SBM Toilet on Google Maps and provide feedback. To date, 67,407 toilets across 3,326 cities are mapped on Google Maps, including those in hospitals, malls, bus stands, railway stations, metro stations, markets, and more. 6.34 Urban Housing. The Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Urban, launched in 2015, aims to provide permanent housing in urban areas. As of November 25, 2024, a total of 1.18 crore houses have been sanctioned, with 1.14 crore grounded and over 8 lakh completed. PMAYU 2.0 was launched in September 2024 to assist an additional 1 crore households. Currently, 29 states and union territories have signed agreements to implement PMAYU 2.0, with approval having been granted for 6 lakh houses in FY25. 6.35 Urban Transport. Metro rail and rapid rail transit systems are operational or under construction in 29 cities across India, with 1,010 kilometers currently operational in 23 cities and an additional 80 kilometers underway. As of January 5, 2025, 62.7 kilometers were operationalized in FY25, and the daily ridership reached 10.2 million. These systems have led to considerable savings in emissions, time, vehicle operating costs, accidents, and infrastructure maintenance. 184. 6.36 Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. Amrut scheme was launched in 2015 to focus on improving urban water management in 500 cities. As a result, tap water coverage has increased to 70%, and sewerage coverage has risen to 62%. The mission has created or augmented water treatment capacity of 4.64 million liters per day and developed 2.43 parks, adding 5,070 acres of green space. In 2021, Amrut 2.0 was introduced to expand coverage to all statutory towns and cities, with an allocation of 2.77 Indian rupees lakh crore during FY22 to FY26. This phase so far has initiated 23 projects worth 1.8 Indian rupees lakh crore. Amrut 2.0 actively involves self-help groups and promotes innovative technologies. 6.37 Smart Cities Mission, launched in 2015, The mission aims to develop smart cities with essential infrastructure, good quality of life, and a sustainable environment. As of January 13, 2025, 8,058 projects worth 1.64 lakh crore have been proposed, with 7,479 projects worth 1.50 lakh crore completed. Achievements under the mission are provided in chart version 1.21. As on January 13, 2025, smart mobility includes smart road, NMT, pedestrianization and public transport projects, etc. Smart energy includes LED/solar, streetlights, solar energy installation and gas pipelines, etc. WASH includes water supply, sewerage, drainage and solid waste management projects, etc. Vibrant public spaces includes rejuvenation of open spaces and water bodies. Economic infrastructure includes projects that enhance municipal revenue, market redevelopment, etc. Social infrastructure includes smart classrooms, digital libraries, and smart health centers, etc. Smart governance includes ICT-based projects aimed at improving municipal governance. ICCC stands for Integrated Command and Control Centers. 185. 6.38 Central to urban transformation is leveraging technology and data to improve the efficiency and quality of urban services, including transportation, energy, healthcare, and education. Along these lines, the government has taken various initiatives, which are detailed in Box 6.13. 186. Box 6.13. Initiatives driving urban transformation. Several initiatives are being implemented to foster sustainable urban development and governance. These efforts focus on enhancing climate resilience, promoting data-driven decision-making, and improving infrastructure and citizen services across cities. These initiatives include Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework. Launched in 2019, this public assessment framework aims to enhance climate-sensitive development in cities. XCAF 2.0 was introduced in 2020, evaluating 126 cities via 28 indicators across 5 thematic areas. The upcoming CSCF 3.0 is currently being developed. Data Smart City Strategy promotes data-driven governance with the Data Maturity Assessment Framework to assess cities' readiness to adopt data solutions, focusing on systemic and sectoral pillars. National Urban Innovation Stack facilitates collaboration within urban ecosystems by leveraging urban data, supporting data-driven governance. National Urban Learning Platform, a scalable platform designed for capacity building among urban local bodies, offering a comprehensive approach to improve urban management capabilities. City Investments to Innovate, Integrate, and Sustain Challenge supports innovative urban projects with significant funding, promoting circular economy practices. The second phase was approved in 2023 to fund climate-resilient infrastructure in a maximum of 18 cities. Urban Learning Internship Program, launched in 2020, TULIP connects urban local bodies with youth, offering internship opportunities to enhance skills and experience in urban transformation. As of now, more than 49,000 internship opportunities have been posted across the nation, out of which over 14,500 internships are ongoing and completed. National Urban Digital Mission seeks to establish shared digital infrastructure across cities, enhancing citizen-centric governance and service delivery by 2024. 6.39 Real Estate Development. Rules under the Real Estate Act, 2016 have been notified in all states and union territories except Nagaland, with various regulatory authorities established. About 1.38 lakh real estate projects and 587 real estate agents have been registered under the Real Estate Regulatory Authority as of January 6, 2025. 1.38 lakh complaints have been disposed of by the RERA across the country. Tourism infrastructure. 6.40 The government has introduced several initiatives to promote domestic tourism. Pilgrimage Rejuvenation and Spiritual Augmentation Drive aims to develop tourism infrastructure at identified pilgrimage destinations and heritage cities. 187. Source: Ministry of Tourism. Note: status as of December 2024. 6.41 Another major initiative of the government to promote domestic tourism is Swadesh Darshan, which is aimed at the integrated development of tourism destinations, including theme-based tourist circuits. This program was rechristened as the Swadesh Darshan Scheme 2.0 in 2022, with the vision to develop sustainable and responsible tourism destinations. Under this scheme, 34 projects have been approved, with a total funding of 73.2 Indian rupees crore. 6.42 Moreover, in line with the FY25 budget announcement, 40 projects across 23 states have been approved for interest-free loans for 50 years for an amount of India rupee 325.8 crore under the Special Assistance to States for Capital Investment. This initiative aims to create iconic tourist centers of global standards by supporting their development and marketing. Space infrastructure. 6.43 India currently operates 56 active space assets, including 1 communication satellites, 9 navigation satellites, 4 scientific satellites, and 24 Earth observation satellites. ISRO has enhanced its capabilities by adding a small satellite launch vehicle to its fleet. New Space India Limited successfully fulfilled its contract to launch 72 OneWeb satellites into low Earth orbit. Recently, it also launched the GS80-20 satellite in collaboration with SpaceX. Various initiatives by the government in the domain of space-based infrastructure are given in Box 6.14. 17 Ministry of Tourism. Year-End Review, 2024, Ministry of Tourism. Government of India. 188. Box 6.14, Space-Based Infrastructure Monitoring Platforms. ISRO's advanced geospatial platforms are playing a pivotal role in infrastructure monitoring and management. These initiatives support a range of projects, from rural development and electrical infrastructure to judicial and urban planning, enhancing efficiency and tracking progress. ISRO's Bhuvan platform supports infrastructure monitoring under schemes like MNREGA and the watershed component of PMKSY at different stages of implementation. Electrical infrastructure management. Bhuvan facilitates the management of electrical infrastructure in Maharashtra and Telangana through WebGIS portals. Nyaya Vikas portal for judicial infrastructure. Developed in collaboration with the Department of Justice, this portal monitors 2,840 judicial projects using WebGIS and mobile geotagging, with over 7,900 geotags created to track progress. Urban geospatial databases for en route cities. ISRO has created large-scale 2D urban geospatial databases for 238 en route cities, assisting in developing GIS-based master plans for urban planning. 6.44 As part of India's Space Vision 2047, the Union Cabinet has approved 4 key projects. The Gaganyaan follow-on mission, which will pave the way for the establishment of the first module of the Bhartiya Antariksh Station. The Chandrayaan, for lunar sample return mission, the Venus Orbiter mission, and the development of the next-generation launch vehicle. These initiatives aim to enhance India's technological capabilities, foster industry collaboration, and strengthen the country's position in global space exploration. Conclusions and way forward. 6.45 The government has placed infrastructure development at the center stage of its fiscal and public policy agenda. The capital expenditure of the Union government for FY25 has been budgeted at about 3.3 times the capex for FY20. In Q1 FY25, the constraints on new approvals and spending during the general elections, coupled with heavy monsoon in many regions, affected the progress of the infrastructure spending. Between July and November 2024, the pace of capex has picked up. 6.46 The review in the chapter shows that the progress of physical indicators in the current year mirrors the financial progress. The addition to the rolling stock of railways, port handling capacity, and power and transformation capacity improved during FY25 so far on a YY basis. The addition to the length of highways, roads, and railway lines has been modestly lower. On the whole, seen against the background of the constraints that prevailed in Q1 FY25, infrastructure buildup in the current year has stayed on course. 189. 6.47 Apart from asset creation, our infrastructure program also emphasizes the use of sustainable materials and processes. These considerations are receiving particular attention in areas such as highway development, waterway projects, power capacity addition, and waste management. Given the global imperative of promoting sustainable practices, model practices in this direction need to be replicated widely. 6.48 India needs a continued step-up of infrastructure investment over the next 2 decades to sustain a high rate of growth. Requirements are aplenty. Accelerating our efforts to build integrated multimodal transport, coupled with the modernization of existing physical assets, will improve efficiency and last-mile connectivity. Disaster-resilient urbanization, public transport, preservation and upkeep of heritage sites, monuments and tourist destinations, as well as rural public infrastructure, including connectivity, call for greater attention. Our net zero commitments entail added stress on creating renewable energy capacities. 6.49 Quite clearly, public sector efforts cannot fully meet these requirements. There are binding budget constraints to the different tiers of government. Private participation should accelerate in many critical infrastructure sectors in many ways: program and project planning, financing, construction, maintenance, monetization, and impact assessment. 6.50 Our infrastructure program supports a variety of PPP models like Build Operate Transfer, Design Build Finance Operate Transfer, Hybrid Annuity Model, and Toll Operate Transfer. The government has instituted many debottlenecking and facilitatory mechanisms like the National Infrastructure Pipeline, National Monetization Pipeline, and PM Gati Shakti that have made progress. Financial market regulators have introduced reforms to encourage private participation. Yet, the uptake of private enterprise is limited in many core sectors. 6.51 The strategy to step up private participation needs coordinated action of all stakeholders involved, governments at different tiers, financial market players, project management experts and planners, and the private sector. Capacities to conceptualize projects, develop sector-specific innovative strategies for execution, and develop high-expertise areas such as risk and revenue. Capacities to conceptualize projects, develop sector-specific innovative strategies for execution, and develop high-expertise areas such as risk and revenue sharing, contract management, conflict resolution, and project closure need to improve substantially. The efforts of the Union government would need to be supplemented with wholehearted acceptance of the need for public-private partnerships and infrastructure across the country. This page has been left blank. 07 Chapter 191. Industry, all about business reforms. The global manufacturing landscape has undergone significant shifts over the past decade. India has been one of the dynamic economies that gained greater presence in the space gradually vacated by developed countries. A strategic emphasis on public capital formation and significant logistic improvements has underpinned this achievement. Lately, however, there have been serious challenges to global manufacturing in terms of persistent geopolitical tensions, aggressive industrial and trade policies, supply chain disruptions, and global trade slowdown. This has posed a challenge to export demand for India's manufactured products. Industries such as steel, cement, chemicals, and petrochemicals have stabilized industrial growth, while consumer-focused sectors like automobiles, electronics, and pharmaceuticals have emerged as growth drivers. As we progress, fostering R&D investments, innovations, enhancing the growth and formalization of smaller manufacturers will drive growth across various sectors. State-level analysis indicates that business reforms in states are likely to foster industrial development. Achieving India's ambition of becoming a strong manufacturing power necessitates sustained and coordinated efforts from all tiers of government, the private sector, the skilling ecosystem, academia, and R&D institutions. Global background. 7.1 In the global manufacturing space, high-income countries have lost a significant part of their share during the last decade. This was largely gained by the upper-middle-income countries, mainly based on China's strength. The share of lower-middle-income economies did not, in general, increase. Yet, India managed to improve its share in the pie and global presence. 7.2 However, with 2.8% of the global share in manufacturing, compared to China's 28.8%, India has a large opportunity to climb up the ladder. India also has a substantial scope to improve the contribution of the industrial sector in GDP in relation to its comparator countries. More so in the 1. World Development Indicators, World Bank. 2. United Nations Industrial Development Organization. 192. Light of the IMF's observation that manufacturing production is increasingly shifting towards emerging market economies, particularly China and India. India stands a good chance of benefiting from the trends in global industrial diversification. 7.3 While this remains an upside of possibility, the downside stems partially from the increasing risks of industrial and trade policy measures by the countries faced with external competition and internal weaknesses. There are also early global indications that, given elevated commodity price trends, consumption is tilting away from manufactured items and more towards services. Source: Quarterly Report, Q3 2024, World Manufacturing Production, UNIDO Note. World Manufacturing Value-Added Index of the UNIDO measures the relative contribution of a country's manufacturing sector to the global manufacturing output * mix, low- and middle-income countries MICs, middle-income countries UMICs. Upper-middle-income countries. 7.4 Recently, the global manufacturing is facing a range of challenges, including persistent supply chain disruptions, political instability, pressure to reduce emissions and move towards renewables, increased logistics costs, and other effects of regional conflicts. As a result, the global manufacturing output rose modestly by 0.4% only in the third quarter of 2024, compared to a stronger growth of nearly 1% in the previous quarter. Hence, in a rather unsupportive global environment, it calls for lasting, coordinated efforts from all tiers of government, the private sector, the skilling ecosystem, academia, and R&D institutions, as well as financial stakeholders to enable India to realize its ambition as a manufacturing powerhouse. 3. World Economic Outlook, IMF, October 2024. For IBID. 5. Bloomberg. Coal is powering the energy transition more than we'd like to admit. Bloomberg. 6 Quarterly Report, Q3 2024. World Manufacturing Production, UNIDO. 193. Recent domestic developments. 7.5 The industrial sector was affected significantly by the pandemic, leading to a contraction in FY21. This led to growth fluctuations in subsequent years. Hence, comparing FY25 with an average of the previous 5 years, including the pre-pandemic FY20, is appropriate. Chart 7.2 shows that the industrial growth in FY25 is expected higher than the previous 5-year average. The industrial sector grew by 6.2% in FY25, driven by robust growth in electricity and construction. 7.6 However, industrial growth has declined to 3.6% in the second quarter of FY25 on account of 3 major factors. Firstly, manufacturing exports experienced a sharp slowdown due to economic challenges in destination countries and intensified trade competition and industrial policies followed by many major trading nations. Secondly, the unprecedented levels of monsoon produced mixed impacts. While it helped replenish reservoirs and boost farming operations, it also slowed down activities like mining, construction, and, to an extent, manufacturing. Thirdly, the variation in the timing of festivals between September and October in the previous and current years contributed to a slight statistical downward bias in the growth figures for Q2 as festivals drive higher consumer spending and economic activity. Festival sales of select consumer items, including automobiles, picked up in October. 194. 7.7 The remaining sections of the chapter are organized as follows. The next 2 sections review the progress, challenges, and policy measures across various industrial segments, including core industrial input industries and capital and consumer goods sectors. This is followed by a brief discussion on overarching themes like research and development and micro, small, and medium enterprises. The state-level variations in the degree of industrialization and the scope for progress are examined in the following section. The last section concludes the discussions and presents a way ahead. Core input industries. Cement. 7.8 Currently, India is the second largest cement producer in the world after China. The Indian cement industry comprises 159 integrated large cement plants, 128 grinding units, 5 clinkerization units, and 62 mini cement plants. The current annual installed capacity of the cement industry is about 639 million tons, with cement production of around 427 million tons in FY24. Most of the cement plants in India are located in proximity to the raw material source. About 87% of the cement industry is concentrated in the states of Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Meghalaya, and West Bengal. The industry has adequate capacity to meet the domestic cement demand. Domestic cement consumption is around 290 kilograms per capita. 7 Pit. 195. Against a global average of 540 kilograms per capita. The government's focus on megaprojects like highways, railways, and housing schemes, coupled with rural development and industrial growth, is expected to fuel significant cement demand. 7.9 The cement industry carries an environmental footprint. The industry has been actively working to reduce its carbon emissions of cement by 2070. Steel industry. 7.10 In April-November of FY25, the country's crude steel and finished steel production registered a growth of 3.3% and 4.6%. There has been an overall upward trend in steel production and consumption during April-November FY25 despite some month-on-month fluctuations. 7.11 The sustained growth in steel sector was fueled by ongoing development projects and increased public infrastructure spending. The primary drivers of steel demand included expansion in end-user sectors and the implementation of policies like the National Steel Policy and production-linked incentive schemes. Government initiatives on housing, urban and rural infrastructure also contributed to the rising demand. 8 MDPA. 9. 196. 7.12 Driven by an infrastructure-focused growth strategy, steel demand in India is expanding at a strong pace. 7.12 Driven by an infrastructure-focused growth strategy, steel demand in India is expanding at a strong pace. This growth is further bolstered by significant advancements in key user industries, particularly building and construction and infrastructure. In FY24, construction and infrastructure accounted for an estimated 68% of total steel consumption, followed by engineering and packaging at 22% and automobiles at 9%. India has been a net importer of steel from April to November FY25. The decline in India's export of finished steel during FY25 was mainly driven by gaps between international and domestic prices. The low price in the international market during this period resulted in a low margin on exports and cheaper imports. 7.13 The government's steel scrap recycling policy encourages efficient recycling of scrap. The total domestic consumption of steel scrap in India is approximately 30 million tons, of which around 5 metric tons is imported. Ensuring the availability of high-quality scrap in sufficient quantities is crucial for transitioning to green steel and supporting the future growth of the steel industry. In addition, the use of scrap significantly reduces specific energy consumption. It also reduces the water consumption by 40% and greenhouse gas emissions by 58%. 10 Ministry of Steel. 197. Chemical and petrochemical sector. 7.14 The share of chemicals and chemical products sector in the GVA of manufacturing sector was 9.5% during FY23. The country is a net importer of these products, with a dependence on imports of around 45% of petrochemical intermediates. Reducing the gap between domestic demand and supply is a high priority. Performance of capital goods and consumer goods industries. Capital goods. 7.15 The production of capital goods fluctuated between FY20 and FY23 before recording a robust growth in FY24. Yet, the growing reliance on the import of such goods poses a challenge. Due to technology gaps, this sector imports the high-end machines required for manufacturing. There is an urgent need to address the technology, skill, and infrastructure gaps. The government has notified Phase 2 of the scheme for enhancement of competitiveness of the capital goods sector. The objective of Phase 2 of the scheme is to expand and enlarge the impact created by its Phase 1. Phase 2 of the scheme promotes identification of technologies through technology innovation portals, setting up of new advanced centers of excellence, and common engineering facility centers among others for enhancing the global competitiveness of capital goods sector. 11. PRID equals 2066478. 198. Source: Industry Associations viz. IPMA, TAGMA, AFPI, PME, PME, TME, and APAMA. 7.16 The government has been actively promoting smart manufacturing and Industry 4.0, supporting the establishment of smart advanced manufacturing and rapid transformation hub Udyog centers at various institutions. These centers aim to foster an ecosystem where manufacturing industries, especially SMEs, can learn about and adopt new technologies. Automobile industry. 7.17 The Indian automobile industry is a significant driver of economic growth, offering a diverse range of domestically produced vehicles. In FY24, the industry recorded automobile domestic sales growth of 12.5%. Recognizing the sector's potential, the government has extended the PLI scheme by 1 year. Chart 7.8. Overall, mixed growth trends in automobiles *. Source: Federation of Automobiles Dealers Association notes. *2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, commercial vehicles, and passenger vehicles, and track. 199. Electronics industry. 7.18 India's electronics sector has been dynamic regarding domestic production, exports, and imports in the last decade. The domestic production of electronic goods has increased substantially from 1 Indian rupee. 0 lakh crore in FY15 to Indian rupee 0.52 lakh crore in FY24, growing at a CAGR of 17.5%. The country has also drastically reduced its dependence on smartphone imports, with 99% now manufactured domestically. In FY24, the country produced approximately 33 crore mobile phone units, with over 75% of the models being 5G enabled. The key drivers of growth have been the large domestic market, the availability of skilled talent, and low-cost labor. 7.19 Programs such as Make in India and Digital India, along with improved infrastructure, ease of doing business, and various incentives, have boosted domestic manufacturing and drawn foreign investments. However, India's electronics market represents 4% of the global market. The industry has largely focused on assembly, with limited progress in design and component manufacturing. Box 7.1. Empowering India's domestic manufacturing in electronics sector through production-linked incentives. The PLI scheme has been introduced in 14 key sectors, including electronics. The PLI scheme adopts a sector-specific approach, avoiding a one-size-fits-all methodology. In the electronics sector, PLI aims to scale up assembly processes to encourage the existing domestic manufacturing ecosystem. The results are evident. In FY15, mobile phone imports accounted for 78% of the market in value terms, whereas by FY23 this figure had dropped to just 4%. In terms of volume, only 0.8% of mobile phones were imported in FY23. Exports tell a similar story. Mobile phone exports, valued at zero in FY16, soared to 88,726 Indian rupees crore in FY23. Similarly, in the white goods sector, the scheme seeks to boost domestic value addition, targeting an increase from 15 to 20% to 75 to 80%. 12 inputs for the paragraph are sourced from Niti Aayog. 200. The third round of online application window for PLI scheme for white goods attracted 38 responses. 43% of the new applicants are in the MSME sector, which shows the confidence among MSMEs to become part of the value chain of manufacturing of components of ACs and LED lights. According to Fitchi, the support of the PLI scheme, encouraging local production of the key components like compressor, heat exchangers, motors, controllers, etc., triggered the development of a complete value chain for key AC components. As the annual size of room AC market has grown considerably in recent years, the import dependency for compressors has reduced. Local capacities for heat exchangers, cross-flow fans, and controller PCBAs also improved. The PLI scheme has fostered collaboration across various industry layers. Suppliers of raw materials, component manufacturers, and producers of finished goods, including multinational corporations and local brands, as well as MSMEs, have aligned their requirements. Textiles. 7.20 The textile industry is a major employment generator, and it accounts for about 11% of India's manufacturing GVA. India is a leading producer of jute and ranks second globally in cotton, silk, and man-made fiber production. India is the sixth largest exporter of textiles and apparel and has a share of about 4% of the global trade in this segment. The share of textiles and apparel, including handicrafts, in India's total merchandise exports stood at about 8% in FY24. Source: Ministry of Textiles. 7.21 After having recorded a high of $44.44 billion in FY22, India's export of textiles and apparel, including handicrafts, stood at $35.87 billion in the FY24, compared to export of $36.69 billion in FY23. India is looking to diversify its export market to other regions. India has traditionally focused on cotton textiles. Globally, man-made fiber consumption is dominant. Hence, in order to move towards a higher global MMF share, it is essential to simultaneously focus on MMF along with cotton textiles. 13. PRID equals 2064740. 201. 7.22 Technical textiles are another area of potential growth. India's technical textile industry is rapidly growing, ranking 5th globally. Indian technical textiles market stands at $26.8 billion in FY24. India is a net exporter of technical textiles, with exports valuing $2.58 billion in FY24. To assist the technical textiles manufacturing ecosystem, the government has introduced several initiatives, including the Production-Linked Incentive Scheme. To ensure quality and standardization of the technical textiles, 68 items have been brought under regulation through quality control order in various segments. 7.23 Despite possessing a complete value chain, textiles face several challenges. The dominance of MSMEs limits scale and efficiency, while its fragmented nature increases logistical costs. India's reliance on cotton, unlike the global shift towards MMF, limits its competitiveness in the worldwide market. The sector has attracted limited foreign direct investment, hindering technological advancements and reliance on imported textile machinery. A significant skill gap persists, hindering productivity and innovation. Addressing these challenges is crucial for India to realize its full potential as a global textile powerhouse. Pharmaceuticals. 7.24 The Indian pharmaceutical industry is the world's third largest by volume. The industry boasts of a diverse product portfolio encompassing generic drugs, bulk drugs, over-the-counter medications, vaccines, biosimilars, and biologics, establishing a strong global presence. The total output of the pharmaceuticals, medicinal and botanical products industry in FY23, at constant prices, reached 4.56 Indian rupees lakh crore, with a value added of 1.76 Indian rupees lakh crore. The total annual turnover of pharmaceuticals in FY24 was 4.17 Indian rupees lakh crore, growing at an average rate of 10.1% in the last 5 years. Exports account for 50% of the total turnover, with its value at 2.1 Indian rupees lakh crore in FY24. The total import of pharmaceuticals was worth about 58,440.4 Indian rupees crore. The government has taken various measures to support the sector like PLI scheme and strengthening of pharmaceuticals industry, among others. PLI scheme aims to attain self-reliance and reduce import dependence in critical key starting materials/drug intermediates and active pharmaceutical ingredients. SPI addresses the demand to support the existing pharma clusters and MSMEs across the country to improve their productivity, quality, and sustainability. 7.25 The medical devices industry in India is experiencing rapid growth, with a CAGR of approximately 15%. Currently, India holds an estimated 1.5% share of the global medical devices market. Within Asia, India ranks fourth in terms of market size, following Japan, China, and South Korea. On a global scale, India is recognized as one of the top 20 medical device markets. 14 Technical textiles are specialized textile materials designed for specific functions rather than appearance. 15 Ministry of Textiles. 16. PRID equals 2085345 and Reg equals 3 and Lang equals 1. 202. 7.26 As noted by UNIDO, among the top 5 pharmaceutical producers, the United States led the way with a robust 4.7% quarter-over-quarter growth in Q3 2024. Following the US were Japan at 1.4% and China at 0.9%. In contrast, Switzerland experienced a decline of -2.1%, and India saw a slight decrease of -1.2%. 7.27 India is making significant strides in the area of cell and gene therapy. In October 2023, the Central Drugs Standard Control Organization approved India's first indigenously developed CAR T-cell therapy. To expedite the availability of newer drugs, such as gene therapy products, orphan drugs, drugs representing significant therapeutic advantage in the country, the Central Drugs Standard Control Organization, under the Rule 101 of the New Drugs and Clinical Trials Rules, 2019, has notified the United States of America, United Kingdom, Japan, Australia, Canada, and the European Union, enabling waiver of local clinical trial for new drugs that are already approved and marketed in the notified countries. The overall pharma landscape of India points towards a need to focus on innovation, new drug development, and biopharmaceuticals, as R&D spending still lags behind global leaders. Flourishing innovations amidst aspirations of enhanced R&D. 7.28 India has a robust intellectual property ecosystem. As per the WIPO Report 2022, India ranks 6th among the top 10 patent filing offices globally. Patent applications are largely in computer and electronics, mechanical and biomedical, and communication fields. Since the National IPR Policy 2016, amendments to rules governing patents, designs, copyrights, and trademarks have streamlined application processes and reduced compliance. The Patent Rules 2024 has further simplified patent processing, filing, and maintenance. Chart 7.11. Intellectual properties are growing fast in India. 203. Source: DIT. 7.29 The government has also implemented several other initiatives to encourage IP protection. Some of them include expedited patent examination for startups, SMEs, women inventors, government departments, and academic institutions. Simplified patent procedures. The government has simplified the disclosure requirements for patent working and foreign filings, reduced the timeline for examination from 48 months to 31 months, introduced certificates of inventorship, and provided a grace period for prior disclosed inventions. Simplified trademark procedures. The number of trademark forms has been reduced from 74 to 8, streamlining the trademark registration. Fee reduction. Significant fee reductions have been implemented for startups, MSMEs, and educational institutions for patent, design, and trademark filings. Digitalization. The adoption of virtual hearings, AI/ML-based search systems, and secure VPN connections have improved efficiency, accuracy, and decision-making in IP processes. Startup Intellectual Property Protection Scheme. It provides financial and technical assistance to startups in filing and processing patent, design, and trademark applications, which has been extended till March 2026. IP Sardi Chatbot offers instant support and guidance to users regarding IP registration and grant processes. Technology transfer organizations for promoting R&D and IP commercialization by providing services to innovators and entrepreneurs. The government has established 34 technology and innovation support centers across the country to facilitate these efforts. 7.30 These measures have made the IP ecosystem more efficient and prolific, helping India emerge as a global IP leader, ranking in the top 10 for patents, trademarks, and industrial designs. 204. Box 7.2. India's innovation landscape, major milestones. There is a more than twofold increase in patent filing since 2014 to 15, and patent grants have increased by more than 17-fold from 2014 to 15. There is a marked growth in resident filings, which increased to more than 50% of the total filings in FY24 from 28% in FY15. The patent filings by domestic educational institutes have tripled from 7405 in 2021 to 23306 in FY24. Patent filings by women applicants increased from 15 in FY15 to 5183. Patent filings by women applicants increased from 15 in FY15 to 5183 in FY24. India's rank in the Global Innovation Index has improved to 39th in 2024 among 133 economies from 81st position in 2015. It ranks first among the 38 lower middle-income group economies and first among the 10 economies in Central and Southern Asia. India holds the 7th position in intangible asset intensity, surpassing the growth rates of many high-income economies and matching the intangible investment intensity of Germany and Japan. India holds 4th position in Science and Technology Cluster ranking 2024 by WIPO with 4 cities among the world's top 100 science and technology clusters. Nonetheless, the Global Innovation Report 2024 notes that India needs to enhance human capital, improve access to finance, and reduce regulatory burdens further and improve infrastructure for innovation ecosystem. Innovation over performers relative to their economic development. Source: Global Innovation Index Report. 17 Source: Global Innovation Index 2024 published by WIPO. 18 Office of Controller General of Patents, Designs, and Trademarks. 19 Source: WIPO GII Report 2024. 205. 7.31 While the focus on frugal innovations, abundance of scientific manpower, strength of IT, pharma industry, vibrant startup ecosystem, and policy support have fostered innovations, India lags in R&D, with a significant gap across major sectors. The gross expenditure on research and development in India has increased from approximately Indian rupee 16 crore in FY11 to about 127,381 Indian rupees crore in FY21. However, this is 0.64% of the GDP, which is insufficient and remains low compared to many countries that have forged ahead in R&D. 7.32 While government R&D policies and interventions have been making sustained efforts, there is a need for more contribution from the private sector. The funding for R&D in India is predominantly sourced from government entities. 7.33 In contrast, in most developed and emerging economies, business enterprises contribute over 50% to the GDP. In countries like China, Japan, South Korea, and the USA, this share exceeds 70%. In the USA, the private sector leads, with companies like Google and Amazon accounting for about 70% of R&D spending. China, on the other hand, has a combination of major government funding with rising private sector involvement, leading to R&D spending of about 2.1% of its GDP. 20 Research and Development Statistics at a Glance 2022 to 23. 21 IBIT. 22 National Science Board, 2020. 23 IBIT. 206. Box 7.3, R&D Incentives, a Global Comparison. R&D-related incentive systems vary across countries, yet there are common threads. China's strategy is characterized by significant government intervention. Key incentives include substantial tax breaks, such as super deductions and reduced corporate income tax rates. Preferential treatment is given for innovative products and services and various financial incentives and subsidies, especially in designated economic zones. South Korea focuses on targeted R&D investment with tax credits for investments in strategic technologies and new growth sectors and emphasizing investment in tangible assets. The U.S. approach relies more on market-based mechanisms and tax incentives. Key incentives include non-refundable tax credits and research credits with tax incentives for R&D investments in designated zones. In addition, there are no specific geographic requirements for IP location or designated innovation zones. In India, incentives like grants, loans, tax exemptions, patent-related incentives, etc. are given for R&D. In addition to these incentives, initiatives like Startup India, Digital India, and the Atal Innovation Mission have been introduced to foster entrepreneurship, research, and technological advancement. To provide financial support to industries, the government has also created the Technology Development Board. Many state governments provide stamp duty waivers and concessions and soft loans. 24 UI Worldwide Research and Development Incentives Reference Guide 2024. 25 Reforming R&D Incentives, Ushering in a New Era for Indian Innovation, Deloitte, June 2024. 26 UI Worldwide Research and Development Incentives Reference Guide 2024. 207. 7.34 In India, not only is the industrial R&D low, but it is also sectorally concentrated. Drugs and pharmaceuticals led the way, followed by information technology, transportation, defense, and biotechnology. Public sector R&D is primarily driven by the defense industry, followed by the fuels and metallurgical sectors. 7.35 Historically, India's R&D focus has been on basic research rather than applied research. This often lacks the practical applications needed to attract private investment. This gap needs to be bridged to streamline and drive innovations and investment across multiple sectors. To bridge this gap, we need to foster industry-academia collaboration, enhance private sector participation, and prioritize applied research. And the private sector needs to respond to the R&D challenge wholeheartedly. Chart 7.13. Private sector R&D spending is low and concentrated. Source: Department of Science and Technology. Micro, small, and medium enterprises. 7.36 The MSME sector is important to India's progress. By fostering entrepreneurship and creating a large number of jobs at relatively low capital costs, the sector plays a crucial role, second only to agriculture. As of November 26, 2024, MSMEs have reported employing 23.24 crore individuals. 7.37 In order to simplify the process of registering MSMEs and to enable ease of doing business, the government launched the ADM registration portal in July 2020. This online, self-declaration-based system requires a PAN card for registration. To formalize informal micro-enterprises, the government, in collaboration with SIDBI, introduced the ADM Assist platform in January 2023. Over 2.39 crore informal micro-enterprises have been formalized through the platform, making them eligible for priority sector lending benefits. 208. Asterisk data as on January 25, 2025. 7.38 To facilitate credit to MSMEs, a revamp of the credit guarantee scheme for micro and small enterprises was undertaken with India rupee 0.000 crore in the corpus of the Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for MSEs. This aimed to facilitate an additional 2 Indian rupees lakh crore credit for MSEs at reduced interest rates. Consequent to this, the credit limit for guarantee coverage under the scheme was enhanced from 2 Indian rupees crore to 5 Indian rupees crore, and the annual guarantee fees across all segments were reduced by 50%. In FY23, 11.65 lakh guarantees amounting to 1 Indian rupee lakh crore were given. The government also made special provisions for IMEs under the existing credit guarantee to avail credit easily. Box 7.4. TREDS, Transforming MSME Financing Through Timely Payments. The launch of TREDS has been an important step taken by Government of India for benefiting the MSMEs and helping them realize their receivables in a time-bound manner at a relatively lower financing cost. TREDS, regulated by the RBI, is a marketplace that enables buyers such as government departments, public sector undertakings, corporates, etc. to honor timely payments to their MSME suppliers as per MSME Act 2006. TREDS offers several notable benefits for MSMEs, including post-shipment financing without recourse, which is based on the buyer's creditworthiness. The platform employs an auction-based mechanism that ensures competitive rates from financiers. Further, the seamless digital financing and settlement process, enabled through the National Payments Corporation of India, enhances efficiency and transparency in transactions. The governments of Goa and Tamil Nadu have set an example by adopting the TREDS platform to ensure timely. 27. 209. Payments to their MSME suppliers. Goa, heavily reliant on tourism, leveraged TREDS during the COVID-19 disruption to enhance supplier liquidity, facilitating payments for over 250 MSMEs since October 2020, with invoice discounts. Tamil Nadu joined TREDS in 2022 under the Raising and Accelerating MSME Performance Program, supporting MSMEs in significant numbers. Their proactive adoption has inspired other states to follow suit. Several central public sector enterprises and government entities have been using the TREDS platform since its inception to facilitate timely payments to MSME suppliers. Active participants like BCL, NTPC, ONGC, BPCL, HPCL, ICL, and others help MSMEs maintain their working capital cycles while enabling them to benefit from lower interest rates. In addition to CPCs, corporates with a turnover exceeding 500 Indian rupees crore have been utilizing TREDS for prompt payments to their suppliers. With the Government of India's mandate for companies with a turnover above 250 Indian rupees crore to join the platform, more corporates are expected to onboard. TREADS also fosters strong relationships between corporates and their suppliers by ensuring swift payments, eliminating the need for MSMEs to chase their buyers for payments. If more government bodies, ministries, state governments, and corporates adopt receivables discounting on platforms like TREADS, it could significantly transform the MSME financing landscape. 7.39 To provide equity funding to MSMEs with the potential to scale up, the government launched the Self-Reliant India Fund with a corpus of 50,000 Indian rupees crore. The fund has a provision of 10,000 Indian rupees crore from the government and 40,000 Indian rupees crore through private equity/venture capital funds. In addition to providing easy credit, the government is committed to addressing MSMEs issues through measures like MSME Samadhan in the Champions portal. 7.40 To deal with the issues of delayed payments, MSE suppliers may approach the Micro and Small Enterprises Facilitation Council. The government also launched a portal that gives information about individual CPCs, central ministries, state governments, and other buyers regarding the payments pending with them in respect of the MSEs. The portal also facilitates MSEs to file their delayed payment-related complaints online. From the date of launch of the MSME Samadhan portal to 704 applications have been filed by MSEs, out of which 20652 have been mutually settled, 53493 are yet to be viewed by MSEFC. 60714 have been rejected, 45,952 cases have been disposed of, and 39,893 cases are under consideration. As of date, the Champions portal disseminates information in 11 regional languages. 7.41 The government is implementing the Micro and Small Enterprises Cluster Development Program to develop clusters across the country. Under this, common facility centers are channels to address common issues, such as improvement of technology, skills, quality, etc., for MSEs. As per the report of the evaluation study of MSE CDP conducted by the National Productivity Council, the 28, accessed on January 27, 2025, 210 scheme has been able to improve the efficiency of the value chain of the units in the cluster, resulting in overall productivity growth of around 10 to 15% and growth in turnover in the range of 20 to 30%. Appropriate policies likely to bring in greater equity and state-wise patterns in industrial production. 7.42 Developmental disparities across states have always been a matter of keen attention, bringing convergence of per capita incomes and living standards to policy focus. However, convergence does not mean convergence in every sector, because different states will have comparative advantages in different sectors, be it dairying and farming, manufacturing, conventional or medical tourism, software, financial sector, or any other activity. Coastal states can do better in industrialization and exports. 7.43 Even while recognizing this, the survey presents interstate differences in industrialization in this chapter. Disparities in service sector developments are presented in Chapter 8. As shown by the National Account Statistics, in FY23 about 84.7% of GVA in the country is generated by industrial and service activities together, with an interstate variation. And hence, sustained improvements in productivity and growth in one or more service or industrial sectors is inescapable for overall development of states. This is true of even states that have an advantage in agricultural activities. This is because dynamic industrial and service sectors can help to move and productively employ the surplus manpower in agriculture, apart from generating additional intermediate and final demand for farm output. 7.444 states The western states of Gujarat and Maharashtra and the southern states of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu account for about 43% of the total industrial GSVA. In contrast, 6 states of the Northeast account for only 0.7% of the industrial GVA. There is a need for focus on industrial strategies appropriate to unique geographies like the Northeast. 29. PRID equals 2038539. 30 Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Goa, Gujarat, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Odisha, Punjab, Rajasthan, Sikkim, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Tripura, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and West Bengal. 31 The values reflected in the state analysis in these sections are based on the calculations of the respective directorates of economics and statistics. The sum of all states may not match with the national GVA numbers published by the MOSBI. 211. Chart 7.15 Share of industrial and services sectors in total GVA. Source: calculations based on estimates of state governments, hosted by MOSBI. Chart 7.16 State share in total industrial GSVA. Source: calculations based on estimates of state governments, hosted by Immerse. 7.45 and Chart 7.17. States are placed and color-coded in three categories based on their position relative to the overall average and the share of industrial and its component GVA. States with industrial share higher/lower by 25% of the national average are green and red, respectively. States around the overall average are yellow. The intent is to only understand whether there is a fairly balanced pattern in the share of industry and its components in the overall GSVA of each state. However, as observed in PARA 7.43, the observed patterns reflect, to a great extent, the 212 comparative advantages of states. There is no strong conspicuous regional pattern visible in terms of industrial dependence, except to an extent in the eastern region. 7.46 High level of dependence on industrial sectors does not necessarily reflect high level of industrial development. Thus, concealed within the state shares are the variations in per capita industrial GSVA. The chart 7.18 presents four quadrants demarcated by the all-state average and the share of industrial sector in states' total GVA and their 32 total real GSVA refers to the total given by the 28 states presented in the chart. 213. Per capita industrial GSVA. There are clear patterns in the degree of industrialization emerging from chart 7.18. Only a few states like Gujarat, Uttarakhand, and Himachal Pradesh are able to cash on their high level of dependence on industrial sector to generate reasonable levels of incomes for their people. Chart 7.18 also shows that few states have high levels of dependence on industrial sector with low income generation, while states in eastern and northern region are least industrialized. Chart 7.18, vast interstate differences in the levels of industrialization. Source, calculations based on estimates of state governments, hosted by Immerse. 7.47 Construction activity, closely linked with infrastructure development, urbanization, and real estate trends, also shows interstate differences. At one extreme, Kerala is comparatively less industrial than many other states, but it is a positive outlier in construction activity, with construction contributing about half of its industrial GVA. 7.48 The industrial patterns shown by many states reflect their comparative advantages. However, as shown by charts 7.18 and 7.19, in the case of many states, it signifies dependence on relatively low income generating industrial activities, hampering movement of surplus labor in agriculture and structural transformation. 214. Source, calculations based on estimates of state governments, hosted by Immerse. 7.49 The mining sector contributes about 8% to the total industrial output. On expected lines, the mining activity is highly concentrated with top 5 states, that is Assam, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Odisha, accounting for about 60% of the all-state mining GSVA. 7.50 Ramaswamy, in his study on concentration of manufacturing units and workers across states. 7.50 Ramaswamy, in his study on concentration of manufacturing units and workers across states, suggested that among states, there was no decline in concentration in the registered sector, but there was a decline in concentration in the unregistered sector. Data from Annual Survey of Industries for FY23 for the factory sector and the data on unincorporated manufacturing enterprises show vast interstate disparities in the number of factories/enterprises per person in different states. Among the bigger states, Tamil Nadu leads the pack with the highest concentration of factories per person, followed by Gujarat. Bihar hardly has any factories, while Uttar Pradesh hardly has any smaller enterprises. 7.51 The very weak relation between the state-wise patterns in factories per person and unincorporated manufacturing establishments per person indicates that some states low in the factory sector activity have considerable presence of unincorporated enterprises. It is an opportunity for those states to recognize, nurture, and increase the durability and scales of their smaller enterprises, with appropriate policy facilitation and deregulation. 33 Ramaswamy, Krishna. Where have all the factories gone? Growth and concentration of subnational manufacturing activity in India. SSRN Electronic Journal. 10.2139/SSRN.3403936. 215. Source, survey calculation based on data from ASUS. 7.52 Research papers that examine the factors affecting industrial progress in states highlighted that state-level policies play a crucial role in shaping the economic growth patterns across Indian states. Another early study suggested that Indian states that implemented significant economic and administrative reforms during the reform period reaped the benefits of industrial expansion. Factors like regulatory environment, infrastructure development, and state-level reforms are shown to significantly influence industrial growth patterns. Shaladitya Chatterjee shows that the state-level industrial growth drivers are infrastructure, human development, and policy and institutional environment for industrial development. 7.53 The Business Reform Action Plan formulated by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade aims to assess and enhance the ease of doing business across states. As per the BRAP 2020, states are categorized into 4 groups in terms of ease of doing business, i.e., top achievers, aspirers, and emerging business ecosystems. Chart 7.21 shows a positive correspondence between business reforms and the level of industrial activity, suggesting the need for deregulation and enterprise-friendly reforms in aspiring and emerging states. 34 Is economic growth leaving some states behind? Catriona Perfield and Gerald A. Schiff, IMF, 2006. 35 Sarkar, Debnarayan and Das, Debraj, 2011. Performance of manufacturing industry in Indian states, Hulus, and Y. MPRA Paper 33645, University Library of Munich, Germany. 36 India's unbalanced industrial development. Possible explanations for interstate variations, Shaladitya Chatterjee, 2022. 37 Chapter 5 on the medium-term outlook makes a strong case for deregulation as a driver of industrial and economic growth and presents several illustrative areas for action. 216. Note: in horizontal axis, states are denoted as top achievers, aspirers, and emerging business ecosystems. Source: calculations based on estimates of state governments, hosted by MOSPI and BRAR, 2020 hosted by DPIT. Box 7.5, Tamil Nadu's strategic initiatives to foster footwear manufacturing growth. Tamil Nadu is a leader in the traditional leather sector and now championing the growth of non-leather footwear. The state contributes to 38% share in India's footwear and leather products output, contributing to about 47% share in India's total leather export. This sector generates more than 2 lakh employment. Tamil Nadu also houses technical and academic institutions like Central Leather Research Institute, Council for Leather Exports, Footwear Design and Development Institute. Some of the major initiatives taken by Tamil Nadu government to attract large footwear manufacturers in the recent years are listed below. The state has focused on developing industrial estates in rural areas to ensure access to a ready workforce, particularly women. These efforts have attracted foreign investors, such as Feng Tay from Taiwan, who set up contract manufacturing for Nike. It has identified land in districts like Madurai and Sivagangai for future footwear investments, ensuring land availability for potential manufacturers. TN's investment promotion agency, namely Guidance, has made concerted investment promotion activities. Guidance actively liaised with Taiwanese agencies to strengthen ties with potential investors in footwear sector. Guidance established contacts with major contract manufacturers of Nike like Po Chun, Hongfu, Taikwang, and Chongshin, positioning Tamil Nadu as an attractive destination for manufacturing. The External Engagement Cell in Guidance prepares publicity material in foreign languages like Mandarin, Japanese, and Korean. It is now being prepared in German and French as well for smooth communication. A dedicated investment facilitator is assigned to each investor. The entire clearance process and operational issues after commencement of production are managed through this single point of contact. This has enhanced the reputation of TN as an investment-friendly state. The agency has a division called Work Labs, which is a dedicated industry-academia coordination cell to actively engage industry in curriculum reform and familiarize new companies entering Tamil Nadu with the talent ecosystem of the state. It has also appointed regional officers for various parts of the state, who are based in Tier 2 towns like Madurai, Coimbatore, and Tirunelveli. The incentive package system offered in Tamil Nadu is flexible and can be tailored to the needs of each investor. Tamil Nadu offers a range of incentives such as capital subsidies, payroll subsidies, and land cost subsidies. The state has launched a dedicated footwear and leather products policy 2022, which aims to develop a comprehensive ecosystem that supports both large manufacturers and smaller enterprises. Source: prepared based on inputs from Government of Tamil Nadu. 7.5 For there is a close connection between industrial and service sectors, as indicated by the increasing servicification of industrial output and exports. Golder et al. Also indicated that services inputs contribute significantly to export intensity of Indian manufacturing firms. Hence, It is important that states focus on business reforms on a priority basis so as to achieve buoyancies in some industrial or service sectors where it has natural advantages. States should make it easier for businesses to commence operations, to grow, and even be closed, if deemed inevitable by the entrepreneur. Allowing economic activity as far as possible and getting out of the way will foster faster convergence of living standards and per capita incomes. The route taken by different states will be different and will necessarily have to be so. Conclusion and outlook. 7.55 Economic Survey 2023-24, released in July 2024, reported that over the last decade, output shares were realigned among industrial segments in favor of sectors like chemicals, wood products and furniture, pharmaceuticals, automobiles, steel, and machinery and equipment. 2. Import dependency in key sectors like coal, capital goods, and chemicals continues. Global uncertainties may constrain export demand and affect the domestic cost of production by influencing the prices of import-intensive raw materials. 38 Is service orientation benefiting manufacturing exports from low-middle-income countries? Firm-level empirical evidence from WBS data Sonia Pant and Debashis Chakraborty, 2024. 218. 3. The path to further industrialization is paved with deregulation, R&D, and innovation and improving the skill levels of the workforce. Commitment to R&D must be in the DNA of the industry, independent of any fiscal incentive since it is about global competitiveness and profitability. 4. Sectors with widely scattered production units, like textiles, and the MSME sector in general, seek support systems to develop projects and ensure finance, easier compliance, and grassroots-level facilitation to ensure market access. 7.56 The foregoing analysis supports and reinforces these conclusions and suggestions, particularly strongly in the following respects. The first is the connection between the uncertain and unsupportive global environment and the Indian industry. There was a manufacturing growth deceleration in H1 FY25. A part of it was due to seasonal causes like the alignment of festivities and monsoon-related disturbances. Slackening global trade and aggressive trade and industrial policies of many major economies have affected manufacturing and investment by the private sector. However, business surveys and purchasing managers' index point to improving optimism. The way ahead lies in vigorous focus on deregulation, R&D, appropriate skilling and employment strategies, and targeted support for smaller enterprises. This will improve the competitiveness of the Indian industry and prepare it to weather global challenges. 2. The brief statewide analysis presented in this chapter reveals that they are vastly different in their industrial strengths, weaknesses, and accomplishments. It also highlighted that the state of business regulations and reforms varied across states, and these differences are closely related to their industrial progress or the lack of it. This reiterates the need for appropriate business reforms at the grassroots level. 7.57 Hence, as noted in the chapter, in a rather unsupportive global environment, it calls for lasting, synchronized efforts of all tiers of governments, the private sector, the skilling ecosystem, academia and R&D institutions, as well, and financial stakeholders to enable India realize its ambition as a manufacturing powerhouse. 08 Chapter 219. Services, new challenges for the old warhorse. The service sector has been fueling growth both domestically and globally. In FY25 so far, services propped up GDP growth when manufacturing has been affected by dampening global merchandise trade. The critical role of services exports in strengthening India's external balance and the increasing servicification of the industrial sector adds to its importance to the Indian economy. Logistics services have regained their pre-pandemic momentum and are enhancing the user experience through digitization. India continues to be an important partner in the changing global technology landscape through the adoption of digital technologies and business processes. Initiatives such as Open Network for Digital Commerce are making these transformations more inclusive. Equipping the labor force with requisite skills and creating an enabling environment through simple and transparent processes of grassroots-level governance will go a long way in realizing the full potential of commercial services and building resilience to global headwinds. Introduction. 8.1 Services value added accounts for about 62% of the global GDP. Services have been the growth engine for middle-income countries like China, Thailand, and India in the last decade. Presently, the euro area is reeling under a slowdown but is expected to improve in 2025 on the back of improving services activity. However, higher nominal wage growth compared to pre-pandemic wage growth has kept service inflation high. This has caused the current cycle of global disinflation to slow down. 8.2 The Global Services PMI Business Activity Index rose to a 4-month high of 53.8 in December 2024. This signals expansion for the 23rd consecutive month. Growth of new order intakes and employment also strengthened, while business sentiment edged higher. However, global supply chains continue to face significant disruptions due to geopolitical uncertainty, i.e., the rise of protectionism, wars, and One World Development Indicators, World Bank. To the IMF World Economic Outlook, October 2024. 3 S&P Global. JP Morgan Global Composite PMI. Retrieved from com/public, home/press release /F94193DDF214-5 79062611F26C. 220. Climate-related challenges. These disruptions in supply chains pose a risk to the global services landscape. Chart 8.1. Services value added as percent of GDP in 2023 and decadal change. Source: World Development Indicators, World Bank Note. LICS low-income countries, HICS high-income countries, LMICS lower-middle-income countries, UMICS upper-middle-income countries. 8.3 India's share in global services exports has been steadily rising for the last 2 decades. This has helped compensate the impact of oscillation in the share of merchandise exports and global merchandise exports to some extent. In 2023, the United States led global services exports with a dominant 13% share, followed by the United Kingdom with 7.4%, Germany with 5.5%, and Ireland, China, and France, each accounting for approximately 5%. India ranks 7th globally, representing a 4.3% share in the global services export. Source: United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. 221. Services sector performance in India. 8.4 India's services sector has been the steadiest contributor to the gross value added in the economy. Its contribution to the total GVA at current prices has increased from 50.6% in FY14 to about 55% in FY25. It also provides employment to approximately 30% of the workforce. Services also contribute indirectly to the GDP through the servicification of manufacturing, i.e., increasing utilization of services in manufacturing production and post-production value addition. 8.5 The growth in the service sector, as measured by YOY change in the real GVA by services, has been above 6% in each year in the last decade, except for the COVID-19 pandemic that affected FY21. The average services growth rate before the pre-pandemic year was 8%. The average services growth in the post-pandemic year, i.e. FY23 to FY25, has risen to 8.3%. 8.6 The service sector is divided into the following subsectors: trade, repair, hotels and restaurants, transport, storage, communication and services related to broadcasting, financial services, real estate, ownership of dwelling and professional services, public administration and other services. 8.7 Within the service sector, public administration services have accounted for a share in the range of 11 to 12% of the total services GVA during FY13 to FY23. Information and computer-related services had the maximum buoyancy among the for Pant, S, and Chakraborty, D. Is service orientation benefiting manufacturing exports from low-middle-income countries? Firm-level empirical evidence from WBS data. Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. Services during the last decade, which grew at a trend rate of 12.8% during the last decade and stepped up its share in overall GVA from 6.3% in FY13 to 10.9% in FY23. This service has shown outstanding resilience both during and after the pandemic. Purchasing Managers Index, Services. 8.8 HSBC's India Services PMI shows that the service sector remained in the expansionary zone for continuous 41 months since August 2021. The index remained above the 60 mark for the first 5 months of FY25. However, in September, the index witnessed a 10-month low, but it quickly rebounded in October. The recent data indicates demand buoyancy continued to drive new business inflows higher, which in turn supported output growth and prompted firms to recruit additional workers. Finance and insurance registered strongest increases in both new orders and business activity at the subsector level. Chart 8.5. PMI services stay strong in FY25, backed by strong fundamentals. Trade in the services. 8.9 The export of services grew at a trend rate of 11% during FY14 to FY23 at constant prices. Computer services and business services exports account for around 70% of India's services export. Computer services and business services exports account for around 70% of India's services exports. India remained amongst the top 5 major countries in terms of growth in services exports in FY25. India's services export growth accelerated to 12.8% in April-November FY25 from 5.7% in FY24. In April-November FY25, services imports grew by 13.9%, in contrast to a decline of 2.9% during the same period in FY24. 5 HSBC PMI Services Report for December 2024. 6 WTO Stats. 223. Source: Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Sources of financing: bank credit and FDI. 8.10 Total outstanding bank credit to services sector stands at 48.5 lakh crore as of November 2024. The YoY growth in the credit to the services sector was recorded at 13%. Within the service sector, computer software and professional services recorded the highest YoY credit growth at 22.5% and 19.4% respectively. Source: DBIT. FY25 numbers are provisional. 8.11 FDI equity inflows stood at $29.8 billion in FY25, while the services sector witnessed $5.7 billion inflow in the same period. In FY25 April. 7 RBI's sectoral deployment of bank credit, November 2024. ASPX, PRD equals 59430. 8 quarterly fact sheet on FDI inflow. 224. September, insurance services received the highest FDI inflows of over 62%, followed by the financial sector, which received over 18% of the total FDI equity inflows to the services sector. Box 8.1. Strategy for Services Multidimensional Analysis. NITI Aayog working paper on identifying potential service subsectors. Insights from GDP, exports, and employment data. Studies the potential of services in transforming the Indian economy from various dimensions, such as the contribution to output/value added, employment, and exports. Based on the analysis of the performance of the various service subsectors on these key dimensions, services are classified into 4 categories, each with its own set of policy recommendations: defend, accelerate, transform, and untapped. Chart 8.8. Sectoral share of services sector in terms of GVA. Note: asterisk bubble size represents sectoral share in India's services sector employment. Construction services have been excluded from services exports, while real estate services are included under other business services. This sector is not considered due to challenges in mapping it within the GVA and employment dimensions based on data from RBI, PLFS, and MOSBI. 9 subsector-wise FDI equity inflow in services sector, DBIT, FY25 numbers are provisional. 225. Untapped sectors. Source: Pant. S. Sharma. P. Gupta. A. and Agrawal, P. Identifying potential service subsectors. Insights from GVA, exports, and employment data. NITI Aayog. 226. Progress in logistics and physical connectivity-based services. Indian Railways, keeping the development on track. 8.12 Indian Railways is the 4th largest network in the world. Passenger traffic originating in IR achieved a growth of 8% over the previous year. Revenue earning freight in FY24 achieved a growth of 5.2%. Source: Ministry of Railways. 8.13 In view of the rising passenger traffic, the government is taking various steps to upgrade passenger amenities. Out of a total of 7,325 railway stations across the nation, train indication boards have been provided at 1,351 stations, coach guidance systems at 866 stations, digital clocks at 5,605 stations, and public address systems at 6,071 stations as of November 2024. Wi-Fi facility has been provided at 6,112 stations to date. A new policy for the management of mobile catering services was introduced in 2023. As of date, 557 base kitchens have been commissioned catering to 468 pairs of trains. 8.14 As a result of the push toward digitalization in IR, e-ticketing has touched 86% in the reserved sector as of October 2024. Ticketing through digital means in the unreserved sector has increased from 28% at the beginning of the current financial year to around 33% in October 2024. IR has also transformed the refund process, enabling refunds in eligible cases within 24 hours in around 98% of cases. Dynamic QR code-based payment has been enabled across all the counters. The passenger reservation system is being redeveloped using cloud-native technologies. 227. The new application will have features like high scalability, high performance, high availability, high level of security, ease of operations, and high agility. 8.15 To encourage tourism, Bharat Gaurav trains have been introduced as theme-based tourist circuit trains that showcase India's rich cultural heritage and magnificent historical places. Under this scheme, the service provider is to provide comprehensive tour services comprising meals, accommodation, transport, sightseeing, tour guide, etc. As of date, a total of 325 trips of Bharat Gaurav trains carrying 191,033 tourists have been operated covering various tourist destinations. Road transport. 8.16 Road transport generates the highest GVA within transport services. During FY23, road transport accounted for 78% of the total GVA of transport services. Enhancing user convenience on national highways is central to the growth of road transport. In this direction, the government has moved from traditional ways of tolling to digitized tolling by adopting electronic toll collection through FASTag. This has reduced the average waiting time at toll plazas from 734 seconds to 47 seconds. The government has targeted the rollout of barrier-free tolling on all 4-lane plus NHs and high-speed corridors by FY29. The government has planned to establish more than 1,000 wayside amenities in the next 5 years to provide world-class facilities and amenities to highway users in line with global standards along the NHs at every 40 to 60 kilometers on both sides. 8.17 In a major step towards road safety, the government has formulated a comprehensive strategy to improve road safety standards on NHs. A cashless treatment scheme for road accident victims has been initiated. Institute of Driving Training and Research, regional driving training centers, and driving training centers at the state/district level have been set up. The government is also working towards road safety through initiatives like supporting truck driver health with the Obey project and providing eye tests and health checks for drivers. Aviation, flying high. 8.18 India is the fastest growing aviation market globally. To accommodate the substantial growth in air traffic, Indian Airlines have placed amongst the largest orders for aircraft globally. 10,228. Source: Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. 8.19 In the sphere of the maintenance, repair, and overhaul industry, the government is encouraging original equipment manufacturers to establish facilities in India and has introduced policies to align the sector with global standards. Box 8.2. New segments, drones, leasing, and MRO. As of October 31, 2024, India has seen a notable rise in drone activities, with 140 remote pilot training organizations, 18,862 remote pilot certificates issued, 26,659 registered drones, and 82 approved drone models. About 60.6 Indian rupees crore have been disbursed under the PLI scheme to support drone manufacturing. As of November 30, 2024, 32 aircraft leasing entities have registered in the GIFT IFSC, leasing 105 aviation assets, including 53 aircraft and 52 engines. On July 12, 2024, the government announced a uniform 5% integrated goods and services tax on imported aircraft parts and tools, applicable regardless of HSN classification. 8.20 The PM Gati Shakti initiative aims to create a seamless multimodal connectivity network across the country. Under this initiative, the aviation sector is being integrated with other modes of transport, such as railways, roads, and waterways. 229. Source: Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Port, waterways, and shipping. Sea of opportunities. 8.21 Major ports of India are enhancing their capacity to accommodate increased trade demand. The cargo movement in FY24 was 819 metric tons. In FY25, in line with the annual target of 870 metric tons, around 622 metric tons has been handled up to December 2024. Source: Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. 8.22 The Government of India has launched the Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrical Vision 2047 with the aim of positioning Indian shipbuilding and ship repair among the top 5 globally by 2047. 8.23 Inland water transport holds great untapped potential as a means for the transport of goods and passengers. India has a large endowment of rivers, canals, and other waterways. The total navigable length of waterways in India is around 14,850 kilometers. As of October 2024, the country has 26 operational waterways of more than 4,800 kilometers. The government is also putting efforts into promoting river cruise tourism on national. 230. Waterways. Passenger movement on national waterways in Q2 of FY25 was more than 3.36 crore, increasing from approximately 67 lakh passengers in Q2 of FY24. Chart 8.15. Navigable length of operational waterways in different states. Other services. Tourism and hospitality. 8.24. The tourism sector's contribution to GDP regained the pre-pandemic level of 5% in FY23. The tourism sector created 7.6 crore jobs in FY23. 8.25. International tourist arrivals in India have rebounded to pre-pandemic level in 2023. The share of India's IDAs in world IDAs stands at 1.45% in 2023. Foreign exchange earnings through tourism were $28 billion. India received 1.8% of world tourism receipts and attained a rank of 14th worldwide in world tourism receipts during 2023. Source: Ministry of Tourism. 231. Real estate, building the economy. 8.26. India's real estate market witnessed robust performance under office demand as well as residential sales driven by economic stability and positive market sentiment. After the enactment of the Real Estate Regulatory Authority, India ranked 31st out of 89 countries in the Global Real Estate Transparency Index in 2024. The demand for real estate is emerging not only in Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities but across the country due to the expansion of metro networks, enhancement to road networks, and improvements in connectivity. Housing demand in India is expected to touch 93 million units by 2036. The rise of real estate investment trusts further amplifies the positive trajectory of the commercial sector. The residential real estate market scaled an 11-year high in sales volume in the first 6 months of 2024. During this period, total sale across top 8 cities recorded 11% YOY growth. Chart 8.18. Outstanding loan, housing, and commercial real estate. Source: Deployment of gross bank credit by major sectors, Reserve Bank of India. 8.27. The Real Estate Act has brought numerous improvements in the real estate sector, including protection against fraud, increased transparency, timely project deliveries, and measures to prevent misuse of funds, among other benefits. GST has helped to simplify the taxation structure in real estate transactions by applying a single unified tax system across states. It has encouraged proper invoicing and documentation, thus reducing the scope for tax evasion. The government introduced REITs as an investment vehicle in commercial real estate, allowing investors to pool funds and invest in income-generating real estate. This helps increase commercial real estate market liquidity and attracts institutional investors. Implementation of online platforms for the submission and approval of building plans has led to a reduction in delays and brought more transparency to the process. The 12 Confederation of Real Estate Developers Associations of India. 13 Monthly Industry Update Reports, Hotels and Hospitality Overview. HVS Anurag. Digital India Land Records Modernization Program aims to create a comprehensive, accessible, and transparent land record management system. Business Services. Information Technology Services. 8.28. The Indian IT/ITS industry has a leading position globally and has been a significant contributor to the growth of exports. According to NASSCOM's Strategic Review Report 2024, India's tech industry demonstrated extraordinary resilience in FY24 amidst macroeconomic pressures and geopolitical tensions. The industry has estimated revenues of $254 billion, marking a 3.8% YOY growth in FY24. Tech exports reached nearly $200 billion, reflecting a growth of 3.3%, while the domestic market is expected to expand by 5.9%, crossing $54 billion in FY24. The sector maintained its position as a net hirer, adding 60,000 employees to reach a workforce of 5.43 million in FY24. 8.29. The abolition of the angel tax is expected to boost the country's global innovation and entrepreneurial competitiveness. Expanding the scope of safe harbor rules and streamlining transfer pricing assessment procedures are expected to make the country's transfer pricing regime more attractive and competitive, boost IT exports, and ease business for global capability centers in the IT services industry. Other reforms include the abolition of the 2% equalization levy, reduction in tax deduction at source on payment made by e-commerce operators to e-commerce participants, relief from GST on data center exports, reduction of rate of tax collection at source to be collected by e-commerce operators, etc. Chart 8.19. Performance of IT services, revenue, and employment generation. Note: figures for FY24 are provisional. 14 tech industry revenues include information technology services, business process management, engineering research and development, software products, and hardware. 233. Global capability centers. 8.30 India's global capability centers are emerging as strategic hubs reshaping the Indian corporate landscape while influencing global business dynamics. The number of GCCs in India has grown from approximately 1,430 in FY19 to over 1,700 in FY24. As of FY24, GCCs in India employ nearly 1.9 million professionals. Over the past 5 years, India has remained at the forefront of the global GCC expansion strategy, with more than 400 new GCCs and around 1,100 new units established. 8.31 GCCs are fundamentally altering the technology landscape. Leading organizations are centralizing their tech ecosystems in India. This is particularly evident in sectors like aerospace, defense, and semiconductors, where companies are advancing their engineering efforts to focus on next-generation platforms, products, and technologies. Over the last 5 years, the setup rate of engineering research and development GCCs has grown 1.3 times faster than the overall GCC setup, highlighting a continued shift towards high-value-added work. 8.32 India has established itself as a prominent player in leveraging its vast talent pool, which accounts for 28% of the global STEM workforce and 23% of the global software engineering talent. Over the past decade, the GCC ecosystem in India has matured significantly, advancing into high-end engineering roles such as product managers and architects, with 35% of transformation hubs exhibiting a strong presence of architects. Furthermore, global roles within GCCs are expanding rapidly, expected to grow from currently 6,500 to over 30,000 by 2030, supported by robust training programs to develop leadership. The adoption of artificial intelligence and machine learning and the establishment of AI centers of excellence further enhance the GCC landscape by tapping into India's strong middle management talent. Box 8.3 AI adoption in the services sector in India. The services sector, including banking, financial services, and insurance, healthcare, telecom, retail, and transport and logistics, stands out for its rapid AI adoption, supported by various national initiatives and technologies. Finance. Several financial institutions and banks in India are using AI to enhance their operations, improve customer experiences. Finance. Several financial institutions and banks in India are using AI to enhance their operations, improve customer experiences, and streamline their services. For example, SBI Intelligent Assistant by SBI is a chatbot used to provide support to customers. Banks are also using AI for fraud detection and risk management. ML algorithms are used to identify suspicious transactions by analyzing customer data. Telecom. AI improves customer support, network optimization, and predictive maintenance. Several telecom companies in India are leveraging AI to improve their services, optimize operations, and enhance customer experience. For example, AI-driven platforms. 15 NASCOM Strategic Review Report 2024. 234. For end-to-end telecom network management. Built on top of state-of-the-art big data architecture touching upon every aspect of the network, from the core and radio to the business functions of a telecom service provider, are being used. Cloud-native data lake platform tailored for carriers to enable smarter operations through ML as a service are also being used. They leverage ML to detect anomalous network patterns and create reports and alert based on these patterns for proactive root cause analysis and resolution before the network symptoms start affecting operations. Retail and e-commerce. AI enables personalized marketing, inventory management, and customer experience enhancement. The fashion e-commerce giants are using advanced features to enable customers to have an enhanced and discovery-led shopping experience. Transport and logistics. AI applications streamline operations and improve delivery accuracy, helping companies cut costs and enhance customer satisfaction. AI is used for route planning and optimization to ensure timely delivery of packages. AI-based robotic systems are being used in their fulfillment centers to streamline the sorting, packaging, and inventory management processes, reducing human intervention and increasing efficiency. Telecommunication. 8.33 India's telecom sector is expanding with the smartphone boom, surging data consumption, and the advent of technologies like 5G. India stands as the second-largest telecommunications market, with over 1.18 billion telephone subscribers, an overall teledensity of 84%, and 941 million broadband users as of October 31, 2024. The country also leads in mobile data consumption per subscriber and offers the world's most affordable data rates. India's achievement of the fastest 5G rollout globally highlights its technological prowess in the telecom sector. Chart 8.20. Average wireless data usage per data user per month. 16. 235. 8.3 For there has been a paradigm shift in India's telecom technology space that underscores an ongoing effective transition from a technology importer to a technology developer and exporter. Box 8.4. CDOT The catalyst of India's telecom revolution. The Center for Development of Telematics has been committed to research and development of indigenous solutions and reducing dependency on foreign technologies. CDOT has consistently spearheaded next-generation telecom technologies. 4G and 5G core networks. CDOT has been instrumental in developing indigenous 4G and 5G core solutions, reducing reliance on global vendors and helping in reduction of telecom imports. Its innovations support the deployment of secure, scalable networks tailored to India's needs. Quantum communication systems. Recognizing the rising importance of cybersecurity, CDOT has developed quantum encryption solutions, ensuring secure communication for government and strategic sectors. Disaster management solutions. Technologies like geo-targeted and automated multi-hazard, multimedia early warning alerts to citizens have reinforced India's resilience against natural disasters. Cybersecurity and resilience. As telecom infrastructure evolves, so do the threats. CDOT has developed indigenous cybersecurity tools that monitor and protect critical infrastructure. These tools are pivotal in mitigating risks associated with cyber warfare and ensuring national security. CDOT has developed the SAMVAT app to provide secure call and chat for sharing text, image, audio, and video files and deployed in strategic organizations. Uplifting domestic telecom ecosystem. Through its CCRP, CDOT fosters indigenous telecom innovation by partnering with industry players. This initiative strengthens India's telecom research ecosystem, with CDOT offering funding and expertise to help companies develop advanced technologies. CDOT also supports startups incubated under the CCRP framework. The National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovations and Avishkar program have been launched by the government to nurture innovations and ideas into startups. CDOT's journey can exemplify India's transition from a telecom consumer to a technology innovator, propelling the nation towards a future of digital sovereignty and inclusive connectivity. Box 8.5. Open Network for Digital Commerce. Thinking Beyond Platforms. The pandemic underscored the critical role of digital commerce in enabling business continuity and consumer access to essentials. Digital commerce played a role in enabling resilience in the economy. The prevailing platform-centric model of digital commerce globally, and increasingly in India, calls for attention. A few large e-commerce players dominate the market, which affects participation and flexibility of smaller sellers, such as local retailers, artisans, and MSMEs. Sellers often have to conform to terms and conditions, from customer data access to product visibility, reducing their market leverage and fostering dependence on these platforms. 236-17-18 ONDC Press Release, October 16, 2024. The Open Network for Digital Commerce represents a paradigm shift, promoting a democratic and interoperable digital commerce ecosystem, thus fostering inclusivity and equity. ONDC enables buyers and sellers to transact seamlessly across different platforms. It helps by reducing customer acquisition costs, enhancing business efficiencies, and expanding choices for merchants and consumers. ONDC recorded more than 14 million transactions in the month of November 2024 across 1,100-plus cities. 7 lakh-plus sellers and service providers are active on the ONDC network spread across 600-plus cities and towns across India. 190-plus network participants are live on the network. Presently, over 7,000 farmer-producer organizations have registered to be a part of the ONDC network through various seller network participants. Around 400 self-help groups, micro-entrepreneurs, and social sector enterprises have been on board on the network. Mobility through the ONDC network is live in 15-plus cities with around 5.45 lakh taxi and auto drivers on board. Scaling new frontiers. Thinking beyond traditional e-commerce. Logistics as a service. ONDC is integrating hyperlocal and intercity logistics service providers to ensure a seamless supply chain with unified first-mile, middle-mile, and last-mile connectivity across 1,200-plus cities. Financial services. ONDC's financial services category was launched in August 2024. It integrated with 9 lending service providers' applications and 3 lenders to enhance accessibility and efficiency in credit services. It integrates account aggregator for data, DigiLocker/Aadhaar for KYC, ENOC/E mandate for repayment, and Aadhaar e-sign for agreement signing. It facilitates low-cost distribution and innovation in financial products, enabling personal loans, health insurance, and mutual funds. Expanding coverage, enhancing inclusion. The platform today has 10 active domains, 110 network participants, and close to 6.5 lakh sellers/service providers. It has attracted an increasing number of transactions since its launch. In the retail category, the platform has seen over 4.4 crore orders transacted across 814 districts and with 2.83 lakh sellers involved. ONC, in collaboration with Bashini, an AI-driven language translation tool, launched Sarti, a reference application to assist businesses in creating their buyer-side apps. In October 2024, the platform joined hands with the National Cooperative Consumers Federation of India and Audiobook to make onions available at affordable prices across the NCR region in order to help reduce the prices. 237. State-wise analysis of service sector performance. 8.35 The context for presenting the state-specific patterns in industrial and service gross state value added has been mentioned in Chapter 7 of this survey. The service sector accounts for about 55% of the national GVA in FY25. However, the distribution of service sector activity across Indian states reveals a pronounced geographic dispersion. For FY23, Karnataka and Maharashtra account for more than one-fourth of the total service sector GSVA of all the states. These states, along with Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, and Gujarat, together share more than 50% of the total service sector GSVA. These states also have more than 50% of the total industrial GSVA, suggesting that both feed into each other. On the other hand, another set of 19 states collectively account for only one-fourth of the service sector GSVA of all the states. Chart 8.21. Statewide share in services GSVA at constant prices for FY23. Source: Directorate of Economics and Statistics of respective state governments, hosted by MSBI. Note: state codes used in this section. 8.36 Among the different service activities, public administration is a unique category that reflects the strength of the state machinery in the state. This is majorly determined by the strength of states' own revenues, central transfers including tax devolution, and 19 in this chapter. Service sector gross state value added refers to FY23, and it is taken at constant prices. These GSVA numbers are estimated by the respective state directorates of economics and statistics and hosted by MOSBI. The aggregate of state GSVA may differ from the national GVA estimated by MOSBI. State population, wherever used, refers to figures of the respective state governments for their GSDP calculations. 238. Borrowing of the state, which together define the spending capacity of the state. This is independent of other services which are largely commercially driven. Source: Directorate of Economics and Statistics of respective state governments, hosted by MOSBI. 8.37 The economies of many northeastern states have considerable dependence on the resources of the state and central government because there are natural disadvantages to those regions to pursue large-scale industrialization and commercial services. Source: Directorate of Economics and Statistics of respective state governments, hosted by MOSBI. 8.38 There are four different scenarios in the relationship between services share in total GSVA and services GSVA per capita. 239. I. Low service intensity, low per capita service GSVA. 2. Low service intensity, high per capita service GSVA. 3. High service intensity, low per capita service GSVA. And 4. High service intensity, high per capita service GSVA. 8.39 Category above indicates that the productivity of commercial services is high. In contrast, category represents high dependence on commercial service activities without their being productive enough to generate high levels of income. Firm conclusions cannot be drawn from states falling in the other two categories without analyzing supplementary information. However, in category, some state patterns are very clear. Karnataka's, and to an extent, Telangana's positions are majorly explained by the large presence of IT services. Maharashtra's position is largely due to its strength of financial intermediation activities, and Kerala's position mainly because of the strong presence of trade, financial, and real estate services. The following three charts present service activities that constitute more than two-thirds of the total services GSVA net of public administration. These three charts provide some explanation for the patterns seen in Chart 8.23. 240. Chart 8.25. Financial services, intensity and per capita GSVA across states. Chart 8.26. Real estate, ownership of dwelling and professional services, intensity and per capita GSVA across states. 241. 8.40 The states like Meghalaya, Uttarakhand, and Mizoram have more than a third of their services GSVA coming from trade, repair, hotels, and restaurants, partly because of tourism. Many bigger states have trade and repair intensity of close to or higher than the national average, indicating a large presence of low-value-adding trade in these states. Many of these states are relatively less industrialized also. 8.41 Financial, real estate, and professional services have very high levels of concentration in a few states. Within the service sector, financial services are highly concentrated with Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, and Karnataka accounting for more than 50% of total financial services GSVA. 8.42 Karnataka, Maharashtra, Telangana, Haryana, Tamil Nadu have more than one-third of their services GSVA coming from real estate, ownership of dwelling, and professional services. Karnataka, Telangana, and Maharashtra, Haryana, and Tamil Nadu have concentration of IT and fintech services leading to high demand for office and residential space. 8.43 Chart 8.27 combines the state patterns flowing from this chapter and Chapter 7. It largely indicates the comparative advantages of different states. 242. 8.44 On the basis of the above analysis, states can be classified into four distinct categories based on their service and industrial performance in terms of per capita GSVA. I. States with high per capita industrial GSVA. These are states like Gujarat, Uttarakhand, and Himachal Pradesh. States like Chhattisgarh and Odisha perform reasonably well in the industrial sector while they have low service sector presence. This indicates that these states will stand to gain largely by accelerating their industrialization and industrial productivity, which will strengthen their service sectors through the ongoing trends in greater servicification of industries. 2. Strong service sector performers. States such as Karnataka, Telangana, and Kerala excel in services, with high per capita service GSVA and service shares in GSVA but exhibit only around average industrial per capita GSVA. These regions largely depend on urbanized service-driven economies. 3. Dual strengths, industrial and service. Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu typically represent states with reasonably strong industrial and service sectors. Their diversified economies integrate manufacturing with trade, financial services, real estate, and professional services. 4. States with reform potential. While the need for business reforms cuts across states in general, the fourth category specifically includes states that have significant potential for reform-led development. These states are Arunachal Pradesh, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Rajasthan, Tripura, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal. 8.45 As per its Business Reforms Action Plan, which ranks states based on their performance in introducing business reforms. The states with service intensity backed by industry are the states which have introduced larger numbers of reforms in comparison to their peer states and fall in top achiever and achievers category. Thus, introducing business reforms is essential to industrial as well as service development in the state. 8.46 As per Annual Survey of Unincorporated Sector Enterprises 2022-23, the number of estimated enterprises belonging to the unincorporated sector stands at 6.5 crore. 72.6% of these enterprises operate in the service sector. Many states like Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal have a substantial presence of these enterprises. These enterprises, though contributing to the overall development of the economy in terms of employment and income, are losing out on benefits normally offered by incorporation such as tax. These enterprises, though contributing to the overall development of the economy in terms of employment and income, are losing out on benefits normally offered by incorporation such as tax benefits and credibility which could help them build better client relationships. Access. 20 Pant, S, and Chakraborty, D. Is service orientation benefiting manufacturing exports from low-middle income countries? Firm-level empirical evidence from WBS data. Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. 21. To credit and durability which would help them provide continuity to their business operations, etc. States, through policy nudges reducing compliance difficulties, can accelerate the incorporation of these enterprises. Conclusion and way forward. 8.47 In the Economic Survey 2023-24, we reported that two significant transformations are reshaping India's services landscape: the rapid technology-driven transformation of domestic service delivery and the diversification of India's services exports. At the helm of this change are financial and professional services. In the first half of FY25, about 45% of the total service sector GVA growth in India was due to financial, real estate, rental, and professional services, almost as much as they did during the last decade. Globally, services are presently shoring up growth even in countries where there is a manufacturing slowdown inflicted by moderation in merchandise trade buoyancy. This presents an upside of possibilities to services exports and hence domestic services output. 8.48 At the same time, new risks have surfaced in the growth of IT and professional services in view of the recent changes in global policies following key electoral outcomes. Regulators have expressed concerns about the potential impact of offshore work on the quality of audits. The general concerns expressed seem to stem from the breakdown of traditional apprenticeship model, inadequate direct supervision, language barriers, and inability to communicate instructions effectively in complex cases. Information gaps of the remote auditors, risks of loss of confidentiality, and differences in regulatory provisions in the countries involved, resulting in compliance gaps. These perceived risks present a downside risk to export-led services growth. 8.49 Domestically, the embedded service content of the non-service economic activities has increased significantly, as evidenced by the national account statistics. There is also growing literature emphasizing the servicification of manufacturing, i.e., increasing utilization of services in manufacturing production and post-production value addition. This means that growth in manufacturing has a significant bearing on service sector growth, and vice versa. At the same time, the increasing penetration of digital technologies and artificial intelligence in manufacturing and service sector activities like finance, retail and commerce, telecom, and transport and logistics is changing the very composition of demand for embedded services. 8.50 This picture of the emerging services landscape auto-generates two conclusions. First, it is widely believed that the manpower with suitable digital 22 Pant, S, and Chakraborty, D. Is service orientation benefiting manufacturing exports from low-middle income countries? Firm-level empirical evidence from WBS data. Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. 244. And technical skills stand to benefit from AI penetration. Hence, one of the primary conditions for manufacturing and service sector progress is the focus on appropriate skilling of the labor force. The significant initiatives taken in the budget 2024 to 25 need to be carried forward into action by the synergic efforts of all tiers of the government, private sector, and skilling institutions. Second, there is an urgent need to review and amend complicated procedures at the grassroots level, regulations and rules that hinder both manufacturing and services. Chapter 5 offers several suggestions in this regard. These will help build resilience against the likely persistent global headwinds. 09 Chapter 245. Agriculture and Food Management, Sector of the Future. India's agricultural sector has demonstrated remarkable resilience in recent years, marked by consistent growth rates. This stability can be largely attributed to various government initiatives to enhance productivity, promote crop diversification, and increase farmers' income. A crucial factor influencing agricultural performance is the impact of weather conditions. Climate variability can present significant challenges. However, farmers with diverse income streams are better positioned to navigate these uncertainties. Allied activities such as animal husbandry, fisheries, or agroforestry can enable the farmers to mitigate the risks effectively. Various government initiatives are specifically designed to address these challenges. Introduction. 9.1 The agriculture and allied activities sector has long been the backbone of the Indian economy, playing a vital role in national income and employment. This sector contributes approximately 16% of the country's GDP for FY24 at current prices and supports about 46.1% of the population. Not only does its performance directly impact food security, but it also influences other sectors, sustaining livelihoods and supporting economic growth. 9.2 In recent years, the agriculture sector in India has shown robust growth, averaging 5% annually from FY17 to FY23, demonstrating resilience despite challenges. 9.3 In the second quarter of the FY25 year, the agriculture sector recorded a growth rate of 3.5%. This performance represents a recovery compared to the previous 4 quarters, during which growth rates varied from a modest 0.4% to 2%. The recent rise in growth rate can be attributed to improved conditions, potentially driven by favorable weather patterns, advancements in agricultural practices, and government initiatives to enhance productivity and sustainability within the sector. 1 Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. ASPX. PRID equals 246. 9.4 Assured remunerative prices, improved access to institutional credit, crop diversification, support for sustainable practices, and enhancement in productivity have played a crucial role in the sustained growth observed. Riding on good monsoon, Kharif food grain production in 2024 is projected at 1,647.05 lakh metric tons. suggesting an increase of 89.37 LMT compared to the previous year and 124.59 LMT above the average Kharif food grain output bodes well for food security. Agricultural income has increased at 5.23% annually over the past decade, compared to 6.24% for non-agricultural income and 5.8% for the overall economy. Chart 9.1. Agriculture's steady performance. Source: National Account Statistics, MASPI. For first advance estimates for 2024 to 25, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. 247. 5. 6 Ramachandra C. M. Morella M. S. Janardhan G. and Morthy P. Production Potential and Economics of Rice-Based Cropping Systems in Hill Zone of Karnataka, India. International Journal of Agriculture Sciences. 3. 127-9. 9.5 India's agriculture is characterized by diversity, with performance varying significantly across different segments and states. As a major global cereal producer, India accounts for 11.6% of the world's total output. However, crop yields in the country are considerably lower compared to those of other leading producers, underscoring the need for productivity improvements. The crop sector has experienced a modest compound annual growth rate of 2.1% from FY13 to FY22. This increase is also largely driven by notable increases in the production of fruits, vegetables, and pulses. Box 9. 1. India's floriculture, a sunrise industry. India's floriculture industry has grown into a high-performing sector, earning its status as a sunrise industry with a 100% export orientation. Driven by a growing global demand for flowers, floriculture has evolved into a key commercial venture within agriculture. Commercial floriculture is particularly lucrative, offering higher returns per unit area than many traditional field crops. Profitable avenues in commercial floriculture include cut flower production, loose flower production, dry flowers, cut greens, pot plants, flower seeds, perfumes, and essential oils. Ramachandra et al. Found that including flowers in rice-based crop sequences gave higher net returns than other sequences, viz. rice soybean, rice bell pepper, rice fodder maize, rice cowpea, and rice radish. Further, intercropping flowers are more profitable compared to the options of cereals, pulses, vegetables, and oilseeds. With subsidy support and crop loan financing, it is a promising venture for marginal and small landholdings, which constitute more than 96% of the total landholdings and 63% of the area of cultivation under floriculture. 248. The shift from cultivating traditional flowers to export-focused cut flowers highlights the industry's transformation. Entrepreneurs across states like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, and Maharashtra have capitalized on this opportunity, establishing sophisticated export-oriented floriculture units. In FY24, approximately 297,000 hectares were dedicated to floriculture, yielding an estimated 2,284,000 tons of loose flowers and 947,000 tons of cut flowers. During the same period, India exported 1,678 metric tons of floriculture products, earning 717.83 Indian rupees crore. Key export destinations included the USA, Netherlands, UAE, UK, Canada, and Malaysia. With its high growth trajectory and promising export potential, India's floriculture industry is blooming as a vital player in the global flower trade.